And a very good morning here. Welcome to day number 1 of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro WSL's first kickoff event in the Australian region for the QS qualifying series. Myself, Jess Grimwood, here with 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Very good morning, Bugs. Big morning here, a big day for Australian surfing and this regional QS kickoff.
Yeah, morning Jess, morning everybody, and yeah, it's wonderful to be here. We're not at Cabarita, we're at the beautiful Kingscliff Beach today, and you know, a bit of onshore wind, courtesy of that cyclone when it moved past us yesterday. It sort of sucks the wind with it, so we've got one day of this wind. It goes westerly first, then northwesterly, and then northerly, and then hopefully we've got better conditions, the surface conditions, but the swell looks pretty good for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it has been looking really, really good this morning. Of course, we've seen all of Australia's and the Oceanic region's best top surfers, men's and women, been down here since sunrise this morning, getting a little warm-up session in before the start of a really big week of competition. Bugs, look at that sand as well. The banks are looking so good for the contest here. It's
a super fun bank, and Kingscliff, kind of some of the characteristics around it is that it's kind of notorious for having a very strong current, but with this kind of east-northeast swell, you've nearly got a reverse rip happening, which is really rare for this beach. Makes it a lot easier to navigate the lineup, and as you can see, there's a little bit of current as the guys are trying to paddle and keep themselves in position, but not as fierce as it usually is.
And of course, we do have kickoff this morning here, round of 128 for the men's. First heat is waiting by in the water, but while we wait for that horn to go on the very first heat of the day, we'll throw down to Stacey Galbraith. Stacey, good morning.
Good morning, Jess. Morning, Bugs. Yeah, that's right. Cracking day down here at Kingscliff. I'm with WSL Tour Manager Ty Serrati. Ty, you've had a big couple of days with the junior, mate.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive surf, and the surfing by the juniors is pretty epic. The wind's a bit more northerly today, so a bit bumpier conditions, but there's still plenty of swell, and looking forward to kicking off with the men's QS.
So this is the first event of the year, but it's actually the halfway mark of the Australasia Regional Series. You've been a busy boy.
Yeah, that's correct. So this QS season goes April to March. We're about halfway through event standpoint. We'll be finishing the series off in Newcastle for Surffest, and yeah, it's a pretty exciting finish.
Absolutely, massive points on the boards this weekend. What's the format for today, mate? Round of 128, 20-minute heats. Anything after that?
Yeah, I think we'll move into the men's round 2. There's a lot of surfing to get through, so yeah, we'll try and smash out as much as we can.
Great to hear it. Thanks, Ty. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Ty and Stacey. So that's it. Official call from tour manager here, Bugs. Men's round 1, round of 128 in the water, has kicked off. Kale Enfield out there in the red jersey, Cooper Pottergill in the blue, Billy Keane in the white, and Lee Brussig's out there in the green. And official call as well, going straight into round 2 for the men's. Here we go. Billy Keane up and riding. He's a bit of blast from the past as well. Bugs, he's been around for a long time, and I think he might be making a nice little revive onto the QS tour.
Which is really great to see, and that is the beauty of having these regional qualifiers, is that, you know, they're kind of close to home. Even though Australia is a very big country, it doesn't require international travel for the regional surfers. We've got a couple of internationals in the field, but it allows guys like Billy to kind of, as you said, revive their career and come back into the fold. I mean, they start in the round of 128, but, you know, 50% advancement to get through.
Yeah, and a huge day of competition ahead for here. So if you have just tuned in, a very good morning once again. We're at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro WSL event for this part of the region. All of these competitors looking to qualify, collect really, really valuable points and move up into that Challenger Series, Bugs. And I mean, hopefully the dream for a lot of these men and women is to move on to that championship tour as well.
Yeah, it's a long road, but you know, it's a pretty clear pathway now. These regional ones, regional events are really important. Breaking into the Challenger Series is a pretty special thing, you know. I mean, they're generally held in very good conditions, and it's a tour under its own right, which is, I think, just a great initiative from the World Surf League.
It is, and along with Oakberry as well, Assay, the official Assay of WSL Australia, they've been able to bring this event to this part of the coast as well. They have this ability to find these really good waves, and let's have a look here. Cooper Buttergill up and riding, nice big open face carve, and looking like a good little runner along this bank here that he's been able to find. Jumps on the front foot, hops over that lump and chop of that northerly. Little light foot connection over the section, and just gets to work a little bit on the inside. So maybe a bit of a warm-up wave for Cooper this morning. Bugs, your thoughts on that little opening ride in comparison to Billy Keane's 3.5?
Well, obviously the big difference is that Cooper was able to connect the sections, and Kingscliff, it is still a point break. It doesn't have the characteristics of a point break with a big headland, but as we see here, Cooper really does start to connect. He's looking down the line all the way here. He's looking ahead. He can see another section. He's going to get over this flat water here. Does that really well. And now he's looking for a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, and he really does, doesn't he? He just puts a lot of work in on that little inside section, and I think maybe a nice little way to open up. Let's have a look at the replay from Billy Keane as well.
Yeah, well, this is a 3.5. It's a pretty short ride, but he got a couple of pretty sharp moves in there. He hung with it, got into that next section, got one more finishing turn in.
Yeah, a bit more flair on the end as well, but
yep.
Opening scores, I feel like one of the most important heats of the day, of course, is number one, where the judging scale is set. The rest of the competitors are well aware of what they're kind of feeling out and what they're looking for on the lineup and in the bank, and they start to get a feel for how the judging's set at this level of competition at the QS 5000, Bugs.
That's right. I mean, you know, I think two things. One is that the judges, they compartmentalise every heat. I think the first exchanges do set the scale, but overall, the competitors in later heats get to see kind of what the judges are looking for, whether it's that connectivity, whether it's just going for the big moves, or, as you said, you know, showing a bit of flair and dynamic. The conditions will dictate what is available. But, you know, you can get a nice connecting wave here at Kingscliff and get a long ride and still get some nice pockets to perform on.
And how good is it looking towards the forecast as we just track with live action there from Billy Keane, but nothing really on offer for him there. When we look at the forecast for a QS event, a lot of these competitors are just going to be rubbing their little mittens together because the waves are looking so good. And we have this sand lineup, like you said, almost mimicking that point break here at Kingscliff. And we have this range of opportunity around the area and around the Tweed coast in this part of New South Wales in Australia that we can really harness wherever the swell's coming from and just tap it in with that wind of the day, and we can just find really, really great surfable conditions anywhere along here.
Yeah, well, the organisers have shown, you know, they're showcasing the versatility of the place by going mobile. We had the Pro Junior out here the last couple of days, and we're stuck with the Kingscliff venue today. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll get a bit of a word on what the plan is for later in the week as conditions change a little.
As we have a look at a beautiful drone shot there of the lineup here this morning at Kingscliff, you can see it's a beautiful hot day as well this morning. Straight away kicked off, beautiful sunshine, plenty of swell on the horizon as well, and this bank is just lining up perfectly, as you can see in that background as well, straight in front of the surf club here at Kingscliff, and it's ideal for warm-up sessions in the morning as well.
And silhouetted in the background there's the fabulous Mount Warning, and one of the absolute landmarks for the Tweed coast area and the Tweed Valley.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of New South Wales. It's one of those places as an East Coaster that you definitely have on that early surf road trip map, you know, with your dad or with your mum, and you jump in the car or the van and you come cruising up towards this part of the coast in New South Wales, because there's just that many options for waves, and there's just this vibing surf community up here that I know that you're a big part of as well, Bugs.
Yeah, no, the Tweed coast has always been a favourite of mine, and you know, been coming down this way since the 1960s really, and it's just a nice getaway from the Gold Coast. So obviously the Gold Coast is very busy, has been for a long time, and you know, they're still very popular. There's many headlands down here, incredible beach breaks, back beaches, a lot of different options on the Tweed coast.
When we look back at the history of the Tweed Coast Pro as well, Bugs, 2022 winners, Dimity Stoll and Caius King, are in the draw this year. They're looking to take out a, back-to-back victory, and especially when we're looking at that Challenger Series qualification, 5,000 qualifying series event like this, to be able to take this out at this point in the season. They're looking really good to qualify. What do you think it's going to take at this side for the men's? Let's talk about them, because they're in the water at the moment, to make that jump from that round of 128 that they may have to start in to that number one position at the end of the week.
Well, obviously, being a QS 5000, every advancement through a round is big points. That's the difference. Caius last year winning the men's division, got that 5,000 points. It really cemented his spot onto the Challenger Series. It was very unfortunate for the young guy that he had a back injury and wasn't able to really fulfill his own personal commitments to the tour. So, it's really great to see him in the draw again this year. Incredible young surfer, and really coming into his own now. So I'm sure he'd like to have another crack at that Challenger Series.
Yeah, he has been an exciting surfer that's been across so many social clips as well. I feel like I really enjoy. He's kind of got that little cult following and his own little unique style about him, and then putting out so much content and so much exciting surfing from him. To see somebody like that from Australia move up onto the Challenger Series and then, hopefully into the Championship Tour is the dream here, and that's what we're after at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. When I scanned the draw as well, the amount of rounds these guys are going to have to go through from round of 128 as well is there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work ahead of them, and when you look at the names that they're up against in the draw, it's going to be a real slog out to get to that number one spot at the end of the week.
Oh, it sure is. Starting in the round of 128. I guess on the other side of the ledger, though, these guys can build some momentum as they go through the heats and go through the rounds, and with success and that confidence you draw from that. So there's it's certainly a lot of work. They're all super mega fit. They've been preparing for this over the summer, and here we are. The day's arrived, and we're in round one and heat one, and this is a very exciting time for all these competitors.
And just under 10 minutes on the clock here in heat number one, Cooper Puttergill out in the lead, 4.50 and just 0.5 throwaway at this point. Billy Keane sitting in second position, the only other surfer in the lineup that's been able to tap in and find that 3.5 and a 1 point ride to back up. Cale Enfield, Port Macquarie boy. Saw him competing in the board riders battles last week. He's sitting quietly out there. I think mutual priority between him and Lee at this point, because they haven't been able to find a scoreable or rideable wave between them.
And we just saw Cale just paddle for a wave then. I'm not sure if he paddled for it with intent priority-wise, but we're into the second half of the heat. Now, 20 minutes goes quite quickly when you need waves. There's been nothing major on the scorecard yet. Cooper at 4.5. You'd think going into the second half with 9 minutes remaining, that may be his backup score. But the other two surfers, they need to get a go, and they need to get the motor on here. And I'm sure all the other competitors are watching this and going, well, don't leave it too late. And as we see now, surfer in red.
Yeah, there's Cale Enfield. Gets going and gets some scores on the board for the goofy footer. We'll wait to see how his opening ride locks in. At the moment, last score of White. Billy, 2.50, takes him into the lead. But just over Cooper Puttergill at this point. Score to come for Cale, and Lee Brussick now sitting with first priority in the lineup. At this point, like you said, Bugs, 8 minutes to go. Lee really looking to find himself an opening opportunity.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
And a very good morning. Welcome back, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We're straight off and running into it, down to just under 7 minutes on the clock here. That's Lee Brussick, round of 128, heat number 1 of the men's, and he gets to work a little late, but still some work done as we see. Straight to live action, Cooper Puttergill up and riding in the blue right behind him. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, slow kind of start to this heat this morning, but the conditions have been looking really good. The forecast looks great for us throughout this contest, and at the moment, Billy Keane sitting with priority and some very small scores to lead this heat. That's
right. I mean, Cooper Puttergill's the only one with a 4.5. We just saw him on a wave then, and he'd be disappointed that he didn't get that finishing move. It had some really nice flair to it, but he went down. So that's kept it very, very close.
And I can see Kale just there as well. You saw him just on the screen waving his hand and asking for that priority change from the judges and awarding him as well. Billy Keane having a concerted effort at that last little lump rolling through the lineup will give Kale Enfield first priority position at this point in the heat as well. When you see that difference in the score lines is so tiny, and all the guys kind of sitting around that 3-point range is going to be really important playing into this.
Totally. It's the priority towards the end of this heat is going to be of utmost importance, because if one guy can get a connector through, and we saw Cooper on an earlier wave, the difference between Billy and him, that 1 point difference was because he got that extra bonus connecting section. And I think we might see Kale on this wave here, the goofy footer. It's a bigger wave. He had to come from behind the section. You see that wind's playing a little bit of havoc out of the lip. Jess.
Yeah, nice looking wave for him though. I'm going to say that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far coming through. It's been the biggest section, a little bit of a curse on him at the end, but yeah, that northerly almost is the devil wind up here, is it not, in this area, and it's just going to cause that ribbing and that lump and bump all the way across that open face for these guys this morning.
It's the ribbing that's going to make a difference. Often that can be work against you on your back end, but you can use it to your advantage on your back end too. But you've probably just got to come a bit under the lip as opposed to putting your board above the lip line.
And what do you see here from Kale's 4.47?
Yeah, no, this is a pretty decent ride, this one, as you said. Right here, this is a great, there's the money move right there. And then I thought it was over. He gets around that section, but not quick enough. He definitely would have gone into the 5s if he'd made that section there, but it puts himself into second place. So the 4.47, pretty handy. And with 4 minutes remaining, Billy's now down into third place.
Yeah, and he's looking with priority to find himself such a small score to go from third into first at this moment. It's really, really open book for me here at this point.
And Lee Brussick sitting there, he's got just that 3-point ride, but 3-point ride's not out of it. If you can get a back up here, probably only needs a 5 or something to get himself into second. And his first wave, he surfed it very methodically, and it took a real safety course. And I think he's going to have to probably open up a bit more and cut loose to get something. He's another goofy footer out there to get something pretty big in his back end. Billy's got priority though. That's key right now. And Cooper was second priority.
So we're just over 3 minutes on the clock. Cooper Puttergill, the young, I think he's around 19 years old. We've seen him throughout the QS events over the last few years and just putting some good heats together. But at the moment, he's found himself the best wave of the heat so far, 4.50 and the 3.9 back up. He's sitting in second priority. So we'll be looking to increase that lead with the next opportunity. What I see this morning, Bugs, is maybe just being out of time for those sets when they came through at that start of that heat, and missing those first few opportunities has really put these guys into that treadmill-like current and chasing small scores at this stage.
Well, we can see there that the old Kingsley current is at work. Early this morning, I was surprised. Wow, it doesn't look like much of a current, but when you have a look at it out there, they're paddling and tacking just to stay in position, and it's notorious for this.
And it rages through, doesn't it? You can see the amount of ocean just pushing past that sand point setup. And what I saw this morning, I mean, the tide's going out dead low at 6:58 this morning, so we're probably right at the bottom of it now. But I did see that little opportunity where you could reset, run back up the beach or down the beach and jump back out through that little rip right at the top of the current there. Is that going to be something that comes into play for these guys today?
Definitely a low tide. You need a lot less water there. On the high tide, I don't believe it will be much of an option because you're still going to have to get across some dead water to get to the beach. And Kale there getting another wave and hopefully solidifying second place perhaps. Challenging for first.
Yeah, still wide open at this point. Cooper Buttergill sitting with that 4.5 and 3.9. Score to come in for last to Kale, sitting in second position. Needs a 3.94. Billy with priority, just under 1.5 minutes on the clock, looking for 4.21 in comparison to that 4.5 and 4.47. Safe to say, two big turns on that really chunky little boldy section through the inside is going to get him way back into the mix, and similar to Lee, 4.7 needed to advance.
That's right. It's only a 5-point ride will see anyone through here. This is really critical. We're down to 60 seconds. Lee Brosick's only got one wave. He'll be disappointed if he doesn't get a backup. It's a long way to a lot of preparation to go there and get one wave in 20 minutes. But this is, I call it the break the pack heat, where competitors will be really seeing heat management in play, how to manage a 20-minute situation at Kingscliff. The current's not super fierce, but it's there. Oh, the rare left.
And there goes Kale, finding himself a left. Nice looking open face turn as well on that first section. Let's see if that goes up into his top scores. It looked like a bit more opportunity to open up that forehand as well. With 15 seconds, he's calling for a time update, and first priority sitting in third position at the moment. The man that's going to need to pull the trigger in the last 10 seconds, Billy Keane. Lee searching through the inside as well in the green Rashi, but is it a little bit too late? Just up before the buzzer bugs.
Yeah, okay, Lee, now he got that first wave. Oh, there's a bit of a over the lip line, but was it enough? It was only a short ride. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe not enough.
It's going to be close to it, and we'll have to wait for the scores to lock in as well for last of Kale and Lee Brosick here in round of 128. Day number one, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. So we're waiting for that opening heat to officially lock in. Let's see who rolls on through in the water at the moment. Heat number two, round of 128. And we'll be back very shortly with live action here from day number one, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
And a beautiful Sunday morning to you. Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Myself, Jess Brimwell, joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew in the booth, and we are watching live action here from heat number 2, round of 128. That is Mr. Elliot Peralta-Reid from New Zealand in the red jersey there, opening up his account. In the water, Jack Swan in the blue. In the green, Jackson Dorian. And in the white, Zane Sylvester. Big morning already. Bit of a adjustment to that first heat, opening waves for those first 4 competitors in this round of 128 bugs. Looks like there's already plenty more action here.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit more action. Certainly trying to get away to a better start, a quicker start, all 4 competitors, knowing that the last heat, the 2 surfers that really didn't get going until the second half of the heat were eliminated. That's a big factor.
And a big event as well for the Australian leg of the qualifying series, the 5,000 event here. And we're going to see a lot of these regional competitors from Australia and the Oceanic region getting involved and trying to find themselves those valuable points at this midway part of the qualifying season to make it into that Challenger Series. But we're going to see some big names in surfing as well, along with the man in priority at the moment, Jackson Dorian in the green.
Yeah, it's really great to see young Jackson here from a very famous surfing family. His dad, one of the absolute legend from Hawaii, and you know, his dad, I've done a lot of surfing with him around the world, an incredible surfer. And young Jackson, we've seen some great clips of him, and showing a lot of potential.
Yeah, he's one of those guys coming out of Hawaii as well that's been pushing performance so much, and to have him here in the lineup with the rest of the Australian and New Zealand competitors and the regional guys from this area, I feel like it's going to play well into helping them push their performance along with him, and they're kind of measuring up against each other when we talk about different regions.
Well, I think, you know, his dad, Shane, firstly would absolutely recognise that, you know, Australia's a very competitive nation as far as incredible depth. So this is an amazing competitive experience for young Jackson. And of course, I'm sure Jackson, you know, loves coming here as well, and coming surfing in our summer, surfing with all the other groms, and you know, the waves have been pretty firing lately. So this is a great trip for him, and to get this experience, and of course, you know, looking to get through this heat and as far as he can in this tournament. And Elliot here,
wow,
a very experienced surfer, and we can see here's a bit of that, the runaround, Jess, that you mentioned before, to try to, the beauty about Kingscliff is that you can run around and come into the back of the, behind the break, and it really eliminates and neutralises the current situation, because paddling back from a long way down, we saw, they would have seen in the last heat that the paddle back can take 4 minutes.
Yeah, and it kind of brings that Ironman series aspect to this as well, doesn't it? And you get to see who's been doing that off-season or mid-season training and keeping those legs and arms fresh.
But as I said before, with this the tide moving in now, there's a bit of distance, there's a bit of water between that outside bank, a little bit of a gutter. So it took Ellie a little bit of time to get in, and now he does the run. He's in a good position. He's got 2 waves that you know, certainly could be keepers. 11.4 total at a 5.73 and a 5.67, really showing his experience there, getting out of the gates early.
Yeah, that was a beautiful display as well of his power. I think we've seen him across a fair few QS events over the last, you know, 5 or so years, hailing from New Zealand and representing the Kiwis over there. He's just a big powerhouse. He has a lot of big rail work. I've seen him in really, really big conditions just throw a lot of power and spray behind his turns. But similarly, as soon as it turns tiny and onshore for some of the QS events over the last few years, he's got an air game as well. Bugs, that well-roundedness has got to go well into playing towards that Challenger Series kickoff. Definitely,
and he'd be definitely looking to make that break. To come up against the surfers in round 2 and then the seeded surfers in round 3. It's going to be some amazing showdowns as we get deeper into this event.
So we did kick off this morning with heat number 1, a round of 128, and the official call from tour manager Ty Sarati, who was with Stace Galbraith, running into round 2 for the men, round of 96, and 13 minutes on the clock at the moment. Surfer in red, Elliot Parata-Reid in the lead, Jack Swan sitting in second, and we'll cross down to Brittany Mickle, sending with heat number 1's winner, Britt.
Thank you, Jess. I am down here with 19-year-old Cooper Partigal from the Newcastle region. How are you feeling here this morning, Cooper? You surfed the Pro Junior the last couple of days. How was the difference this morning here for the QS?
Yeah, it was fun. It was pretty grindy out there, but it was good to get that first heat done.
Now, you had an injury last year. This will be your first full year on the QS. What are your plans leading into 2023, and how did you come back from that injury?
Just sort of some rehab, just surfing, and yeah, it's just good to get the ball rolling.
Good to find your feet in the wax. Is there anything that you'd like to say to Frenchman's board riders back home cheering you along?
Yeah, such a good club. Oh, sorry, I can't do this.
That's okay. Back to you in the booth, Jess.
Thanks, Britt. Maybe first heat nerves, Bugs, or maybe feeling emotional after the injury recovery and be able to take out a little win.
Yeah, look, when you win a heat and they put a microphone in front of you and, you sort of, it wasn't in the game plan.
Yeah.
And it tell you what, it takes a lot. I mean, the young guy, he'll learn from that experience and, because if you're stuck for an answer and you're in the glare, it's like a deer in the headlights and it can happen and he stepped away.
He's done the best thing that possibly could have happened to him then. It happens to us too here, doesn't it? I mean, sometimes people ask you questions and your mind just goes completely blank and we don't even have a 20-minute heat under our belts and then completely surfed our brains out before we're doing it. We're just sitting here and sometimes it just happens.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't probably on his daily script to be doing an interview live into a broadcast. So it was a funny situation. I mean, his friends will get a real chuckle out of that.
But at the end of the day, heat win for him. He'll be moving on through to round of 96 for the men's later on today. So we see live action. Elliot Parata-Reid at the moment in the lead. Nice big open face slash. He lines up the second section and there's a point of difference, teeing off into that backwash there.
Wow. On
the inside of Kingscliff. Beautiful surfing from him.
Elliot, he ran the beach, he came around the back of it. He was able to get away from that deep section where it's very defined and the peak comes out of, on one side you've got a deeper channel. It sets up, so he's really in the pocket. Here we see young Jackson Dorian. He's had a couple of very short rides and he's a better connector for the young guy. Oh, nice move there.
He does look really alive, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Really electric and quite a lot of extension and compression through even just the smallest little turn there on the inside.
And Jackson electing to paddle back out. So to paddle back out, you sort of go with the current, then you turn around and then you've got to battle against it. But gosh, he's coming out of a season in Hawaii, so you've got to be thinking he's mega surf fit.
What did you think of these big opening cars there?
Oh, this is a great ride. This is just two big moves and a massive backwash connector there. I'm thinking it's one of the stronger rides we've seen so far. Jackson, he brings himself back into the power base. Not much on offer yet. There's a lot of bounce in this turn here, so he'll get some points for that. He probably would have liked to get a move on the outside, but he had to sort of fade back into the power of the wave and wait for the setup. So Jackson, now you can see them battling against that current. You want to be a good paddler here at Kingscliff. That's one thing about Kingscliff. It produces very strong paddlers.
And what I like about today as well, have a look at the replay here. Oh, big front side reverse there. Nice grab and rides out really cleanly. We must have missed the live action of that. And that's a beautiful replay for Jackson Dorian, Bugs.
Oh, that's awesome. Just a one manoeuvre away, but a very dynamic one.
And you can see why he has been touted one of the best up-and-coming Groms around the world, surfing-wise, technique, that exciting nature that he has to his surfing and his approach, and be able to huck that kind of reverse in his opening heat of today's competition is great. Looking forward into the future for this competition and the level that these guys are going to bring. But at the moment, it is the man in red from New Zealand leading the charge here in heat number 2. Elliot with a nice heat combination, 12.90. Jack Swan sitting with priority at the moment. Just a small 4.77 combo and heat total sitting in second. Jackson Dorian sitting in third position, and Zane quietly, no action for him on the board yet in the white, looking to kick off his opening round and his opening waves here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Wow, he's even in a more precarious position than the surfers in the first heat. No waves with 7.5 minutes remaining. That's a gnarly thing. I'm wondering if we're still waiting for scores for yes, Jackson, a 6.93 combined total there. He moves into second place. So this has got very interesting now. There's Jackson, a 4.67. He's only got that 2.33 back up. But look at Elliott, where really it's a battle for second. It's a 7.17 and a 5.73 for Elliott. And gosh, second place is up for grabs.
So with 7 minutes remaining here in heat number 2, round of 128, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Stick with us, live action coming to you right after this.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast. Just been blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Good morning and welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We are into just over 5 minutes of this heat number 2 of the morning, round of 128 of the men's. QS 5000 here for the first event of the Australian leg, and at the moment it is the man from New Zealand, Elliott, out in the lead. Beautiful scoreline, a 7.17 bugs and a 5.73. Point of difference here already in the first 2 heats of this morning for this guy.
Well, Elliott's he's got a lot of experience. He's a brilliant surfer, and he's showing his class out here. Certainly his heat management's been sensational. He got away to that brilliant start, then did the run around, and that was his 7.17 was after the run around. So there's a pointer for competitors in later heats. With the incoming tide, there's going to be a fair bit of water to get through to get to that run around position, but it certainly paid off for him that time.
And Zane Sylvester at the moment sitting in 4th position, looking to open up his scoreline here, a 6.93 to advance, so still well within that striking range for him, as well as Jack Swan, 4.34 for him. He's only got a couple of mid-range 2s bugs.
Yeah, I'm looking for something. Is he out there?
Yeah, he may have been lost in that current, or he's not in the water. It's be unusual at this point in the heat to not even have a crack at an opening ride.
Yeah, I'm going to start scouring for the white singlet right now, because I can only see 3 surfers in the frame. I'd be very surprised if he's sitting in a different position. So there might have been a no-show here, Jess.
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. So with priority, Jack Swan has the work to do, a 4.34 to put him into progression over Jackson Dorian, that 4.60 and a 2.33 in his scoreline. 8.30 looking to overtake for the lead. You can see a beautiful shot there of the lineup in the sand. And what I like about today as well, Rabbit, is that opportunity to have those multiple little takeoff spots. We saw that really, really deep southern takeoff peak that Elliott was able to tap into for that 7.17. But I've seen the opportunity down the line as well to spread out the pack and have that opportunity to take off in a different spot.
Yeah, and yeah, Jess, well, it's true. Zane is not out there. So there's only 3 surfers in this heat. We've got, at the moment, we've got Jack Swan with priority. So this is pretty critical, because you'd think first place is pretty locked up with 3 minutes remaining. You'd say that's a more than a safe bet. So Jackson and Jack are battling for second place. Jackson Dorian sitting there with that 4.6 2.10. That's a pretty handy score to have because Jack Swan's only got a 2.6 and a 2.17. He has yet to really assert himself into this heat with 2 minutes 45 seconds. Both those guys in position. Jack with priority.
Yeah, and you can see him just glancing back as well at the priority board and looking at those lineups and those markers here at Kingscliff. How important are those in the water? You would have spent a lot of time out in this particular lineup. Are there these certain points that these competitors can look back to and really line themselves up with for takeoff?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, the clubhouse is pretty much a great landmark to know whether you're on the northern or southern side of the clubhouse. But, you know, surfers use all kinds of different things. They might use a combination of things with a pine tree here and a building here, and to get their exact coordinates for their positioning out there. But the main thing is that, you know, once you stop paddling, you are heading north.
And very quickly at that, you can see that amount of ocean just chugging on through the lineup here. But Jack putting the accelerator down, looking to find the opportunity with priority here, just under 2 minutes on the clock. A 4.34 will have him overtake Hawaii's Jackson Dorian, who is holding ever so slightly onto second position.
Yeah, and obviously the other big factor here is that you notice a lot of these waves, if they don't like peak up right in front of you, you can. It's not difficult to miss a wave here. So you know, and therefore you're sacrificing your priority. So they've got to be careful with regard to when they pull the trigger. You can see the next heat already in the lineup. See, they've come from behind the break. They're in prime position. These guys battling and tacking back to hold their position and hoping that a set wave comes through with a minute remaining. Will we see another exchange?
Let's hope so for Jack Swan, holding down that priority. Nervous times for him. He needs the opportunity right now, a set to roll on through and have that chance to really showcase his surfing and what he's been working on throughout this regional series, and just have that opportunity for himself as well. You don't want to go out of these first round heats without that opportunity to swing at least a couple of times. But here's the heat leader, Rabbit. Elliot Pirata, he's just been able to find these beautiful looking sections and he's cruising through. I think he's chasing down nice little launch pad, clean little front side reverse, and I think that's going to be day done already, round one for him.
Yeah, he made easy work of that one. And here's Jack Swan. We didn't see the start of this one, Jess, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Now, will Jackson get a wave? He'd have to be on it now.
Looking at the body language there, I feel like Jack feels like it might be just under that 4.34 that he was chasing, but we're going to have to leave it.
Yeah, the body English wasn't good. He was splashing the water.
That beautiful first wave choice on that last set there of Elliot's as well was probably what Jack was looking for. Let's see what the official results are after this. Stick with us. Live action, round of...
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh, you'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro for another year of action. Stace Galbraith alongside Britt Nicol. Britt, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you, Stace. How are you?
Oh, I'm really good, thanks. Thanks for having us in, I guess, somewhat your neck of the woods, growing up in the Pottsville area. You can still kind of claim Kingy as your own, right?
I did go to the high school just behind here, so
yeah, that counts.
Surfed here a lot.
Yep. We're going to be pretty lucky this week. The forecast looks really good, eh?
It does. It was pumping yesterday for the Pro Junior Stays. I don't know if you got down the beach at all. Conditions this morning, though, the wind's picked up a little bit bumpier on the face, but the bank's still there.
Definitely, yeah. I saw some action on the Instagram a couple of waves yesterday. Looked like some cracking heats. The quality of the juniors is really good, and yeah, luckily for us, I think probably 80% of those kids are going to do the QS this week. So yeah, we should get to see them in action again. Corbin Hutchins looked like he got off to a quick start here, along with Luke Brumby. And yeah, as he said, the bank's really good here. I think that as the wind swings around a bit more to the north this morning, we're going to have, yeah, a really exciting day. The tide coming in, it'll be kind of, I reckon, perfect for a QE. 4-man heats and a little onshore rib in the wave, and hopefully lots of opportunities. As you know better than anyone, the rip out here at Kingscliff can be pretty turbo.
It is. It's almost like one of those snapper rips, and I think Kingscliff is known for it. Me growing up in this area, every time I came here, I'm like, okay, I've just got to expect that I'm on like a paddle treadmill and just work my way against the rip just to get back into the spot.
Definitely. I think it would have to be up there with one of the world's most rippiest waves, if that's a word, for how big it can get. But luckily enough, the swell today is sort of out of that east-northeast direction, and it won't be too bad as what it can get here with the southerly swell. You can see the competitors here paddling back up the line pretty easily today, and yeah, again, with that tide coming in, I think it should be a pretty enjoyable day for everyone, and hopefully more surfing than paddling would be to go.
That would be the aim of the game here, Stace.
Corbin Hutchins, this is his first ride. He's got off to a pretty good start here. You'll take a 4.5 today. I think it's particularly this early on in the heat, and this is Luke Brumby's first ride. Stylish natural footer from the Sunshine Coast. Pretty similar styles, actually. Luke and Corbin there to start the heat. There's wave just sort of shouldering out there. This was a 3.67. We saw Elliot Parada-Reed do a runaround in the last heat. What do you think about that call, Britt?
I think with a 20-minute heat, it's really tricky if you're going to do that runaround. You'd be wanting to get a quick wave to start with and then do the runaround straight up, so it allows you that more time in the water. Whereas if it's towards the kind of tail end of the back half of the heat, I'm not so sure I'd be doing the runaround, Stace.
If you had equal time remaining, what would you choose? To run or to paddle? What's your least favourite?
Least favourite? Running, 100%.
Oh, I hate paddling. I would definitely run. So it's a tricky one. I think it worked out really well for Elliot in the last heat. He was able to run up and get kind of underneath everyone and get a really good score back up at the top of the point. When everyone else was kind of stuck down the bottom. And you see at the top of the screen there are some fun waves sort of the whole way up the point, but I think a lot of these competitors this morning, they'll choose to sit down the bottom where the rest of the pack sit. It sort of can feel a bit lonely sitting up there all by yourself, but I think, like I mentioned earlier, there should be plenty of chances at some scoring opportunities today. Oh, wow. Britt Nicol left at Cabba Point.
Left at Kingy.
Oh, excuse me, Kingy.
Blue on screen, that is Josh Boyle. Just carves around that first section, and again, trying to stay in the pocket, hoping that he's going to get the steep section on the inside. A little hung up, but he's found his feet in the wax days.
Yeah, not a bad opener there for Joshy. Probably just didn't get her on the right side of the lump there as he brought it through to the inside. He's thinking about it. He's a proud member of the Snapper Rocks board riders. He's not afraid of a run around. So you can see Joshy Boyle here. Beautiful style, great technique. And yeah, a little wobbly through the inside here, Britt, but he made the most of it.
put a number on the board with just over 13 minutes on the clock. How long do you think it's going to take to do the runaround, Stace?
Not as long as probably what I think the competitors think. I think it probably would only take... It just depends. This is probably the hardest, most frustrating part of the runaround, whether how quickly you can get through that gutter and if you might even get a little wave that brings you the whole way in. But I reckon he could be back out the back again in 2 minutes, maybe less, because it's not a very big paddle out. You sort of, once you're across that sandbar, you're more or less, out the back straight away. So I don't know how hard Joshy Boyle's been training, maybe a bit more than 2 minutes, but I think if you're on top of things, I think about 2 minutes.
Wait and see.
Yeah.
Where the clock's at when he gets out the back.
Yeah, I'll start the stopwatch now. We'll see how he goes once he gets out the back. But I think we'll probably see a lot of heats like this today to get things underway. People just finding their positions in the lineup, pretty scrappy. Kai Hing, that's a name you won't see in too many QS draws. But Kai's originally from the Sunshine Coast and now lives, or going to take a punt, that's around the Bangalore area. And fantastic surfer. He's probably one of the most exciting juniors I think I'd ever laid eyes on. And he had an amazing career on the QS as a junior. And took a few years off, made a few video parts. And now he's back in the Rashi. He'd be, I wonder how he's feeling, because it's been a while since I've seen him in a Rashi.
Well, he's yet to lock a score in the board. However, it is a bit of a slow heat. There's still plenty of opportunity. And yeah, speaking of that, you haven't seen him in a Rashi for a fair while. One of the last heats as well, Billy Keane, that was a bit of a blast from the past. Billy from that Sawtell region also deciding to chuck that Rashi back on. So it's good to see some competitors that are turning around and coming back.
Yeah, we heard Bugs talk about it in the last heat, sort of the regional series and the opportunities it gives. You don't have to spend $1 million to, go to Japan or South Africa or any of these other, locations that are a long way away for, say, one event. We're going to have a couple of fantastic events in, within driving distance of most of these people's backyard.
Josh Boyle at this stage is in the lead with a 4.63. On screen, that is the man we've been talking about, Kai Hing. Carves around into that pocket. Not much on offer, and opts to get out of that one. The surfer in green. Off to a start with just over 10.5 minutes remaining in this heat.
I like that for Kai. I think he's probably better off without priority. He can just sort of sniff around the lineup now and try and catch a few waves. He's got a fantastic aerial game, and it wouldn't take him too long to put a heat together, but it could be one of those things with first priority, can feel like a bit of an anchor sometimes.
It can be a tricky one, and you do see competitors do that. They have priority and then they hold on to priority for the majority of the heat, and they become too patient, too selective, and start to say no to waves that maybe they should have said yes to. So competitors like that, like you just mentioned, it can work to their advantage not having priority, because they start to hunt a bit more and they look at waves with a bit more intent.
Yeah, definitely. You can kind of have a swing on a few waves that you probably wouldn't look at with first priority, because you've got it in your head, I don't want to blow it.
And that is the pullback shot there of Kingscliff Beach. We are set up in front of the Surf Lifesaving Club. Oakberry van there. This is, of course, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It's for anyone tuning in.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Gee, don't have to do much to sell this part of the world, Britt. It is beautiful. You spent your whole life growing up around here. Has become very popular over the last couple of years. So we see Corbin Hutchins up and riding. Nice opening turn there. And he started half decently, but he will need another score here if he wants to get himself back up into first. He's put this wave together really well. Equipment looking really good under his feet there. Didn't really get the steep section that I think he'd be hoping for. This is the funny one. Britt checks the watch. I think he's got to run around in him easily. He's been training his backside off, so this is where it all comes into play, Britt.
That is Kai Hing, the Oakberry replay. Wobbly face to work with. Just waiting for that steep section. Comes hard off the bottom, cracks lip. Really see that wobble straight through the middle of that wave. He did as best he could. And here we go. Corbin Hutchings, here's the replay of his wave. Lays into that first turn, throwing a heap of spray. And again for the second carve. Putting that board on rail. He's got a frothy section ahead and manages to finish off strong on the inside. He has been working really hard, Stace. I've saw Corbin in the gym a few times, the HPC there, working with Jared. And he's looking fit.
Looking fit and fired up. On the replay, that wave actually looked a bit better than my first impression. He tore that wave to shreds. So no doubt he'd be pumping the legs right now on the run around, trying to get back out there and close out this heat strongly. But I'd say that would have to be the best wave of the heat, and he's put himself in a really, really good position here. 5.83 for Corbin on that last one.
Here it is, Corbin Hutchings in the red, goes straight into first place for that 5.83 and a 4.5. Kai Hing in the green in second. Looking for that 7.23 to go to first.
We've got one Kiwi in the water absolutely crushing it right now. I think Jess is on the sideline with another. Jess, who you got?
I am. Thanks, Stace and Britt. Elliot Parata-Reid won your heat round 1, heat number 2. Beautiful 7.17. Must have felt nice out there.
Yeah, I did a run around just before that wave and I was almost having an asthma attack. I was dying, but yeah, got a 7. So I wasn't sure if they were going to say that I rode out of it. I kind of hit a backwash, but they gave me the benefit of the doubt, so I was frothing.
And you had a pretty young crew out there against you, people like Jack Swan and Jackson Dorian. Do you know many of these young and up-and-coming guys who've been around the QS for a long time? You've got a lot of experience so far.
Yeah, I've seen Jackson Dorian doing like backflips in the pool and stuff, but it's the ocean out there. Nah, it was pretty sick to have a heat against him. He'll probably be a world champ one day, and I'll be old and fat at the pub telling the boys that I bet him. I bet that world champ. Yeah, it's got to be my claim to fame.
I love it, Elliot. And you've got another round coming up later on today. Plenty of New Zealanders in the draw as well. Corbin's at the moment doing pretty well in his heat. What's going into that thought for second round today?
Yeah, there's this mean-as UFC card on today, so I just hope I'm not clashing with it because I'm keen to watch it and get the sports bet out, so who knows.
Well, beautiful. Good luck with that and also with your next round heat, and great first heat win for you.
Yeah, thanks. Kia ora, boys. Chirp.
Chirp EPR. What a cracker. Yeah, priorities, mate. You're on the QE, bruv. Don't worry about what's on the TV, Savo. No one's going to be, the Vlog Mansion's always going to be there. Not every day you get to surf firing Kingy Point with only 3 other guys. Well, 2 for him. I think he actually only had 2 people in his heat that showed up. Luke Brumby is from the Sunshine Coast. Lots of beautiful right-hand points up there. And we're at a pretty beautiful right-hand point here, yet he insists on going left. My mind is about to explode, Britt.
As a surf coach, Stace, how do you feel with watching a competitor go left at a right point?
If the wind was blowing from the south and there was a little ramp there, knock yourself out. But with the wind at your back, as you can see there, it's so hard to surf, even just not even trying it out. You feel like the world's against you, because it is. You've got the ocean going one way, the current and the right underneath is going to the left of screen, and then you've got the wind at your back blowing the board away from you. I don't think you could pick a harder way to get through a heat than go left at Kingy Point. So, yeah, I think too, it's just about playing to your strengths. Luke's obviously got an incredible front side. He's done amazing in events past going right, and yeah, it's pretty simple. I'd be sticking to his strengths for sure. There's plenty of rights out there.
We will wait and see. With 3.5 minutes remaining, will Luke Brumby decide to go right at Kingscliff? On the screen, next competitor, Green Rashi. beautiful morning here at Kingy. The sun is shining, the waves are pumping, the wind is up, a little bit bump on the face. Yesterday, when I was here for the Pro Juniors, there was a few competitors electing for that left. However, the wind was from the south. A completely different ball game today. I feel as though wave selection is going to be key, positioning key, but choosing those waves that are on the right bank. For Kingscliff, it's one of those banks that if you're not in the right spot and you paddle and you miss it, you're going to be halfway down the beach with the way the current is.
Horrible feeling, that, isn't it?
Especially if you've got priority too and you go to paddle and you miss it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's Dave Galbraith alongside Britt Nicol. Thanks for having us in your hood, Britt. And we've got a pretty exciting wrap-up to this heat here. Apart from Corbin, no one's really run away with it. I'd say Joshy Boyle's probably in the gun seat here to advance. He's got priority and he's got the second best wave of the heat. He only needs a really small score to get up into second. Needless to say, though, Luke and Kai, both quality surfers, they're capable of dropping a big score any minute now. So hopefully we get a flurry of action to close this one out.
2 minutes. There is really not much still in this heat for these competitors. Nobody's run away with it. Total at the moment for the lead is at 10.33. These competitors are more than capable of locking in those excellent scores, and I think as the day goes on, Stace, the tide will change a bit, and we've been talking about that run around. I think at the moment you've got a bit of a lower tide this morning, and with the run around you can run as far up the beach as you can, and you can still use the sandbank to get further out in the lineup, whereas once the tide starts to fill in a bit, I think the run around is going to make it a little bit tricky because you're actually going to be running along the beach but then paddling out further.
The old run, swim, paddle. Don't miss them. No, it's a really good point that you make. Yeah, at the moment you can kind of run almost, like you said, into the lineup and come in from behind it and then drift in, whereas, yeah, a bit later in the day that might be a bit more difficult. But competitors won't have that to worry about now. They're all in position. They just need to find themselves a wave. There's a minute on the clock, and it's at this point in time where if you're Josh Boyle, you just start to think about riding anything. Simply because there's, not a lot of time left on the clock. And Kai Hing looks like he's moving towards something here. 45 seconds. I think these heats sometimes can be more exciting than the ones where people are dropping 8s and 9s. This is anyone's heat right now. I'd say that Corbin Hutchins has more or less locked himself in, mainly because, here we go, Luke Brumby. Oh, this is a nice looking right. He's going to get a second section. Beautiful snap. There you go. Beautiful way to finish that wave. And, he's done his best effort there to really cement his spot at getting through this heat. Now, Josh Boyle probably has no idea what Luke's done there. There's Kai behind. Trying to get out on the green face. Can he get a little double up? He's found a nice wave. Beautiful carve. Probably needs one more turn there. And yeah, as I mentioned, Joshy wouldn't have really known that Luke had that wave, so he more or less just took a wave to get a second score on the board. But it was Luke Brumby and Kai Hing getting the better of those final exchanges there. Corbin behind. I don't want to call it a victory lap, but I'd say he's pretty safe in either first or second there as we wait to see the scores from the judges there. What do you think of Luke's wave, Britt?
I feel as though he's done enough to stay in second spot. I don't think it'll be enough to go to first, but I feel like he'll solidify second.
Yeah. It's going to be a really interesting score to watch it come in. It was really the only wave in this whole heat where he had some vertical face to work with. He was a bit hung up on the first turn. The second turn was, timed it amazingly. So we'll have to wait and see. I've got a feeling the judge is really going to like it.
The last flare on that last turn.
Yeah, a bit of flare on the last one, whereas everyone else's waves have sort of been kind of petering off into the channel and not really giving him a steep face. He had an opportunity there to really crack it. So Josh Boyle momentarily moves into second, but we are still waiting for scores from Luke Brumby and Kai Hing. And
we will wait and see. Will Luke Brumby get the score required? On screen there, that is Corbin Hutchings. Good sportsmanship there as he makes his way into the beach. We will be back shortly after a commercial break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Stace Galbraith joined by Jess Grimwood. Jess, good morning.
G'day, Stace. Good morning. Big morning, hey? Plenty of waves. I feel like that last heat was probably the nice bit of momentum that the guys were needing here this morning. First few heats are a little bit sleepy, bar Elliot Paratas, but that last heat, heat number 3, looking really good, Stace.
Yeah, that was a classic QS scrap-off at the end there, but the gents managed to find some pretty strong waves. I actually did not get to see the final results there, but I would have a fairly strong inclination that Luke Brumby got a pretty good score there to wrap that one out. And unfortunately, again, an educated guess would be sending Josh Boyle and Kai Hing packing, which is it's a bummer. That's a really stacked first heat, round 1. We were just mentioning how we get a few guys that sort of don't compete for a while and throw their hat back in the ring.
Yeah.
Kai Hing's one of them, a really exciting talent from the Sunshine Coast, but he lives in the Northern Rivers now. And yeah, stoked to see him back out there. Really bummed he didn't get a chance, but that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, they're lethal too, aren't they? Because they haven't had those last, couple of years of events where people can really dissect what they get up to and how they surf a heat and how they run priority and how they just handle the overall competition side of things. And then suddenly, like you said, they come out of the closet and just come swinging. And, we're looking at towards finals days or semi-finals and things like that. And you have these names that have popped back up into the draw that are just absolutely dominating. And here we go, live action.
Brocky Cooper from North End. Might be a little caught behind on that one. See if you can get the reform through the inside. Oh, wow. Simultaneous broadcast surfing. I can't say I've ever seen that before. And behind, that's Kieran Conway.
That is good.
Are we setting new benchmarks here?
We're setting precedents.
Have you ever seen that before?
Oh, I reckon I've seen it maybe like 10 years ago. Maybe once by accident when there was like 2 big... it might have been somewhere at like J Bay or something like that where there was like 2 beautiful waves and they just split the screen somehow, but I haven't seen it done that nicely on day number 1 of a QS event stage.
We are bringing it here, round of 128, QS 5000, Tweed Coast Pro. So much action, so little camera angles. Beautiful stuff.
I know, and I just snuck outside a little bit there after that chat with Elliot, and you can see as well, like you just can't see the depth and the amount of ocean that they are covering here. Here we go, replay from Brock. Just like you said, Stace, just caught way behind that section. There could have been that scoring opportunity just in front of that lump and bump. And there, where he's a little late under that section, but he can't really get anything on that.
Yeah, totally. Kieran behind, just trying to find the little lump to work with. That's unfortunately a pretty average piece of ocean to work with, but the boys, they've got the feels, got a wave under the belt, and they're no doubt going to try and find a better opportunity now as they go out the back. But you're right, it's a massive playing field.
Massive.
Actually, I don't know if I'm too caffeinated or I am seeing things, but I think there's waves way up the top.
Yeah, there is. They're way up the top of the point.
It would be scary to sit there, but I reckon in a 20-minute heat, you'd have to give it a go. Like sitting in a 20-minute heat in the pack with everyone here, you know, the rule book says, the coach rule book anyway, sit with your competitors and beat them there. But if I was someone like Jay Okalupo, who's like, you're probably going to see it on this wave here, fantastic turnout at the top. But my point being, Jay's super explosive, and so someone like Kai Hing or whatever, they don't need much to get a big score, particularly with how confident they are in the air. I reckon there's waves up top.
I think you might be spot on the money there. That's why you're one of the most well-renowned, best coaches around, Stace. That
definitely thrown some wobblies before in my time, that's for sure.
Yeah, but there is that wave I saw in that last set. It was charging through unridden, 2 waves in the last set in the last heat. Way south, right at the top of that sand there, but here's live action.
Rocky Cooper from the north end of the Gold Coast, he would be absolutely spewing today because there would be some pretty quality waves up his end of town given this northwest wind, so it's going to be hard for him to block that out. And a little wobbly on the finish there, but it looked nice to start that wave.
Yeah, good, nice, clean face too at the start of that one. You can see how quick that water's getting pushed down the point there, but Jay having to do a little run around.
Get him, Jay boy. Jay's been training hard. He's been in the boxing gym throwing his hands around. So it'd be pretty good cross training, I reckon. Brocky Cooper here. Jess.
Yeah, nice bit of water, like you said, Stace. This bit right here, that's the scoring potential for him. Manages to click off a nice mid-face slash. I thought he was chasing a little launch pad on the end there, and I really thought he might have been able to click into, that was a good couple of extra points left, kind of unridden on the end.
Kind of looked like he was in 2 minds, didn't he?
Tricky little, like you said, with that wind, that little rib and lump bump that's coming straight at that cross face of the wave. It's tricky conditions, but those guys have been able to tap into those nice little clean pockets like that opening turn for Brock. They're going to be the ones that are shining through in this first round.
Yeah, definitely. He'll be kicking himself. He wasn't able to maximise that opportunity there. Just we're already, 6.5 minutes into this heat, and it's little mistakes like that in a 20-minute heat with 3 other surfers, you'd hate to think that might come back to bite him. So he'd definitely be looking to try and get another wave again real quick and try and sort of up the ante a bit there. See off the end there, Kieran Conway.
Looks like he's waiting for this thing just to give him an opportunity. All up in front of him, maybe chasing. A little bit of a launch pad.
That was mental.
Beautiful.
That was sick.
Seemingly out of nowhere as well. It looked like he didn't even have that much speed and suddenly just popped straight off the lip. Nice, clean little frontside rotation for Kieran.
This is so sick. Like, I know nothing about Kieran. Just tried to suss his Instagram then. He's got, like, private set up. Can't really do much background research there. All it says is chippy. So chippies are doing, big punts like that. It just goes to show the level of talent that we have in Australian surfing. That's incredible.
Yeah, I love that too about this type of the regional part of the series is having these guys like the Kieran Conways. I've seen a few clips of him around the times probably over the last few years, but look, it's pretty much a nothing wave. I feel like he's so disinterested.
He's kind of got a groovy style. I think he's definitely he knew what he was looking for. Wow, this is sick. Oh my God, how he landed right the transition there. Did well to pull that out. It's going to be an interesting score for the judges to throw.
Easy money too for Kieran there in that one. It just looked like effortless, and he doesn't look nervous at all. Like you said, funky style. He's probably feeling pretty cruisy. Obviously got that trade in the back pocket as well, and you never know.
He's pretty relaxed because he's on the Northern Rivers / Gold Coast for the weekend. He probably went up to Kira yesterday afternoon, and now he's down in the north end of the Tweed Coast today. Yeah, it definitely looked relaxed. Why wouldn't he be?
Yeah. Do you know those are the stories? Oh, here we go. Jay, a little sniff on that one, but those are the kind of stories that I love when we look towards that starter of the Challenger Series, when we see who's made it through this part of the qualifying series, is those new or older names that have come back, and you just go, where do those guys come from?
Totally.
And the chippies, they've spent the last 5 years on a building site, and they're just so obsessed and so in love with surfing and competing, and suddenly they're just straight up there on the Challenger Series.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a chat with someone on the sidelines. I have no idea who won that last heat. Britt, tell us all about it.
It was Corbin Hutchings in the red. He took the win. The boy from New Zealand, living in Australia. How are you feeling heading out there this morning, Corbin?
I was excited.
been keen as to compete and get back in the comps and whatnot. But it was tricky. It was definitely looking at it and it's like, you know, it's going to put a bit of strategy into play out there. But yeah, stoked to get a little win and keep moving.
Speaking of strategy, you only caught 2 waves in that heat. You elected for the runaround. What were you thinking midway through that runaround when you were making your way back down the beach?
I mean, I would have liked more waves, but didn't really get the opportunity. I guess you want to pick the eyes out of it a bit too, but yeah, the runaround was pretty intense. I was thinking, my strength and conditioning coach is on the beach, he's watching. I was just thinking, oh, Doe can't start walking now if he watching.
I'm certainly sure he would have been. So you've been doing a fair bit of work with Jared. Can you talk us through what you've been working on moving into 2023?
Yeah, I mean, last year we put in heaps of time together. We were just consistent, and yeah, he's helped me heaps. He's like mental sort of toughness and physical strength, and yeah, he's just been dialing me in, and we've been committing, and I'm feeling good, and I'm really keen to like get this moving. We're in the round of 128. There's heaps to go, but we're ready for it.
Moving on into that next round, is there anything that you're going to do differently this afternoon?
Just got to hang around and see what happens. I guess you got to play it heat by heat and just whatever the conditions offer. I mean, a couple more waves would be nice. Surfed like all day yesterday at Snapper and like through Greenie, and it was absolutely perfect. To come to this was like, all right, we got to get it going here. But yeah.
It was a perfect training ground. Kingscliff Banks have been pretty similar to Snapper at the moment, so it's great to see you through to the next round, Corbin. We're watching closely for your next heat. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Britt. Fantastic insight there from Corbin. I don't know if that mental toughness is really paying off. He sounded like he was having a bit of a whinge about not having a perfect right-hand point to surf in a heat. This is as good as a QS gets.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it?
This is firing.
Especially with the forecast over the next week with the swell and the winds and the sand. It's looking pretty good for the week, but I like that little bit of insight for Corbin.
Yeah, I think that as Gold Coasters, that's our biggest problem. We're very, very spoiled wave-rich region. So we're going to take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll be back right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We've got another really tight heat on our hands here. No one's really taking this one by the horns at the moment. Jess.
Yeah, I know it's kind of been that. Oh, here we go. The explosive little chippy. He's on the hunt again. You can see you see what he's chasing, can't you?
Yeah.
He's got a few little tools in that tool belt ready to flare up here for round number 1. Oh. The pulsing swell out the back there. You can see that little whitewash flare of the beautiful bombing out there, Stace. Just your mouth wide open there. Look at this replay.
Kieran Conway, wow, fantastic turn off the top there. Beautiful sequence of manoeuvres. Oh, maybe spewing he didn't get that last one down, but the first turn there was enough points in that to be pretty stoked. Brocky Cooper here now on the inside himself. That's a better finish from Brock. Cleaned up that last effort.
Yeah, that was a lot nicer, a lot cleaner two-turn combo for him. But that Kieran, I like watching him surf. He's exciting.
He is, yeah. He's got plenty of anticipation when he stands up on the board. You're really interested to see what comes next. Logan Speck, North Stratty boy. He's picked a little runner here. He's a big lad. He's done well to put those turns together on that wave.
Yeah, he really grinded that one out there, didn't he, the goofy footer?
Yeah, and he needed to because he's got young Brocky Cooper snapping at his heels. But yeah, Corbin made a good point in that last interview, and I think probably 3 of the 4 surfers in this heat. I don't know too much about Kieran as we see him up here on another wave. This section looks a little tricky to deal with. But, a lot of these competitors with the big break that we've had, and if they didn't do any of their regional events last year, this is the first event of the year for him. And Corbin made a reference there, like it is only the round of 128, but it's a big deal. Like to surf your first heat in a while after you've been training your backside off all summer. A lot goes into it. And, internally, you can see the competitors, they put a lot of pressure on themselves. They put in a lot of time, a lot of effort. And so, it's... those little heat wins, they do mean something. It is only early days, but that's just a little spark that you might need to then carry on and go on to a big result here. So, it was cool to see how invested Corbin is, and a lot of these young blokes, like it does mean a lot, you can tell. Yeah,
I heard the similar kind of, words from Elliot just off camera before, after he had his heat win. I said, that would have been good. You look pretty happy. And he goes, I would have been spewing if I had lost first round here, to have waited for such a big event and to, fall out so early. But I'm actually not that excited that I've won, because I'm already thinking about my next round today. So they just reset straight away. And he's obviously thinking about, he was talking about USC and all the other things going on in...
Totally, something to distract them. Yeah, I think they love it when they're out there. Like anything, it's the lead up that can get you unglued. And I think that, something that these QS competitors, they don't really have to deal with it too much. They generally surf a heat a day every day until you either win or lose. You watch Pipeline, crew surf their first round heat, then had a week off. And if you haven't got it right in between your ears, that week can feel like a month. So it's one of the good things about the QS, I think, is that it is very action-packed. You are going heat after heat, day after day.
Here's the replay for Last Logan, the goofy footer. Powerful surfing, frothy looking section, but he finds that little double up. He's gone straight into the lead with just under 4 minutes. So I feel like grindy surfing for him, probably not as clean as he wanted, but he's created himself a score and he's created himself that opportunity to take the lead at this point in the heat, Stace.
Yeah, definitely. So he'd be pretty happy sitting in this position with about 3.5 minutes on the clock.
I love that you can see how big that swell is pulsing through. You can see those little white caps on the horizon of your screen as well, and just those little bit of whitewash flares and little speckles. Those things are big chunks of ocean hitting some bombings or some spots out there. Yeah, I've got some pretty big fear that we're going to see some pretty mental Instagram clips of Savo. Have you got FOMO sitting in the room? No, not really. I'm stoked to be here. This is all time. But this region... We're lucky we are in this part of the world right now. We've got so many options. We've got obviously the point here at Kingscliff. If it gets a little bit smaller, we could obviously move back to Cabarita. We've got a host of beach breaks. And as this wind swings around a bit more to the north and sort of is like a direct onshore rather than that little devil wind, I think we're going to have a great day of surfing. And I think the competitors are really lucky to have this at their doorstep, because not every opportunity you go to, you can move around as much as what we can. So this is going to be great. We're going to jump down to Britt. You got a conditions update for us?
I do have a conditions update. The tide is starting to make its way back in, so it has turned about 4 hours. So we've got a 1 o'clock high tide, but the wind has picked up. We do have a bit of a crosswind from the north, so it is affecting the wave face a fair bit. There's a bit of lump and bump, but all competitors still making the most of those opportunities. We'll wait and see what this afternoon brings, but I feel like with that incoming tide, it may just improve on that bank that little bit more and give those surfers the opportunity to get those inside rides that link all the way through to the beach. Love it, Britt. She's a bit of Tim Bailey there.
Yeah, that was
nice little
great.
weather forecast.
Yeah.
Maybe she has missed her calling in surf reporting and weather forecasting. I think maybe something to go into, because beautiful little live report there. She's probably got her toes pretty close to the water as well.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go.
Ooh.
Bit of an emotion showing there from young Jay. Still time on the clock. He can definitely do this in one wave. So it's it's up to him, like we mentioned earlier. Just he's been putting in the work. He's been training too, and this is the chance. Sometimes you got to do these heats the hard way, and you got to figure it out. It's not always start with a score, get a good strong second one, and close out the heat. Sometimes it's get a 1, get a 2, get a 2, get a 1, and he still only needs a 6. So he's more than capable of getting that score. And if anything, the positive way to look at it is the clock counting down actually favours him, because if he rides one more wave, there's not probably going to be time for his competitor to catch him. So if he can get an opportunity, I I definitely think he's got the skill set to be able to execute it. So
yeah. And he's sitting with that first priority position too. 1 minute priority, he needs a 6:13. He's already seen, the other boys, Logan and Kieran, throw down some pretty nice little scores on pretty, mediocre waves, really.
Here we go. Jay just unfortunately caught behind there, unable to get around the foam on that one.
Just chasing that open face. There was the opportunity there, but he might get another chance. 40 seconds, Stace.
Yeah, the good thing about this bank is that you're back out the back almost instantly. So, yeah, he might get another chance if one of the surfers further up the line aren't already on the wave. That's only going to be his trouble at the moment, as we see Brock Cooper here. Needs a score to get into second. Oh, he just couldn't quite put that wave together.
Oh, he only needed, what's he chasing, a 4.21?
Yeah. Logan out in the lead here. This is sort of a victory lap. Oh, big fella. And not too sure if we're going to see anyone behind. This is Kieran. Kieran probably be wise just to, just stay on that wave, make sure Jay doesn't sniff off the end. But, time running out there for Jay and Brock Cooper.
Kind of missed opportunity perhaps for Brock and Jay. Like, there really was perhaps the potential on both of their waves for those medium range scores, so unfortunately for them, could have spelt out an early round exit.
Yeah, definitely a bit to digest there, but that's what it's all about. Back to the drawing board, and I don't think we saw any other waves there off the end. Another scrappy heat. 10-point total. I think we saw 10.33 in the last one. Got another exciting heat coming up. This is the round of 128 at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, the #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
And a very good morning. Welcome back. Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro here. Straight into heat number 5, a round of 128 of the men in the water. It is Cameron McDougall, Casey Lane, Jed Fasso, Mannix Squires, myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, tricky conditions this morning. We've seen some pretty scrappy, as Stace would call them, smaller heat scores. What are you seeing right now coming into this heat number 5 and this little vision of the lineup?
Well, tricky is the word, and it's pretty rough out there. And the thing is that with the bank now, with the conditions, is probably better on the high tide. So we've got the incoming tide, but we're still seeing really scrappy heats. Seems like one guy, he seems to be in a dominant position, and then it's a real scrap for second place in quite a few of the heats.
And at the moment, I mean, coming into this opening round, we were just speaking about, we've heard from the Kiwis, at least from Corbin and from Elliot, how much goes on into their prep and their strength and conditioning. You know, Corbin even having his S&C coach here on the beach. To lose in first round of a QS 5000, heartbreak for them and their prep, but to win, they've just got to reset because there's another round coming up today. How's that playing to their minds?
Yeah, oh, well, look, I mean, getting through a heat, you know, you get a bit of a buzz from that for sure. I mean, obviously, you know, if you go out there and, you know, after all the preparation aren't able to perform and, you know, and it is really rough conditions, and in some ways are certainly better than others and with better scoring potential. We see this way, those first waves of the set, they just carry all the chop on the face.
Oh.
And that was pretty... He wrestled with that wave, Cameron McDougall there, but he pulled it off and he got that last finishing move in.
Yeah, wrestle's a really good descriptive word for how he's just trying to negotiate those lumps and bumps. And look, Mannix up and riding just behind him in the green Rashi from Scarborough. His dad's actually in the draw as well later on today.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, it's going to be a good battle if we see these two link up towards each other. A nice big section for Mannix. A little bit of a jam. But just the opening wave for him, I think.
But you can see even on that wave, the face was a little bit smoother. It was a later wave in the set. So you've already got choppy conditions. You take that first wave of the set, you're going to be carrying every single bit of that chop on the face. And here's another replay now.
Yeah, that's the replay of Casey Lane there.
Quick one.
Yeah, quick in and out for him. Here's Cameron's. What you were talking about, Bugs.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Like, I mean, just the fact that he hung in there and didn't get it. It was like a bucking bronco that way. But look at the chop on the face, and he's battling with it, still making it work. And I like the way he did manage to. It's like he's going over moguls.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? The compression in those knees as well, just absorbing those speed humps all the way through, but still being able to make use of that big section at the end. Here's Jed Faso.
Yeah, Jed. Slightly smoother looking face here. I guess with the high tide, that's what you will get in them. If you don't get a wave like Cameron McDougall's there, you get a smoother one. The higher tide will help that. It's going to be pretty gnarly on the lower tide this afternoon, from what I can see.
Yeah, that late low tide. So we're going up to the high tide at 1, and then as all that water drains straight back off the bank again, it's going to be choppy and lumpy. The guys have got their work cut out for them here for day number 1. QS 5000, of course, working with Oakberry as well, the official assay of WSL Australia. I love seeing their caravan set up in the contest area. I dare say we might get a sneak tasting on those Oakberry bowls as well later on today, Bugs.
Oh, yeah, it's really very tasty.
Yeah, you're never one to miss the food table as well. I know if I'm searching out for lunch, I can hunt you down and you'll be somewhere close to it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you always got to keep fueled up.
See it. So just under 14 minutes. Here we go. Replay of Jed Faso. I love how he grabs his rail here on his bottom turns. Absorbs that lumps and bumps, and like you were saying, just the speed humps and chops, and he really creates a score out of that one there.
He sure did. And he took the safety route off the bottom turn, and it really paid off.
So Jed Faso straight up into the lead, 5.5 heat total at the moment. Priority is with Casey, sitting in second position. Similar nature and feel about the first 10 minutes of this heat as well to what we've seen already this morning. Just those 3s, 4s, and the occasional 5 has really been the order of the morning until that one guy has been able to find those 6 to 7 point rides, those bigger looking waves as well. There's Jed. He's found himself in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, that was a good ride. And harking back to that wave of Cameron McDougall, look, he only got a 3.1, the lowest score of that whole exchange. And really, it was because all those little moguls in that, they weren't scoring points. That was just hanging him in there, and he got all the points in that one last manoeuvre. So that was a tough ride, and Cameron worked hard to get that 3.1.
And you can see just the amount of ocean. We've been alluding to it all morning, speaking about it all morning. It's such a big aspect here of competing in this lineup. It's almost a couple of football fields worth of takeoff area with that never-ending current of treadmill against the arms, and you add into play that run around. So these athletes really have to have that overall conditioning. Bugs, the legs have to work, the arms have to be on full rotation and ready to fire, at least 2 times a day if they're surfing in the second round.
There's definitely a plan A and plan B out here. I mean, the run can come into play if you get a super long connecting ride, and which is going to be a bonus. You're probably going to get a keeper of a score than the runaround, but with the high tide, you've got quite a distance between the end of the break and you've got flat water to paddle across. You can see the gutter there. That's all time consuming. So we're not seeing a lot of runarounds, but earlier Elliot Pierre got a really beautiful ride and then did the run around, got himself on that behind the peak situation, and I think he got a 7.17 on his next ride, so that paid off for him.
And earlier as well on the screen and in the vision, we saw a lot of swell. Rabbit and Stacey's eyeballs popping out of his head because he's so excited about the possibilities around this region. We have a swell like this on tap, and I mean, obviously, the wave's tricky at this particular location. The wind's, tricky at this particular location. As you see, look like Jed just finding himself a rare little left here at Kingy.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the forecast for a little while, but it showed that today was the bad wind day. You know, it does look like we're going to have better conditions moving into the week. So today is a really, really tricky day.
So while we wait for the next score to lock in for Jed, he's currently in the lead, 10.5 minutes on the clock. Stacey with heat number 4's winner.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Logan, how'd you make sense of it out there, mate?
I kind of didn't really. Like, I suppose with the conditions, it's sort of similar to Daddy's at home. So, I know I've surfed that millions of times, pretty similar. So I just waited up the top, hoped to get a bigger one up the top, but I don't know, I just got washed in and got lucky.
Did you ever think about doing a run around out there today? Looks like a few options up your sleeve.
Probably the runaround's probably the best option, to be honest. Like, paddling against that's probably not the greatest, smartest idea. Yeah.
You're obviously from a pretty special part of the world. Talk to us about how cool it is to watch Ethan Ewing on the World Tour and what that brings to your own game and how that gets you fired up for these events.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick watching Ethan. He's obviously probably the best surfer in the world, especially when it comes to turns. And when he's at home, you know, it's sick surfing with him and stuff. It just gets you amped up. So yeah, it's sweet.
Right on, mate. Looking forward to seeing you maybe later on this afternoon. Yeah, sweet. Cheers, Logan.
Thanks, Stace and Logan. Logan, looking pretty calm and casual after opening round win for him in heat number 4.
Yeah, well, he alluded to the fact that he surfs Deadman's over there in North Stratty a lot in this kind of devil wind kind of situation, and it served him well. He was not out of place there. And Jed, that's another solid ride for him. He's going to do the run around now. So he's got the 2 scores. So he's in an ideal position to really capitalise on this situation with 8 minutes 40 seconds remaining. And he's just got to paddle over that little gutter there and he's back on the beach.
So as we're waiting for scores to come in for last of Jed, we'll take a quick break here and we'll come back with live action, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We are here for the QS 5000 event, of course, the Oakberry, the official SIE partner of the WSL Australia, and we are off and running here this morning. Big, chunky bits as well rolling on into Kingscliff, and plenty of action already at the moment. 7 minutes on the clock, and Jed Faso in the lead, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Jed is, again, we're seeing one surfer pretty much dominating every heat. and it's been a real scrap for second place. And here's Cam McDougall. It's another pretty choppy one, but he's gone to work early on this one. He's got to deal with a lot on the face of this one, Jess.
Wow, that's a nice choice wave too, and just consolidates. I think beautiful. You can see the body language there, Rabbit, and just one of those bigger waves that we've seen going unridden a lot this morning. I feel like Stacey was talking about it a lot, and a lot of the competitors have really missed that takeoff spot. Let's have a look at the replay. Last of Jed.
Yeah, so this is the one that really consolidated first place for Jed. He might be getting challenged now by... There's a great finishing move there. So he's still a 9.83 total. It's not beyond the reach of these other competitors, and this is the best wave for Cameron McDougall by far. He gets over the sea. He sees this section here lining up, and boom! He plants that. He looks at his watch. He's going, yes, I've still got time. It was about just over 6.5 minutes when he looked at his clock. It's now just under that mark, but he's doing the runaround, trying to get himself in the spot for one more crack at this.
That might take him, what, a good 3.5 minutes of soft sand sprinting back up to that takeoff spot?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a workout. You've got to get over that gutter, then do the soft sand sprint, hopefully stick with a bit of the hard sand, but on that higher tide, it's more of the soft sand because... And he got himself a good score. He's got himself into second place, so he's not far off the lead now. Cam McDougall, nice work.
Yeah, I'd just say that's the best wave I've seen as well. I feel like that's been the opportunity, and that's the clutch moment for that heat, and Cam for just kind of identifying those bigger sets that have been going through unridden in the lineup all day, Bugs. And you know, we've seen all the surf reports already this morning here. You've given us such good insight into what the tide's going to do and that runaround coming into play. Your thoughts on just really capitalising on that end section like Cam was able to then?
Oh, absolutely. You know, the setup work and that finishing move has been the difference between getting through and not in these heats. Obviously, a wave that connects the dots all the way down the bank. There's a wave there by Casey Lane, and he really needed that one. He was sitting in second for a while, but he's well and truly in third now. That's going to help out. But look at this. Time is such of the essence.
There's that big gutter too that you're talking about. So not only if you put it all together as a package within that 3 or 4 minutes of explosive action, they're taking off, they're sprint paddling into the next set, they're surfing that wave, you know, maybe 20 seconds of real explosive full body and leg action, and then they're back down on their bellies. They've got to paddle straight across the gutter and then make the sprint back up to paddle back to the lineup spot. So I'd love to see how Cam's going in this situation, if he can make that little opportunity for himself again at the very end of this heat, find his spot again and find one of those little runners that go across the bank. There's the next heat going out. That's right, next heat in the lineup. It's a nice little paddle out into sort of deeper water, so they don't have to, they can come in from behind the current. It's pretty well set up for the next heat. But Manning Squires, he got that first wave. It was a good ride. He's on his forehand, but he's yet to capitalise on that. He's got priority, and here we see Jet Faso up again. He's trying to get over that 10-point mark here to consolidate first position. He's really found himself a lot of opportunity as well. Similar to Logan Specht in that last heat, he's found those foamy-looking inside kind of double-up wobbly ones. But it works so well for Logan, and at the moment the same thing's happening with Jed. He's just finding that opportunity and kind of creating those scores at this point. Not crazy explosive surfing, but really solid surfing in this first round. Yeah, that was another pretty handy ride there. He's looking to better a 4.33. May have done so, and that'll help out his position, because it's really, you've got to look at where third place is, and Casey Lane has only got that 3.23 and a 2.1. He needs something decent, and Mannix is in the same position. Not out of it, but needing some work to do. You can see a nice big set rolling on through the lineup. Mannix scratching under the first, holding down first priority. Is he going to pull the trigger on this one? It looks like it's wrapping around and lining up. He's got to. He's got to go if he wants a shot. He has a look. Doesn't like the look of that one. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. This one might be better. It's a wider wave. Yeah, this one's looking very promising. Here he goes. Mannix, big looking open face ahead, but a little too far behind that. Too wide.
And that's the tricky thing about this lineup out here. As you're saying, it's a football field of difference, and some waves hug the bank, some go wide, and he found himself at odds there. You know, the first waves obviously they tapered too much. They didn't have that down the line section that he's looking for to get the score required, and then he takes off and away, and he was too deep.
So priority switches to Cameron McDougall with just over or just under 1.5 minutes on the clock. Another opportunity going to come through the lineup here. You can see that big lump. Cameron with priority, holding on to second position. Casey and Mannix, the danger men at this point for Cameron and Jed. Arguably such a close scoreline between them, 0.8 of a difference between first and second. So once again, that 1 minute rush, that intensity coming down to this last exchange, and any man's game at this point.
Yeah, 60 seconds, it's a mad minute, and there are waves coming through the lineup. Cameron McDougall having a look at that one, he's too far out. He might be starting to think about the priority game here. He's got first priority, holding in on the second spot. Casey Lane, a danger man. Mannix, not big scores required. Here's young Mannix now. Nice sort of lick on the first wave. This is a smooth face, Jess.
Oh. That's a beautiful looking wave choice for him, and he's getting the work done as well. He's the real danger man at this point, chasing 581. He's had the opportunity. Beautiful section as he closes on out. He's going to feel good about that one. You can see, looking back to the beach, seeing where he's finishing off, and here we go. Answer back from Cam McDougall, but as he checks his watch, 10 seconds on the clock. Beautiful exchange. I love that last performance from Mannix there, right on that cusp.
To me, it was the best wave of the heat.
Bigger, cleaner, a lot of sections.
Really put it together well. Some bigger, beyond the lip line, nice snaps, a real good variety of manoeuvres. I think he's got himself through. We don't know what Cam McDougall did on the outside, though. It actually might be Jed Faso, who may be in a bit of strife here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, as we're waiting for scores here for that last ride from Mannix Squires. Let's have a look at the replay here, Cam's.
Yeah, okay, he did get an outside move in. So this is actually going to make it pretty difficult. He's looking to get a 3.9 out of this to go into first place. This is not taking into account Mannix's ride. And it would seem that Jed Faso might have gone from first to be in trouble here, because this, to me, Jess, is the best ride of the heat.
Yeah, the replay here, from Mannix Squires. Beautiful smooth surfing. I think you've called it right on the money, Rabbit. Most explosive, probably most amount of turns, bigger wave, nice clean open face for him to work with.
And make sure of the finish here. This is a really cool ride. Yeah, that's going to be, that's the best wave of the heat.
Waiting for scores there.
He got it, the 4.83 for Cam McDougall. Temporarily moves into first place.
It's non-stop action, isn't it? They're going straight into, looks like, last one for Casey Lane there. Maybe just after the buzzer. I think that buzzer you just heard is the start of the next heat. So let's wait for those scores to lock in and official results from heat number 5 to come on in. Stick with us. Plenty more live action coming up. Round of 128 of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back. Live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and swell pumping on through Kingscliff here. We are into heat number 6, round of 128 of the men's. The official call this morning from WSL Tour Manager here, Ty Sarati. Round of 96 coming up later on this afternoon. So plenty of live action all day here for the QS 5000, and myself, Jess Grimwood, joined with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, calling for you what's some of the best Australian men's and probably regional surfing, if not you've seen here or around the world. There's just been, I mean, some scrappy heats, but you see those little glints and those little sparkles of some of the best surfers.
Yeah, we've seen that last heat. We saw a couple of rides in the last 30 seconds that really made the difference.
I love how you said as well, and you called it from the get-go, as we see some live action. Looks like Taj Simon up and riding in the green jersey. He's found himself a roll in right behind, and he's just trying to line up. Like you said, that some of those waves just wrap and kind of hit that sand, and some just taper out into that open ocean. But in the water for heat number 6, Aussie Trickwell is in the red, Lennox Smith's in the blue, Davey Glazer in the white, and Taj, you just saw him up and riding there in the green. And yeah, it bugs that, I guess, overall understanding that you have of heat surfing and being able to tell towards the last 20 seconds of that heat for the previous one, for Jed being in danger, especially after Cam and Mannix. We'd love to hear the official results. I'm sure we'll catch up with the heat winner shortly. But calling that, you're never safe. First to second, never safe in conditions like this.
No, that's right, unless you've really got a big total like we saw a bit earlier today with guys getting 7s and 6s. I mean, in a heat where the top scores are 5s, it's a totally different situation.
So we're just over 15 minutes on the clock. Opening score in for Taj. Just a 1.5. Here we go. Glazer in the white, up and riding. Davies found himself a little runner. You can see he's chasing the open face. And a bit of opportunity here. He's really trying to create something as he switches directions, goes left. Nice little fast off the top carve. I mean, good opening ride for him. Nothing super critical, but it's going to get him on the board at this 15-minute mark. And as we welcome in Stace Galbraith. Good morning once again.
Musical chairs. Jess Grimwood, how are you?
I'm very good. Have a look at the replay here. What are you seeing?
Davey, good young lad from the Snapper Board Riders. Yeah, he's done well with this wave. Unfortunately, the wave just not really giving him anything to work with at the start. So he's tried to find a bit of steep face on the back end here. Probably the best turn of the wave there. And we'll see how the judges like that one. He did really well on the Pro Junior over the weekend. I think it was one of his first cracks at it, which would make me believe it's probably one of his first ever QS events as well. So, yeah, big weekend for the young fella.
Yeah, and big event too with the 5,000 kicking off right here, you know, pretty much just down the road from his backyard. But while we wait for the last few scores to lock on in for those rides, we'll cross on down to Brittany Nicol, who's with heat number 5 winner. Thank you, Britt.
Yes, I am here with the winner of that last heat, Cam McDougall. He is 19. He's from Caloundra on the Sunshine Coast. It was a bit of a scrappy heat. It was such a slow one, Cam. How do you readjust in the water when there's not necessarily those waves coming through?
I was just kind of thinking you can flip the heat in literally 2 minutes. All you need was just a wave at the back, 2 turns, and a wave in the shore and a couple of turns there. But to be honest with you, I was so nervous. I literally vomited on the runaround, but it was a fun heat. It was a good challenge.
You vomited on the runaround, so it's a mental game, like you just said. You can flip the heat within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
How do you readjust physically and mentally when you're feeling so anxious on your way back out?
I was just trying to breathe, sort of just simply breathe, really find ways to be mindful and relax out in the water. But that was sort of it, just be calm out in the water, you know? Yeah.
You definitely settled those nerves. We couldn't tell that you were nervous or vomiting on your way back out, so it's great to see you get the heat win. Going into the next round, have you changed your strategy at all?
Not really, just keep it the same, start off, quick start, and yeah, just be super calm and confident.
Calm, cool and collected. Well, we'll see Cam McDougall into the next round, and back to you two in the booth.
Thanks, Britt. I love that. I love the honesty and the rawness. Oh, look at this. Lenny Smith found himself left. Trolling off some big bottom turns and some nice backhand surfing for him.
There we go, made me eat my words there. I was claiming there's no lefts today, but he absolutely belted that thing.
I love in this level of competition at this early stage in the round, as we see, Taj dropping in, nice big wave, big frothy section, chasing down to get in front, looking for some open face to work with. He sets up this inside turn and cracks timed pretty nicely, but just kind of getting engulfed and gobbled up on the inside. But I love the fact that you hear about the rawness and just all these new competitors coming in. Here's the earlier wave for Taj. Ooh, missed opportunity then. There's the lump and bump they're having to deal with Stace. But yeah, those names, I mean, we've seen the Cam McDougall from that previous heat. We've seen a lot of Lennox and Taj surf, but you get those new names in this side of the draw at round of 128, and you get those new characters coming to the camera.
Yeah, definitely. It's cool to see, these young fellas, not necessarily having a lot of, time in front of the camera, which is great. You don't have any kind of pre-scripted, happy to get the heat win answers, they're telling us how they're chundering on the runaround, which is, that's the kind of stuff you want to hear, right?
Yeah, welcome to Sunday morning and breakfast here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. I mean, Stace, there's been wave after wave of opportunity. You were talking about it earlier this morning. A lot of guys missed it, but we saw in that last heat Cam McDougall finding that outside bigger section. Are you still seeing that on offer out there going into later hours of this morning?
Yeah, definitely. It's a little bit to look at from the beach. There's glare and obviously a lot of chop on the face and wind and stuff, but I think, yeah, the competitors like Cam that can kind of make use of the whole lineup will obviously, put themselves in a decent position. And even his last wave, really strong first turn, and then he kind of did enough to get it done on the inside. And I think if you can have that one big moment in a wave, that, if you can do that a couple of times in a heat, you should be doing all right.
Yeah, so it is day number 1 here, so welcome aboard. If you have just tuned on in, round of 128 is in the water for the men. Heat number 6 at the moment, Lennox Smith out in the lead in the blue. Taj sitting in that second position. We've had some good opening rides. I think a little bit of difference, a bit more power and energy coming into those opening turns, and at this point they're looking good. But Aussie and Davey sitting in 3rd and 4th. They've been the danger men, as we heard as well with that last post heat. Cam just saying, you can turn this heat in a matter of 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Aussie Trigwell, I haven't heard his name or seen him surf before. He's got a classic style though. Really liked what I saw there on that first wave. He's sort of, he's got the style of a sort of a old school approach, like kind of narrow knock knee, but he's a big kid, I saw him run past me when he ran down. He doesn't look very old, but he's got a vintage style. I'm frothing to see him get another wave, hopefully a bit of open face.
A bit like Luke Eganish as well, hasn't he? Got that real kind of drop back knee. And I feel like if you're a competitor, watching, I'm sure that a lot of those guys in those other regions are tuning into something like this level of competition in Australia. They kind of get that little head up and a little bit of advantage going into that Challenger Series, because you're going to see those guys that you don't necessarily see all over Plastered across the other events and get a little insight. Yeah, definitely. Beautiful shots there of the town and Wollumben there in the background. Beautiful part of the world. Absolutely stunning. The caravan park just up the road. I probably don't need to spruik it any harder. It's probably been sold out for the last 12 weeks straight. It's a great holiday destination. But yeah, you're right. And that is something that the CT surfers, they do to the Challenger Series. They're watching those events going, okay, they might not be watching every heat, but they look back and they go, okay, this person's coming through. How do they surf? What are their strengths? Okay, what are they not necessarily so good at? And I'd say the Challenger Series people are doing the same thing here, particularly the Australian surfers within this region. You need to know who's coming through and sort of what new flavour might be coming knocking at the door and trying to take your spot. Stacey, you've done so much work as a coach to right in the trenches with so many of the top athletes around the world. Have you seen a lot of these guys in this level of competition for qualifying series working with coaches on the beaches this morning?
Yeah, where they can. Obviously, it's not cheap to bring people around and stuff like that, but I think for the crew that work locally and live locally, yeah, they definitely, try to utilise that because, any advantage you can get, you're going to want to take it.
So we're just under 8 minutes on the clock. Lennox Smith out in the lead here. Heat number 6 in the water. We'll be right back after this break.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Good Sunday morning. Welcome to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Live action with you in the water at the moment. Heat number 6, round of 128 of the men. Lennox Smith out in the lead, 5.83 on the board. Taj Simon sitting in second position. Just a small heat total at the moment. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by the renowned and the ever beloved Stacey Galbraith.
Right there.
Stace, big morning competition, scrappy heats, but there's plenty of action opening up this first round.
Yeah, definitely. So this is during the break. Davey Glazer, I mentioned earlier, I think he had his first crack at the Pro Junior over the weekend. Oh, just getting a bit of wind under the board there. Not really anticipating that extra bit of chop in the lip. It's one of those things. There are clean little bits of ocean out there, but it's just a trick to try and find them. I think that he might be sitting a little bit further up the point. There's a bit of rip right up the top that kind of comes across. And I've seen some longer waves up there, though, so it's a real tricky one. I don't think, at any point the judges are ever counting your turns. They're not, but in situations like this, if you can find more opportunity on the wave to score points, it is going to help. And I think up the top there, you're going to have waves where it's sort of one bog and then one nice turn and then another maybe tricky one and then hopefully a big finish. But yeah, it's a tricky lineup to read this morning. But yeah, nevertheless, we will see. I think the competitors get their chances. It's just a matter of how well they can execute on them.
I've noticed as well, since you've kind of identified that as Stacey, those ones up the top, the guys that have gotten through, I know Elliot, his one was from right at the takeoff, right at the top after the run around. I think Logan had a similar kind of deeper takeoff and won his heat as well. And then you see, I think it's Zane Jenner for the next heat, heat number 7 coming up in the water. I've seen a lot of him surfing before. Really, really good kind of pro junior, pretty explosive. He'll be coming right up in heat number 7 and probably watching very closely how the last 4.5 minutes pan out of this. So sitting with priority at the moment, Lennox Smith in the lead. With that 5.83, one wave only ridden. You can have a look as this set rolls on through. And here he goes again. But man, from the south coast, up and riding. Ooh, lays back into a bit of drop wallet, but has to negotiate the ribs and the lumps and the bumps. Nice big wraparound rebound on that forehand cutting and just kind of setting up this section on the inside here, Stacey. Nice big slash. Looking for the end section and closes that out. Beautiful second wave on the board there for Lenny Smith, and that's going to consolidate his heat lead at this point in time.
There we go.
Let's have a look at the replay here of Aussie Trigwell. Here's that beautiful drop knee style we see from the goofy footer. Hooks it up into the lip for the first section. looking for this inside double up. Nicely constructed wave there.
That was
for him.
cool.
Yeah, beautiful. That's really going to put him into a good position going into the last 3 minutes. Here's the replay for Lennox Stace.
Oh, as you can see, just sort of navigating the chop and bump on the face there. Looks in control of his equipment though. Oh, lovely rebound there. Such an underrated turn, particularly in these types of conditions. It just shows, you know, ultimate control of his board and how he wants to be surfing. It's sort of, you know, probably one of the first manoeuvres you learn to do as a kid is a roundhouse cutback, but to do it with that much sort of aggression and power and choppy, bumpy conditions like this, it is a sign of, yeah, being, you know, well connected to your board and the wave, even though it's typically not the highest scoring manoeuvre. It certainly looks really nice and set up that wave amazingly. As we could say, that is not a run around, that's a walk around, but probably can be forgiven. 2.5 on the clock. I reckon he could get another wave, but that's just me being a bit frothed up.
Yeah, no, I'm with you in that one. I reckon he could have pushed it a little bit. You can see Aussie. We're waiting for last scores of him. He's running, he's asking, does he have time? And maybe what's that last score was? It was a nice kind of too big a turn. You can see he's loving
Back
the
at him,
vibe.
look at him go. He's a big kid, putting him in.
Yeah, good, lovely style, like you said too. Lenny, he's done and dusted. He's hung up the hat for this heat, looking at scores.
Aussie, he's put himself into second there. Lennox Smith with a pair of 5.83s. It's a good total today, over 11.5 points there for Lennox.
Could be dangerous. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. Taj, we know he's so explosive. He's had plenty of experience at this top level competition and he's holding priority, needing a 3.32. That's why Aussie's on the pump. And I think it's a danger time for Lenny as well, similar to that last heat. He could be swatted out of that first position in no time.
Oh, I'm going to hedge your bets there, Jess, and say no chance.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Let's
Taj.
see. We'll see who can prevail.
Oh, opening first little section, such a tricky little wave to read. He's waiting for this thing to double up for him, but it just doesn't happen.
And the reason sort of why I sort of had the feeling, not a feeling, it's sort of an experience with Lennox's position that he's in, it's so achievable for any of these boys to get an 8. They've all got the skill set to do it, but with the clock counting down, you quite often see it at this sort of level and part of the draw. It's a dangerous thing, but they do surf for second. Taj in his mind on that wave was never thinking 8 points. He was only thinking 3.32. And you got to be careful with that because you just don't know what's behind you. So you've really still got to surf your wave as if there are no scores in mind. You just have to surf it as best you can for what's there and how you surf. And, you know, it is one of those things where I do think, and we saw it on that wave for sure, Taj 100% looked a little tentative off the bottom. He just knew that if he got to the end of the wave, he would get that 3. So that's why Lennox is in a pretty safe spot, that none of these guys are going to try and get an 8 right now. They're just, even if they got the wave, they would still probably undersurf it just to finish. And I think as you go further into the event, you just can't have that attitude. And as we see Davy here, it's not a bad wave. He did get the completion, but I think that Taj probably had the better of it, and he already had a bit of a head start on their 2 top scoring rides. You know, a 0.2 of a head start there between their 2 top scores. So I do think that Taj got the better of it there with Davy. Whether he gets the 3.32 or not, we'll wait and see. But yeah, certainly looked like he was, you know, Taj just trying to get to the end of that one.
Beautiful insight there from Stace Galbraith as we see the next heat kicking off, heat number 7. Stick with us. Official results coming from heat number 6 right after this, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Switching into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. My name's Stace Galbraith, alongside 1978 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Good morning, Bugs. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks, Stace. It's been a bit of a wild start here. Some pretty scrappy heats, but it seems like one surfer has been able to dominate, and then it's been a scrap for second.
Yeah, you're spot on. There's a runaway heat in that last one. Lennox Smith, he got the job done quite convincingly. It's a talent, though, isn't it, in these conditions to... It looks like there's a lot of waves, but you're probably only going to stand up 2 or 3 times, and that'd have to be the hardest way to surf a heat, right? You know, you're not getting many opportunities, but when they come, you have to maximise them. Up and riding, beautiful style there from Ryuichi Ino, one of our surfers from Japan. And this event, for anyone wondering at home, is not cross-partnered with the Japan region, but the next event in Newcastle is. So we'll see a lot of Japanese competitors there scoring big points for their region. That's Taj Turner. He's from the Port Stephens Bay area. Great young surfer from there, and he's put that wave together quite nicely. And behind him, I believe that's Zane Jenner from North Stradbroke Island. We saw Logan Speck earlier reference this wave being a lot like Dead Man's over there, which these boys would surf a lot in these type of conditions. And then behind him is a strong looking wave. It's Tim Bain. Unfortunately, that wave just closed out. It kind of looked like he was onto something there, but not quite. As we see a nice looking wave just roll underneath the competitor left out there with priority. Well, that might be Tim back out there again.
Yeah, I think Timmy pulled through, so he stays in the lineup. He's still got some work to do, as we see Ryuichi. He's doing the run around. And he would have seen a couple of the guys earlier this morning making a successful attempt to get back behind the break, and that ever-present current at Kingscliff is pretty notorious.
We saw a lot of running over the last weekend down at the ABB Bugs, your beloved Snapper Rocks, nearly getting the job done, but it's sort of another element to surfing, isn't it, when you see the Iron Man blended into a bit of surfing.
Sure is.
I don't think it's particularly what these boys want to train for, but very necessary.
Well, it looks like we've got Brittany down the beach, Stace, and interviewing the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, a bit of technical difficulties there. We will be back. Love to hear from Lennox Smith. He's one of Australia's, next up-and-comers there, Bugs. You seen much of young Lennox surfing down his way?
Yeah, I mean, Lennox is an awesome young surfer, and he's had a great success here in the Pro Junior division over the years. Looks like another Lennox won it this year, but the Lennox name has been riding high in the Tweed Coast Pro Junior.
Yeah, definitely. I think we might be back on down there with old Leno and young Britt. How are you guys looking down there?
We're good. We are back on. So Lennox, back to that. A pair of 5.83s. It was a tricky heat, really slow. But I noticed on your way in, you still had about 2 or 3 minutes left. You were on the shore, on the sand line. What were your thought processes knowing that there was competitors who still could get the score and you chose not to go back out?
Yeah, I only had 3 minutes, so I timed Jay Ockey when he ran around the heat before to see how long it took, and it took him like 5 minutes. So I was like, 3 minutes, I'm not going to get back out there. So I just waited. But yeah, lucky the boys didn't get any waves, otherwise it would have been stuffed.
It was a long wait. What was going through your mind at the time, knowing that that was the position that you were sitting in? Did you feel confident?
Not too confident. I kind of safetied both my waves, and I saw there was good ones coming through, so I was like, boys could get some, but yeah, like I said, lucky they didn't.
Conditions have changed overnight as well. The current has picked up, so you're really on a paddle treadmill. How did you handle that?
Yeah, I was so cooked from the moment I got out there. I was just struggling, like just getting swept backwards, and it was tough.
You seem to make it work. It is what Kingscliff is known for. Leading into this event, knowing that it could have been at this location, is there anything in particular that you'd been working on?
Not really. I guess it's just a beach break, so it's just kind of the same as everywhere else. But yeah, I was just hoping to get a few.
Well, you got exactly what you needed. Is there anything that you'd like to say for anyone tuning in back home?
Yeah, shout out to me nan and pop, brothers, Torrin, Rise, Cash, and yeah.
Thank you, Lennox. Back to you, crew in the booth.
Thanks, Britt. Classic Grom. Cheeky. You can tell he wanted to slip in a joke there, but he held himself back. Well trained.
Well, he alluded to that current, and really what it is that when the cyclone Gabrielle came down the coast, it started out at an east-northeast swell, then it went to an east swell, and as soon as it gets a little touch of southeast in it, the current comes raging through a Kingscliff.
Tell me, Bugs, would you even bother to check this bank back in the day when we would have, tropical cyclones, being obviously from the Gold Coast?
Well, probably not come down to Kingy on a cyclone swell, but it looks, it's a fun-looking bank out there right now. It's not as hollow as it usually gets, but no, it'd probably be looking at a Kira or Burley in a cyclone swell, I'd have to say.
Just as I suspected. What about when those swells do taper off? We've obviously got a fantastic strip of back beaches down here. Any particular spots that are your favourites?
I hark back to, Gordon Merchant was the first to really read a weather map, right? At first surfer, and it really meant a lot back in the day where there was no forecast. You could read a synoptic chart and you could know what... And he's kind of taught me that when these cyclones move south of us, like you'll be surfing Kira one day, and then the next day it just takes the wind with it. And, one day he said, come on, get in the car, we're going to go to this spot. We went down to this flat rock at Ballina, and it was like this 8-foot pipeline left off this reef, completely offshore. We're the only ones there. And that's the kind of thing you can, the whole Tweed coast has got all these little nooks and crannies that work on a northwest, west wind, even a northeast wind. Those back beaches and open beaches are pretty amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, spoiled for choice around here. You probably would have been surfing that by yourself, I'd imagine.
Oh, it was Gordon Merchant, Keith Paul and me, and we had it to ourselves, and it was seriously like 8 to 10 foot pipeline. And it was like so gnarly.
I wish it was that gnarly the other week for the actual Pipeline Pro, but no, not to be. 11 and a half minutes remaining here, and we have had one surfer try to run away with it in each heat, but I wouldn't say that's quite happened in this heat yet, Bugs. We only got a 4.33 for Taj Turner there as he is on another ride there, but a little bit too much foam on the face there to work with. It's definitely anyone's game at this point. We're still looking for that breakthrough ride. And what about, the points along here? Obviously, Lennox Head a little further down the region, Kingscliff here. Hastings and the like, would you ever give them a look?
No, definitely. Hastings, Cabba, definitely a lot of times, originally I started out in the 1960s in the Kira Club. We used to have our club championships down at Cabba and in the Cove, at Bogngar Cove, and, surfing against Michael Peterson and Peter Town, and it was classic events.
How good's that?
So good.
Mobile Kira.
Yeah, mobile.
That's amazing.
And there was just hardly anyone around. We had it to ourselves. There was just very, very few surfers down the Tweed coast.
Yeah, right. How would you get there, driving through Mooball or something?
Oh, well, yeah, the panel vans. pack a full of grommets.
That's a classic. Bugs, I think we're going to take a short break here and be back very shortly.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We're into the second half of this heat number 7, round of 128. of young Zane Jenner, Ryuichi Ino is locked in a second wave there. He is in the lead from Japan. Zane Jenner in second, Taj Turner third, Tim Bain in fourth. It's a tricky heat for Tim at the moment, Bugs. He's got priorities sitting out there. He's had a couple of inconsequential scores at this point.
But the big factor is that he only needs a 4.5. So this heat is still way open for all competitors, as we see Zane Jenner trying to move into first place. He only needs a 3.15. Ryuichi.
Oh, wow.
Wow, he looked a bit shaky on that second turn, and then the knees buckled.
They did. A beautiful first turn.
Yeah, that one got away on him. He definitely could have got himself in that up into that 4 something range there, because he's leading the heat with a 3-4 and a 3.
Yeah, he was on his way to a big score there. That first turn was certainly very attention-grabbing. The judges today located at the northern end of the beautiful Kingscliff Surf Club. Not a bad office for those boys today, Bugs.
It's great. Kingscliff, the surf club is amazing in all aspects, and it's a great surf club.
Saw the nippers down there getting ready for their Sunday training, excuse me.
Yeah, it is Sunday.
It is Sunday. It feels like a Saturday.
It feels like a Monday to me.
Do you pay attention to the days of the week, Bugs?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think there's different vibes and different days.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Kind of feel like being a surfer, though, it almost is probably one of those hobbies that does sort of take you away from the day of the week, but you do feed off other people's energy for sure.
Oh, yeah, well, we just go on the swell cycle.
Yeah, that's right. Taj Turner here.
Well, Taj has got that 4.33. That was a high point before this, so, you know, he didn't need much. He's going to move into the top two with that wave.
For sure.
He only needed a 1.73.
Yep. So he makes his way back out there. It's, you know, every sort of town kind of goes through their moments, and at the moment Taj is from a part of the world where I think that you have to have one of the best juniors in the world coming out of there at the moment, young Eden Hassan, and it's sort of what it takes, isn't it, Bugs? Like someone from that younger generation to come up and start pushing these older boys. I mentioned that earlier with Logan Specht. Obviously he gets to surf with Ethan Ewing every day of the week.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, that's how those little packs form, right? Like, it's just all environment and feeding off one another, and yeah, it's cool to see, because it's a pretty small town, Port Stephens. Not a whole lot of surfers from there.
No, it sure isn't, and it's a little hotbed, and you know these crops come through. There's no doubt about it. It's so much harder to come through as a one-off in a small coastal town. Just having that, you know, great mentors, older guys to aim for, and then someone emerges with a super talent.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's cool. It's funny how everyone then benefits from that. The whole town essentially. Like, you look at, you know, North Stradbroke Island, for example, with Ethan. Like, he's putting that place on the map again. You know, obviously beat Durbridge from the area, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's you know, it just takes a bit of a spark to really get the fire cranking. 5 minutes remaining here, Bugs. This is a scrappy one. I think that, you know, Taj, like you said, he didn't need much to go into the lead. He's definitely done that. He got a 4.93 on that last wave, so he'd be, you know, at this point in the heat, with the scores that have gone down so far relative to you know, what we can expect, he'd be feeling pretty good. It's Tim Bain here. You know, on paper, and the jersey that he's wearing, he's in the red jersey. He's probably the favourite coming into this heat. He really has not had the start that he would have wished for. So he pretty much needs to finish this wave to have any real chance at clawing back into this heat, which he does. Nice. So that'll be him in a position now to be able to strike. And now he's got to make the hard call. He's on the trot. 4.5 minutes to go. Lennox Smith timed it off Jay Okolupo, which, if I'm honest, I don't think Jay was the quickest run around I've seen this morning, but he timed it at 5 minutes. I think he's probably a few minutes over there. I reckon it looks like it might take about 2.5, 3. So by that judgment, I reckon Tim should have about 90 seconds to himself to catch another wave. So we'll pay close attention here, because I will say he probably will need another wave. He might go into second momentarily here. Oh, excuse me, no, the 4's dropped in there. So now he needs a 2.4, and I reckon he'll get one more chance at it.
And that was a pretty handy ride for Timmy Bain. He needed that wave to get in there. He had nothing before that. great running style. He's got some. He's running with intent, and he's making short work of this one. So the run factor will get him in a nice position. Let's hope he's got some air left in those lungs. Sometimes the run can take a fair bit out of you, and then the paddling is a bit slower.
Definitely, all the blood in the legs, and then you got try and get them to work 30 seconds later on a wave.
It's nearly like this mental game where you go, okay, the legs can now rest. Now I need the upper body with the the aerobic and anaerobic combination.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to get a little recap here. This is Zane Jenner, one of his earlier rides. Nice style. Shades of Ethan Ewing's older brother Curtis there. And behind him is this Ryuichi. Beautiful style. As we've come to learn and love from the Japanese surfers, it's pretty much a hallmark of their surf, and I don't think I've seen a bad style come out of Japan. Taji Turner here from Port Stephens. Nice turn in the lip, and he did get a decent finish. So that was the 4.33. This is probably the turn of the heat for me for Bugs, but unfortunately, Ryuichi, they're unable to finish this wave.
Yeah, they just the channel chop just took him out.
So we've got 2.5 on the clock.
Where's Timmy Bain?
Where's Timmy Bain?
He's got a great style, hasn't he?
Yeah, beautiful style. So you'd have to think he'd be getting close to being out the back. So this is why we were having a look at the recap here.
Okay. That's a quick replay of a short ride by Timmy Bain. A bit of a desperate move by Ryuichi. So he just hasn't been able to capitalise. As you said, he was on his way to a huge score. Now I think he's in the danger zone.
Yeah, definitely. As Tim Bain's just making his way back out the back here.
Wow.
So by the time he gets off to probably the takeoff position, he's going to have about
90 seconds.
A minute and a half. There we go. I reckon that'd have to be the benchmark run around from what we've seen today, Bugs. What do you reckon?
I sure do.
Looked pretty light on his feet there, the big fella.
He did well. He ran well. He's paddling well. He's got a lot of energy, and he's looking at this wave. And this is a smart move.
Great camera work there to catch that paddle in. Oh, he's up and into it. Gee, a 2.4.
He needed to be thinking a little further down the line, like this. With that we don't know what that wave looked like, though.
And if there wasn't another turn, it's ambitious to go that wave. I don't know out of Ryuichi's waves what the was it the 3.4 where he had the turn and then fell?
Yeah.
That was a pretty good turn. It's going to be really close. Yeah. We're talking about a 2.4 here. We're not talking about a 9.
No.
He's got it, a 2.5.
Oh, my gosh.
So this is where, like you mentioned, you called it, Bugs. Ryuichi was in the danger spot, and this is where he's just got to get over that fall, because that essentially cost him the heat. He'd still be in second position right now if he didn't fall in that wave. But that's done now. He's got to move on, try and find himself another opportunity. There's still time remaining. I don't know where he is in the lineup. He doesn't have a priority number next to his name, which is frightening for his case.
Yeah, he's probably hopefully a little wider and waiting for one of those ones to just pop up down the beach. Doesn't look like he's in the deep position. Not quite certain from this angle, but it's a low-scoring heat.
Yeah, Tim Bain now, if he wants to further go up the leaderboard, would need a 5.19 for second. There's 10 seconds remaining. Can't see too much action out there. Taji Turner's in a really good spot here.
Oh.
He can sort of close this one out.
Timmy Bain.
He's done it. Well done. Opportunity here. Looks like it'll be Tim just riding this one in after the buzzer. Oh, that was the wave that Zane was looking for. Not in time. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back very soon with heat number 8 of the round of 28, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It's the QS 5000. Big points on offer here this week. Stace Galbraith alongside 1978 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, that was a scrappy one, that last one. Hoping we see a bit more action in this one.
Yeah, well, you know, we're 2 minutes have passed. We haven't seen the action yet. There's a bit of difference here. It looks like someone's going wide. It could be...
I think it's Geordie Lackman.
Geordie, looking at that one, no, but there's a surfer up. No, up and down, so nothing. Oh, that was...
I think it was Sydney Masters in and out there. Yeah, this is another good heat. It's young Zaya Hessian. Oh, just unfortunately caught behind there.
That would have been a nice one to be in front of, that's for sure.
That looked like a really good wave.
So they've, I mean, it's they've all had a bit of a shocker to start with. You know, either too deep, caught behind, a dud wave. And then, you know, you do that at Kingscliff and you're slightly out of position then.
Totally.
And it takes a bit of work to get back to that you know, that pole position takeoff zone.
If you even think about paddling for a wave, you can lose 20 metres.
Exactly. That's the thing about Kingy. You commit, turn around. Not only are you paddling towards the shore, but you are going north at a rate of knots.
Yeah, I would like to say that I think it's a good thing that these competitors have had that little fumble there at the start. I watched the heat earlier today where the crew kind of did the same thing, but at the 10-minute mark, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, you know, they've got half the heat left and it's all over, whereas this one they can reposition and find themselves now, and they've still got the majority of the heat left, so it's not all doom and gloom at this point in the heat. We've got some pretty exciting surfers in this heat. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this one out. I watched Geordie Lackman in his junior heat earlier in the weekend on the Friday, and he's one of those surfers who's got an incredible bag of tricks, some big aerial manoeuvres, and I think if today isn't an opportunity for him to showcase that, I don't know what is. We saw a couple of airs earlier in the day from young Chippy from down the coast. I've forgotten his name already, but it was cool to see. There's definitely air ramps out there, and it's just a matter of whether you can find those opportunities.
Yeah, well, we also saw Jackson Dorian get a nice little air move in on his wave. He only got a couple of one manoeuvre waves, but he got through the heat just on a couple of slick moves, and nice little air rev he did.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Awesome to have him out here.
Sure is. I mean, he's talking about, you know, there's just not a lot of opportunity over in Hawaii for QS qualifiers.
Yeah.
And so it's really to come here and get that experience, you know, go in the Aussie events, you know, very competitive.
Definitely.
You know, region, get that experience under his belt. Heat time, you know, getting that singlet on.
Yeah, definitely. We're spoilt for choice in our region here, and I guess it's a credit to the staff at the WSL here in Australasia. I mean, we've just got more events than sometimes these kids know what to do with, as we see Geordie here up and riding.
Well, that'll be the best wave so far, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
He's got a really neat style and good technique. I'm sure if he could get a wave that really opens up, he could, you know, get a really decent score going.
Yeah, and yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Geordie's an explosive surfer. He's got plenty of tricks in his bag. I'd be surprised to see him surf any more waves with the traditional rail from this point on, now that he's got his sort of feet in the wax and he finished a wave there. He's off to a decent start, and yeah, like I said, seeing him surf around the Redhead Way down south of Newcastle there, he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Stace Galbraith alongside Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs,
Good to have you in the booth, mate. It's been a while.
It has been. It's good to get our feet back in the sand and in the booth and calling this Aussie regional leg. Always exciting.
And a big year planned for yourself, no doubt. I think we're going to have a chat with Jess on the sideline. Got young Taji Turner down there, Jess.
I do. Thanks, Stace and Bugs. Taj, nice heat for you. Bit grindy. You said you were feeling a little heat stroke before that. Tell us about why you could possibly be so heat stroked up here.
Been surfing too much lately. Just so dizzy last night. Wasn't even sure if I was going to surf today, but I was happy I'm here now.
And you've got another round coming up today. Today you've got the second round coming up later on. What will be recovery for you? You're just going to hang out in the shade and soak up some water?
Yeah, drink lots of hydrolytes and heaps of water. Sit in the shade. Yeah, that's about it.
Now, you're a young guy down from that Anna Bay area. You surf for Bay area board riders. I'm sure plenty of family and friends tuning in back home. Word for them?
Yeah. Hey, Mum. Hey, Dad. Hey, Mitch. So stoked I made it. That's it.
Well, congratulations, Taj. Good luck going on through to the next round, and we'll see you surf again soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nah, don't stop now, Taji. Just keep torching it, mate. Plenty of waves around. You've only got one gear, mate. Just keep going. Just chuck some zinc on for Mum and go for a surf around the back beach. I reckon it'd be pretty fun.
But I tell you what, it does allude to a big issue, and that is when the big swells come before an event. And how do you keep the groms out of the water? You can't.
You can't.
You know, they on the point break, 6 hours of surfing. Yeah. You're dehydrating while you're out there. You don't realise it.
Totally. Yeah. I can recall. Dan Pryor well, Bugs. Dan and myself just having absolute sunburnt eyeballs for 6 weeks straight over the school holidays there. It's sort of, only one gear.
I remember being a grom. I think I woke up one Christmas holidays morning and my lips had actually stuck together.
Oh, God. An interesting wave here from Geordie. And it's sort of, it gets to this point, I think, and, it's sort of very traditional of, look, I've got to go out and say it, of our region, a lot of kids will go and try and put 2 on the board. And I just think Geordie, it's a compliment to his surfing. I think he's so explosive that there was actually a missed opportunity in that wave. Like, he's an incredible aerial surfer. His strike rate is so high. Pretty fun little ramp on that wave, just begging. He could have sewn up that heat in that wave. He's already got a 5.83 on the board. I'd really love to see him on this next run around once he gets out the back. Just let his hair down and really have a good honest crack, because I think that's what let him down in the juniors. It was just seemed a little much too excited to finish waves rather than actually chucking it all on the line, which you have to do even at early round heats. They're too stacked. You've really got to go swing for the fences.
Yeah. Well, we saw in the last heat Zane Jen, and now Ash Jen is out here. He's yet to get going. He's got the blue single. He's got priority. Everything's set up for him, but he hasn't elected to pull the trigger yet. He's looking at this one, Stace.
Here we go.
He won't get it.
Too far off the bank. Young Zaya underneath. Not able to get into that wave either.
I wouldn't say that was a paddle, though.
Nah, just looking, as they say, up in the judges' booth. Just looking. But like we've been talking about, you've got to be careful with the looks out here, because it's not so much that you'll lose priority, but you'll lose the position in which you want to be in, and that's probably worse than losing priority.
Well, even then, though, they would have got swept a little bit out of the zone just by having a bit of a sniff at that one.
Yeah, definitely.
And obviously, we've got Ash Jenner out there with priority. Zaya Hessian next to him. He's got the 3rd priority, so Ash has got the inside running on when a wave does come to Sydney Masters. Haven't seen much of him.
No, he had that little stumble at the start, but we haven't seen much since, like you called it a couple of heats ago, Bugs. One surfer's running away with it. Geordie Lackman's going to have 2 completed rides on the board. He's going to have around about a 10-point total, I'd imagine. And everyone else is still really looking for a start. We've got 10 minutes left on the clock. This is going to be fun to call. You've pretty much got 3 surfers that'll be looking for one spot.
That's what's going to happen. So it's amazing. Nearly every heat, one surfer has just absolutely dominated, got in the double digits, and the rest have just been scrapping around looking for a wave. We saw Timmy Bain, he got a 2.5 and got into 2nd place in that last heat. That big run around paid off. I mean, it was a classic heat management desperado.
Yeah. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, Bugs. Like, say, most of these surfers, the total's getting up around 10 points. Everyone in the draw capable of getting 10 points out here in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But just talk to us about the psyche and how you play out a heat like this and sort of not to surf for second, even though it seems like, you need a 3 for here and a 2 for this. 5s and 6s are more than capable for these guys, but you do see crew
seemingly surf down sometimes, would you say?
No, most definitely. But it also comes down to just the fact that, you know, the more desperate you get as the clock ticks away and you get into that second half. Ash Jenner then, kind of a nervous ride, but he just needed to get something on the board because it's, you know, he doesn't need a lot. I mean, first is looking pretty solid. Looks like might be Zaya Hessian down the beach. Yeah, there's Zaya. And he's got his second one. Now he's going to decide whether to do the run around. I think he might have to. He's gone a fair way down the beach. Yeah, he'll come in and do that run around. So that's going to chew up a lot of the clock. But we don't know where Sydney Masters is. They're surfing the white singlet. He must be a lot deeper. So it takes a while to even get in. There's a bit of a gutter there now. So this way, here we see the start of it. It looked all right.
Oh, great first turn, right in the pocket. That's a beautiful two-turn combo.
Yeah, that's going to get him in there. So Zaya Hessian is moving to second place. And there's Sydney Masters. We don't know the start of that wave. It was not a bad finish. And he's going to do the run around. 8 minutes remaining. It's going to come down to their backup waves, I feel.
Have I completely cooked the goose here, Bugs? Does Geordie Lackman have a 5.83 across 2 waves, maybe? Because I haven't seen his total go up in a long time.
No. But there's been a bit of a flurry of action. Maybe just when the judges were about to put his score up, all this happened.
Yeah, true.
Now, that's the best ride, I think.
Yeah, so this is heat on here.
Yeah.
Zaya, Sydney and Ash have all put something on the board here. We're going to take a quick break while we've got these lads on the trot, and we'll be back for the closing of Heat 8, round of 128, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. QS 5000 here at Kingscliff Point. We've definitely got a heat on our hands here. All surfers locking in a decent ride in that last exchange. 6 minutes on the clock. It's going to be an exciting closeout to this heat. There we go. Just a correction from earlier. I thought Geordie Lackman had a score to come, but his 2 scores are a 3.33 and a 2.5. So my apologies there. So it's actually Sydney Masters in the box seat at the moment with the single highest scoring ride as the 4-point ride. Zaya Hessian a 3.5 on his last, and Ash Jenner a 2.1. So this heat's actually a whole lot closer than I had thought, Bugs.
Well, this is way open now. We saw Ash Jenner. He kind of got that nervous ride there just to get one under his belt. He only got a 2, but he only needs a 2.91 to get into second place. This is, no one's grabbed this one by the short and curlies.
We'll see how we go in the last 5 minutes here. It's, I'd imagine that everyone's pretty much back out the back now, so we'd like to think that the surfer's going to make full use of any set that should come in.
Yeah, well, Ash Jenner just moved into the priority situation. Looks like Geordie Lackman is going to be in second priority. He's sitting a little wider, hoping something comes. As soon as you sit and wait, you are moving. You've got to keep moving out here. 20 minutes, it's a workout. You don't stop. Okay, there we see Ash. Oh, he's just, you know, that first wave, the one-off wave comes, it carries every bit of chop in the area.
Yeah. Yeah, one of those ones, you've got to bite your teeth on those ones, don't you, Bugs?
Yeah. It's been a funny little heat. I mean, we haven't really seen a lot of quality waves being ridden. We've seen a few coming through that weren't ridden. But, you know, this incoming tide, Probably the looking at the sets will line up a bit better. This wave here, I'd go it. I'd think about it.
Yeah, looks like it's going to have a nice little double up in it. Geordie Lackman there, beautiful opening carve, stomping on the back foot. He's going to get a big end section there. That was sick. Big finish. He'll be stoked with that. Now he might be getting a 5.83 that I was talking about earlier.
Okay. Well, it's certainly going to consolidate first position. You wouldn't say safe, but I thought it was a pretty handy ride.
Yeah, big finish. Judges are going to like that one. Yeah, anytime that the surface has been finding some steep wall out there today, the judges seem to be rewarding it. Not with huge scores, but in the context of the day, if he can get a 5 or a 6 point ride out of that, I think it's going to set him up pretty nicely for the remainder of this heat. And like you said, Bugs, the first waves can have a bit of chop on them. Si's done well to get around this section here. Oh, sick first turn. Really laid into it.
Yeah, this is going to sit well for this young guy. It's going to be a beauty.
Oh, big finish. Grommet, well done. This is Ash Jenner behind. Just losing the edge there on that first turn.
It's going to be a big turn there. No. You know, just losing that turn there, putting just behind the 8 ball, he needed to go up really early and get the big float, the boat. And it didn't happen for him. So Ash is really in a strife now. He's way down the beach. He hasn't got a score. But I don't know if we saw the start of that wave, but gee, he really could have made something special out of that one if he'd just got up a bit earlier.
Yeah, it was sort of one of those waves you pretty much could have done not much at the start, but just smashed that end section.
Yeah.
It would have been a big score.
Yeah, 6+.
Yeah, for sure. Missed opportunity there, unfortunately, for Ash. He'll sneak back out and try and get another wave before this heat closes out.
Well, you're right. There's the 5.33 for Geordie. So this wave here, he just gets caught a bit right there, loses it, and he need to be fluid. That's a pretty thick section. But if he got up early, he could have just floated that one.
Definitely.
Or done a snap under the lip.
Definitely, yeah. That was, like you mentioned there, there was a turn before the slip. Sydney Masters has a look at that wave there. He will lose priority for it.
Oh, yeah, that was a big mistake.
Yeah.
Because Geordie is sitting out there. He's now got priorities. The thing about Sydney Masters is that the other two guys are out of the lineup, so it's not a complete disaster for him. But with 1 minute 40 seconds, what's going to happen?
Come for Zaya, right?
No, Zaya's going to move into second place, if not first.
If not first, yeah, it's a good call there. He only needs a 5.17. We only got a 4.03, so that is enough to see him into second.
Yeah, so Sydney Masters, it's really, the ball is so in his court here. But there's only 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. So, you know, this is going to be an interesting finish. We see Geordie Lackman heading in the opposite direction. He might have saw a...
A minute to go. Sydney's done well here to create a bit of space between him and Geordie. Probably enough space to kind of sneak under, which he looks like he's about to do exactly that. I don't know what this wave's going to do for him, though. Looks like there's a bit of a double up underneath, but he's going to need to get a bit of work done before that happens.
No, I think this one is going to go the way of Geordie and Zaya Hession at this point, because I think unless Ash Jenner gets a super wide wave here, I think Sydney Masters is just how the strategy's come unstuck in the last few minutes. He paddled for that wave before, didn't go it.
Sort of forced his hand there to go that wave then, which looked great from the drone angle, but not to be. Really, Ash Jenner's the only real surfer here that could make a threat to Zaya Hession's second position. Be huge for the Grom if he can sneak through this one. He's been surfing really well around D-bar and Snapper, and like a lot of these kids, they're doing the junior and the QS. And I think Geordie, I reckon that's up before.
It doesn't matter, he's already through.
That'll be it. See Ash Jenner down the beach there. That is definitely after. So it looks like Geordie Lackman and Zaya Hession taking out Heat 8 at the round of 28 here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It's a great start to their campaign for first and second there. We've got heat number 9 coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. Another cracker.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
A very good morning. Welcome back. Live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and a big morning as well. Round of 128 kicked off 7:30 this morning with heat number 1, and we are into heat number 9 in the water. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by the ever lovely and local lady, Brittany Nicol. A very good morning once again, Britt.
Good morning, Jess. Always refreshing to see your face in town.
Refreshing or scary, I don't know what the go is there, but anyway, we've relocated here today to Kingscliff. You guys have been here for the last 2 days.
We have been here for competition over the last couple of days for the Tweed Coast Pro Junior. Saturday we were at Cabarita. Sunday, yesterday we were at Kingscliff, and here we are back for the QS 5000. Up and riding, that is Tim Bainge on his backhand in the green. Spots a lofter and dives for it. So beautiful conditions here at Kingscliff, but it is a bit lumpy and bumpy.
Sorry, Brett, I was frothing out over there. I frothed out so much, I sent my mic spinning away. Oh, look at this one. Ooh. Will Clark there. Nice big open face, Brett. Bit of a double up section, and here he goes. He's found himself a runner as well. It's been kind of far and few between for those type of waves that have hit the bank like that, but thoughts on that last one there for Will, Brett?
I think it might have been a little bit soft in the beginning. That's just personal opinion, but he tried to make up for it at the end, and I think it's a good way for Will to start. But we have on screen the surfer in green. That's the Oakberry replay. A couple of nice backhand turns. He just dives off at the end here. It's a great opener. So here's the one from Will Clark. So late takeoff. He's trying to get around this section, and he manages to get there. Bit of a mid-face turn. He's looking for the second, and again for the third. I don't think it's going to go excellent, but it is a good score to get on the board for Will Clark to start with, Jess.
Yeah, I think he's spot on. That first section he was kind of caught behind, and he was chasing it for a fair while and just kind of had to opt for that top of the wave turn. He wasn't able to really capitalise on that big steep section there, but it is going to get him off to a start. And Tim in the green, his opening ride came through already and locked in, but this is the man in blue, Ryan Campbell. Just a quick up and out for him. I did have a good look through Ryan Campbell's history, and his tagline and bio on his socials is rocking a dad bod since 2013. So that gives you a little bit of insight into this man. He's probably had quite a few heats under his belt over the last, 10 or 20 years. He's got kids himself, and he's taken this opportunity to get back into the jersey and match himself up against some of Australia's, this region's, and if not the world's best surfers here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
I think it is a good opportunity too, Jess. You've had competitors like Billy Keane, he's a blast from the past, Kai Hing, as well as Ryan Campbell, as you just mentioned, all coming back and giving the event a go, because it's great to see with that regional series. It allows those competitors the opportunity to put that rashie back on, compete in their hometown or area, and not necessarily have to travel overseas and do the international leg.
Yeah, it really did consolidate that whole new reformatting, didn't it? And kind of gives these guys the opportunity, like you said, like to keep the wallet a bit tied up, but still have the chance. I mean, within the 12-month turnover, you could go from a local suburb teacher or carpenter, throw your hat in the ring, take out a 5,000 event, end up at the top of the ratings, find yourself in the Challenger Series up here as well. And then all of a sudden, in the next 12 months, you're getting a start on the CT. So it's really that clear-cut, fast-track path now that's available throughout this region. I mean, when we talk about waves up here as well, Britt, you're a local up here, you've been here for a long time. How good is having this place as the playing field and being able to be mobile across the Tweed Coast?
It is a playground. It really is paradise, but there's so many different options. They're mainly right kind of point breaks or beachies. But I think the best thing about this event is that it is mobile along that Tweed Coast region. And as mentioned, we were at Cabarita on Saturday for the Pro Junior, and now we're at Kingscliff. So as conditions change, we are able to adapt our location, and we are in one of the best parts of the world for this event. And I think that's part of the draw card here, is that we have some of the best world surfers here, and we've got world-class waves.
Yeah, it's really good conditions too, isn't it, for the QS? I mean, you were a former competitor yourself. You surfed at the very top level. You've represented Australia. You've been through the QS grind, back and forth and up and down the rankings. What would it mean to you if you were one of these QS competitors today to turn up and see that there's swell, and not only just for today, but the wave forecast throughout the next week?
As a competitor, your eyes light up when you look at the forecast and you see that. When you wake up in the morning, you turn up for the event, you're not sure what Mother Nature's going to provide. But having waves and having swells, it is a bonus. The QS leg is such a grind, and just to have that opportunity here at Kingscliff to have good banks and good waves, I think the competitors will really love it.
As Tim Baines just goes down on that one, we're going to cross on down to Stacey Galbraith. Stace, you've got heat number 8 winner.
Yeah, that's right, and I'm actually learning a lot as I go. Geordie, you snap your leash first wave.
Yeah, first wave, I snapped my leash out there, and I turned around, saw my board about 5 metres in front of me. I was like, oh no, just paddling to it as fast as I could. Luckily got a hold of it, got back out there, got a little two-turner, and then was able to grab one off the beach from my mate on the way, run back around. But pretty stressful.
Well, mate, I've got to be honest, I was absolutely sizzling you in the booth for not trying an air on that second wave, but now it all makes sense.
Yeah, I was super keen to try a big punt there. I snapped it. I was like, oh no, I can't really go for one now, but nah, it's pretty fun conditions. It should be fun all day, and hopefully get a couple more to starboard in round 2.
I watched in your junior heat, and you didn't get the chance to take to the air. Talk to us about it in your heats. You only get a short amount of time, but what's the balance like, being super risky but then also finishing your waves?
Yeah, well, obviously you want to get 2 good ones, try and consolidate 2 scores, and then after that you're a bit more free, so you can do what you want. But out there, I'm feeling pretty confident doing airs at the moment, so I was pretty keen if I got the section just to throw it and hopefully make a good one.
Do you think Italo waits for 2 waves?
No, Italo doesn't wait at all. He goes straight away, doesn't care. It's crazy, but he gets about 18 in his heats.
Don't slap your leash, I reckon you'll get 18. Well done, Geordie. Great surfer, mate.
Thanks, Stace.
Thanks very much, Stacey and Geordie. These characters that are coming out of these regional events as well. As you see, that's a replay there for Timmy Baines on his last one. He just goes down. Yeah, the characters that can come out. Stacey was talking about it before, the fact that a lot of these guys, especially the juniors that are doubling up across the QS, the Open Pro Division and the Pro Junior Division that happened the last 2 days, they get the chance to be in front of the camera probably more times than they ever have in their surfing career. And I just love their creativity that comes out. But while we wait to see the last few little make-up scores come through for that heat, we're going to cut to a quick break. We'll be back with live action at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
And good morning once again. We're back with live action, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We are here on location, Kingscliff Beach. Heat number 9 in the water, a round of 128, and myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by local Australian surfing legend, Brittany Nicol. Brittany, what are you seeing in this lineup right now? The tide's changing. We had the impeccable weather and surf report from you earlier. Let's have a look. Tim Baines, though, live action on this one.
He is the current heat leader. He's trying to stick with this one and get that steeper section. And he manages to get it. The current heat leader looking to solidify his spot into the next round. Well, he's going to belly it in, looking for that run around. So fitness coming into play here at Kingscliff. It is known for it. Just that current can get so strong here at Kingscliff.
You would have done a few runarounds in your time as well. I mean, how many minutes is that going to soak up for his heat, for Tim? I mean, he's in the lead. He's got another score coming. And now he's got that paddle ahead of him. He's got to make that little gutter that's formed. And now he's got the run. How long is this going to take him?
He's already moving, so he was pretty quick to get in on the beach. So I feel like maybe 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. As the tide changes as well, we had the low tide this morning. Competitors were running up the beach and using that sandbank. They were almost jumping back in and just being able to drift into the lineup. Whereas with that incoming tide, there's a little bit more water to navigate. So they make their way in through that dead section, run up the beach, and then paddle back out. I feel like 2.5 minutes.
Soaking up in that full run around. You can see too just the amount of ocean that's pushing across, and the guys having to really just keep the arms in rotation to stay in position in the lineup. I mean, being from this area as well, Britt, you would have some very specific markers out here at Kingscliff, as we see Archer Curtis up and riding on his back end. Negotiates a bit of lump and bump here, really trying to set up this inside section and wait for this thing to steepen up. Connects with the lip, nice big backhand turn there for Archer, and a good one going onto the board for him, I would believe, coming up from the judges, and let's see him do the same tactic as well as Tim.
He will, with just over 7 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time to do that run around. I feel like you've got to make that decision early. It's tricky. We watched Lennox Smith earlier, got to the beach, and there was 2.5, 3 minutes left, and well, he called it a day. He wasn't going to get back out in time. He won his heat, but just being in that position, I think it's tricky standing on the beach, knowing that you can't physically get back out there in time, but your competitors may get the score.
And you can see Archer too, just checking his clock. He's got enough time, the 19-year-old. I think rides Flanagan boards, and he's from that M&M Board Riders Club. We saw them kind of rise up to the top of everybody's news after the Usher Cup final. They've been a fairly quiet club for the rest of New South Wales until that explosion on the webcast a couple of weeks ago. So to see him, you know, he's probably already had a few reps in the jersey. What's the importance of that coming into this part of the season, having that time in jersey as a former competitor yourself, Britt?
I think having that repetition and that opportunity, you've had maybe a break over Christmas, New Year's, a tail end of last year, just to be able to throw that contest jersey on and put yourself under pressure, put that rashie on, you put the time limit. It allows the surfers that opportunity to just get their feet back in the wax and get used to the pressure of being back in the contest zone.
Yeah, and coming into an event like this, I mean, it's a QS 5000. Some of these guys, you know, even we've not heard of outside of their board riders club or their suburbs, and they've found themselves in this draw, in this opening round. What's it like with that pressure, with this coloured jersey on your back? As you see, Ryan Campbell, ooh, nice two-turn combo, almost, but incomplete on that final turn. You know, what's it like being in front of the cameras like this and having this huge, big setup of an event like the WSL are running in this region? How does that play into your nerves as a competitor?
I think for some competitors who, as you mentioned, Jess, might have come just from their local board riders club, not been in front of the media and the camera as much, it can be a bit of like a deer in a headlight. But I feel like the more time that you're in front of the camera, the more heats you're winning and getting through, the more you're kind of open to that, and you learn as you go. But I feel like it is a good opportunity for those surfers that may just be local to the region. Like coming up next, we have Timmy Chalmers. He's actually in Cabba Board Riders just down the road, and he's a local teacher. He's been surfing for a long time. He surfs really well. But just to see those people have that opportunity to surf in a massive event like this and then have that spotlight on them, I think it's a great opportunity for them to kind of have their little time to shine.
Yeah, and it definitely fills up their social content reels, doesn't it, as well? I mean, there's so much going on at the contest. If you come down to site and you are in this area of New South Wales, up on the Tweed coast, we've got a great setup as well along the front of the surf club at Kingy today. And there's, the Oakberry caravans there making fresh acai bowls. And you've got all the partners that have come together to bring this event with the WSL. I mean, like Harvey Norman, for the WSL, they're the official lifestyle destination for the league in Australia. But here we go. Oh, big airdrop from Will Clark. And I feel like he was searching that opportunity down the line, but perhaps not the right wave choice there, Britt.
I think it was one of those waves too, Jess, with the takeoff. You're taking off, you're not thinking about getting to your feet, you're looking down the right line already, and sometimes when you do that, you can miss that bobble that's in front of you, and that looks like that might have been what happened just then with Will Clark, but he's going to make his way back out and reset. All surfers now out there. I wonder how long that run around did actually take.
Seriously, and it's come down the first, opening round for today. These last 3 or 4 minutes have really determined. We've seen fourth and third, go into first and second in the last 20 seconds. And at the moment, Tim, he's holding first priority and he's looking in a good position. Similar to Lennox Smith's heat, that set of fives in his scoreline is going to hold him pretty steady through the last 3 minutes, especially if he's able to use priority. For you, if you were sitting in that position of Archer, he's got that 3.97 and a 2. And Will and Ryan are chasing him, just needing a 2.31 and a 4.04. How do you play this out with no priority with 3 minutes to go?
Knowing this bank and the way it's been working in the last couple of days, there is kind of like an end section outside opportunity. Only 3 minutes on the clock. I feel as though Archer can try and just break away from the pack a little bit and improve on his situation. I don't think he's safe sitting there in the position that he is in. There's only a 2.31 needed from the surfer in third. So I feel like Archer's really going to need another score. He can aim for that 6.33 and aim for first, or he can play it safe and just look to improve on his 3.97 or his 2. If it was me, I'd be looking to improve on that 6.33 that's required to bump me up to first, and then it's not me in that hot box.
Here we go. Archer, he may have just heard she's up and riding, negotiating the chop. Nice little cut back, the goofy footer from M&M Board Riders. Trying to find this inside section and do exactly what you just said, Britt. Throw away that 2-point ride. Give himself even more of an opportunity, and he does consolidate. Not a big critical section, but it's going to be important, and it's definitely going to get rid of that 2-point ride, as you said.
Being in the position that he's in, there's no way that he was going to be able to sit up on the point further up the line with the other competitors. They weren't going to allow him to have that opportunity, so he has moved away.
And look at that drone shot there. I mean, you surf this bank a lot as well. Look at the amount of sand that's there. Is the best opportunity to run as far as you can south and pop yourself back out behind that sweeping part of swell there?
I honestly think it is. I feel like if you go to paddle out straight out, you're going to get swept down the beach. Sometimes it's good to paddle out in front of the break and you can kind of paddle into it and watch what the wave's doing as it's coming towards you. But at a break like this where the current is so strong, it's so important to really capitalise on paddling out further south. That way, by the time you actually start drifting, you're ending up right in the perfect position for the lineup.
I love how you can get a perspective too of how big the sporting arena is here in this heat and in every heat here at Kingscliff. The distance that these guys are trekking out through that paddle out and then resetting and finding themselves in this right here with 45 seconds. Will and Ryan have to really handle this situation and find the next set. I mean, you said it before, they only need 3s, 4s or 5s, but they're looking to really replace, probably a 5 or a 6 just to bump Archer out of that. With 30 seconds to go and no priority, would you be making space for yourself in the lineup?
I would be. With that amount of time on the clock, I don't think he's even close to the other competitors, whereas these three are kind of nice and tight. Here we go. Will Clark up and riding. He's looking for a 3.41. Will he get the score required, Jess? He's got the inside connection.
Oh, he's asked the question. He's asked the question right there at the judges. We saw the last score. Let's think back. Comparison as that heat is out. He's found himself the opportunity. The last score that came in for Archer was a 3.1. And that was for that backhand kind of, it was a smaller wave, but he had backhand snap at the end. Will needs 3.41. What's your call? Yeah or nah?
It's going to be borderline. He might have done it on that last turn. It was a critical section. He put it up there. He got vertical. I feel like there's been a lot of open face carves through the flat sections. Someone like Will, he's just stood out on that last turn. He's left that in the judges' minds.
Yeah, smaller wave too. We're going to have to wait for scores to come on through. It looks like Tim Bainge held on nice and tightly. Beautiful set of fives in his scoreline there. Held him in first position unofficially, but Archer Curtis in danger at this point. We'll have to wait to see how those scores lock on in as you see Tim making his way into the beach. And there's Will there, waiting for those scores. So heat number 10 coming up after this round of 128. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro live action right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We are not at Cabarita, we are at the lovely Kingscliff Beach, and we've got another super hot heat in the water. Heat 10 of the Render 128. We've got Byron Stapleton, Timmy Chalmers, Ashton Pignay and Zach Hedeman. So a bit of an international heat there. Zach from Hawaii now going to, I think Bonner University. Over here is his dad, a good friend of mine. We toured together on the initial world tour back in the day. Hans Hedeman, great surfer from Hawaii.
There goes Ashton, opening ride for him. Rabbit, bit of a lumpy, bumpy inside section, but he consolidates it. Opening scores come for him. Great to see the Hawaiians too. There's a few of them in the draw today. So
yeah, it's really good. Well, you know, we saw, oh, here we go. First of all, outside. Oh, looks like Byron Stapleton. Oh, what a promising looking wave.
Yeah, just kind of, I don't know, got a little hung up on that backhand there and just misses that opening opportunity for himself a little bit.
Yeah, we saw Jackson Dorian earlier this morning. He advanced through. We had Ryoshi from Japan, didn't quite make it out the back. And this time Timmy Chalmers. Timmy's a very solid surfer from the area, from the Tweed Coast area.
Oh, nice. Looks really comfortable in these conditions as well. Nice few open face calves. Britt was just saying that he's a surf for Cabot board riders and he's a local teacher in the area.
Yeah.
So getting the opportunity to put the jersey on.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. And Timmy, he always surfs so good for his club, and Wow, this is a good-looking wave. That was that one section was a bit overhead, so then he finishes this one up nicely. This will be the strongest wave to open his heat for sure. Ashton, here we've seen a replay of Ashton's wave, and this wave gets him a 3.5, and it just managed to hang on to that one. Probably without that control, just held him back a little bit. And Byron here, oh, this was going to be a good wave, but he just lost it.
He almost looked like he got lost on that cross lump that kind of came through another little lump in front of that wave, just unfortunately for him. But there goes Tim. Oh, he's got the support crew on the beach as well.
Yeah, he's got a lot of support down on the Tweed Coast, Timmy Chalmers.
Smooth surfing is for him, for what I felt. Those two nice open-faced forehand carves for Tim, 5-point ride.
Yeah, it's a solid, just a stock standard solid 5.
And we saw that, I mean, all those guys this morning getting through with those heat totals, those, couple of 5s for each of them, pretty much has them safe in that first position in such a tricky lineup like it is at the moment.
Yeah, it seems to be if you can get like a 5-5 and a 5, you're going to get through.
So we're just under 15 minutes on the clock here in heat number 10. Brittany Nichols straight down to sideline position to pick up heat number 9's winner.
Thank you, Jess. I am here with the heat winner, Tim Baines, the 17-year-old from Caloundra on the Sunshine Coast. Tim, it's your first QS event. How did you prepare for this one?
Honestly, I was just kind of giving it my all. Didn't know what to expect, so a bit nervous leading up, but it's all dealing with those nerves, really.
Tell us more about those nerves. How do you kind of tap into that and use it to your advantage and not buckle under pressure?
I don't know, you just got to kind of, a lot of breath work, calm your mind down. That's all you can really do. Just believe in your ability. Just know you're on the right waves, really. That's all it is.
You were on the right waves here at Kingscliff. I interviewed Cam McDougall earlier. He is also from Caloundra. Do you guys train a bit together?
Yeah, Cammy, he's my best mate. We do quite a lot of training together. It's good. We always push each other, so yeah.
What would it mean if you came up in the same heat together?
That'd be pretty cool. Be a bit of a battle. I know Benny Lawrence and another mate is in that same heat, so that'd be cool, but we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. Well, Timmy Baines is into the next round. Excited to see you come up soon. Back to you, Jess.
Thanks, Fred. How is he? There's some live action right there. Metaman, the Hawaiian, chasing down the section at the end, connects with the lip, negotiates the lump to ride on out of that one. I'm wondering if he got some open face and some of that bigger double up section at the start of that box.
Yeah, we didn't see the start of that one, but Zach's decided to paddle back out. I know paddling was a very strong part of his dad's surfing. One of the best paddlers I've ever come against, and Zach, hails from Hawaii, Oahu, spending time out here doing a course at Bond Uni, I believe, and so he's competed in a few Challenger Series events. So this wave here lining up pretty good for young Zach. As he comes into this next section, he sort of goes, there's a wave in front of it that just sort of gets in the way a little bit here, got that move in, wasn't quite able to get over that double up section to get that really good dynamic finishing turn in.
I love hearing Tim Baines in that last post-heat interview talk about his mates and, maybe the battles and the excitement that would go on if they were able to battle against each other. You were saying you've surfed against Zach's dad quite a few times. What were those feelings like as a competitor coming out against some of your best mates and your closest rivals?
Oh, yeah, you definitely got to leave it on the beach. I mean, you're in the water, you're there to win. I mean, professional sport is a kind of a selfish, space to be in. It's all about yourself and it's all about your advancing. And, Zach's dad, Hans Hedeman, and I had, many finals together, and, really, really great surfer, great competitor. And it's good to see Zach out here. I know he's doing a bit of coaching, and as I said, he surfed in a few Challenger Series events. He just missed out on the qualification through the Hawaiian qualification last year, but he got to do a few replacements there. So that experience he would have garnered from that would be incredible, really, because, you know, we're seeing like guys like Morgan Sibley come back from spending a couple of years with the big guys, and wow, you know, you can see it in his surfing. You know, he's just a cut above. You know, it really does the growth and progression in your surfing when you're surfing against the best.
Yeah, really, you can really see that. I think that Morgan is a really good point that you make, like the precision how he drives his rail around, his equipment, how sharp he's looking in the water, just physically, and they almost seem unbeatable when they have to take that step back to this kind of QS or Challenger Series level.
Yeah, I always sort of say it's all about expanding your comfort zone. You know, you go and surf against the best in the world, or even the Challenger Series, that next tier. Then you come back to this level, and you know, you kind of feel like you're a cut above, and it shows in your surfing. And Morgan certainly is incredibly good, and he just missed out by, I believe, 1 or 2 placings. And there we see Zach doing the big run around now. As a bit of a, he might have got another one down the beach, Jess. We missed that one, but or else he might have turned around and just sort of gone, no, I'm too far down. I needed to get that run around in, and you know, he was pulling, you know, he was pulling in the big breaths there. This is a workout, I tell you.
Yeah, it's a full-blown 20-minute Ironman style series going on out here at the moment. Like a couple of 100-meter beach sprint, hundreds of meters. I mean, once those arms are rotated around, I'd love to see if there was any like those smartwatch stats on what these guys are actually doing in this 20-minute heat. Here goes Tim.
Yeah, so you can tell with Tim, he knows his wave enough to look down the beach, and he's one eye down down the line to the next section. Now he's going to work on this one. So here's a backup score for Timmy Chalmers. It's going to be, I believe, sort of right up there in that same range again. Not super dynamic, but you know, definitely got the work done.
Yeah, probably another solid one of those lower to mid-range scores to back up that 5-point ride.
Yeah.
Like what he said, he's just able to eye off those really nice looking down the point waves. So while we wait for that last score to lock in, 9 minutes on the clock. Stick with us, live action right after this break, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Welcome back. Live action, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And it's Kingscliff. We are on, and we are well off and running into this round of 128 of the men. You can see pulsing swell coming through this morning. A little bit of a devilish wind, northerly around this parts, but we do see some opportunities for these competitors and these athletes to get themselves into progression and in through to the next round later on today. Rap.
Yeah, we certainly do. Well, Timmy Chalmers, we said he went to work on that wave. Obviously, he only got a 3.23, so nothing major. He needed to get that pretty big finish. And here's young Ashton, and Ashton does a lot of surfing. He just was looking down the line to set up his first really good turn. So now he's got a fairway down there with nothing to sort of bank on that one. So these are just very small turns here. And he's setting up. He's looking down there. He knows where he wants to go, Jess, and he just lifts it up there and just grabs that outside edge. Just hit a bit of chop, and yeah, that's really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, that's got to hurt. Like I said, nothing to show for that effort as well. Hundreds of meters.
Yeah.
further up the beach now, and probably with a pretty decent paddle, or if not, a little relocation and run around. Let's have a look. Byron Stapleton.
Yeah, Byron on his back end too. Gets a bit of chop. A lot of chop to deal with there. He's off. Yeah, that was pretty much more of a dismount than anything else. But again, I don't know how much damage he's done to his position in the lineup. Zach Hedeman, I'm sure, would be... We haven't seen his name come up yet on the priority, but surely he'll go into #1 priority pretty soon. So that just goes to show how long it takes to do the run. Zach had a long wave. There he is now. He's got priority, so he's moved into the takeoff zone. According to the judges, they've got a designated area with a point priority. You've got to reach there before you sort of gain it.
Yeah, so with that first priority position, I'm surprised to see him sitting with that 2.77 total there. I felt like maybe, I don't know, that wave was maybe a little bit more opportunity on it, but with priority in just over 5 minutes, he's got the chance now to strike, and unusual for Byron too.
Well, that's the thing. Like Ashton and Byron both in sort of coming unstuck on waves of promise. Has kept the door open. Timmy Chalmers, an 8.23. That's not a super safe territory. If someone can break into a 5-point ride here from either Ashton, Zach or Byron, then they're going to move into the qualifying position.
And Byron too, young guy from Avoca, Border Riders on the Central Coast. So he's really got a strong backhand. There's a lot of young guys coming out there. I mean, including Lennox Chell, who took out the Pro Juniors yesterday. Their backhands, they're so dialed into this type of wave. So if he's given that opportunity, like you said, Timmy Chalmers is not safe sitting in that first position. We've seen it happen time and time again. But here goes Zach.
Yeah, Zach on a down the line wave. Now this time he's looking down the line. He knows he wants to get to the scoring part of this wave. So he brings it around, comes off the white water there. This wave here, he's going to have to get over this double up. This time he does successfully. Probably needs this wave to sort of have a bit more in it. Just sort of fades out. Looked like he was going to be setting up for one big dynamic turn at the end, but the wave kind of fizzled.
What a tricky wave to surf too.
It's wicked. This is really wicked conditions out here now. I got to say, it's tough. Tough to read the waves. Tough to know which ones are going to offer the scoring. We saw a couple of guys getting like bucked off in a good position to go forward, and you can see Zach. He's looking down the line here, and this wave is these nice little cutties. They're set up moves. Not able to. When he comes over this section here, I thought, okay, he's going to be able to go to town on this one, but it just completely fades.
I feel like it's at this point in competition, and for these guys, it's in the opening round is where you really see who spends that time in the water. You know, those late afternoons at your local break, and it's 30 knot onshore, howling. Everybody else is back at home, or you know, up on some surf club deck somewhere enjoying some drinks together. But you're out there and you're putting in the time, and I think it really shines through at this point.
Oh, I think you're so right there, Jess. And look at Timmy Chalmers, where he's come unstuck there. Zach Hedeman has moved into second spot. That last wave, just getting enough on that wave just to edge past Ashton. Byron, very quiet so far, but here he is. Young guy from Avoca, as you said, he's got a strong backhand. This wave here, what's it going to offer him?
Ooh.
That's a nice turn, and he sort of surfs out. I'm not sure if the judges will. Yeah, I think that wave was pretty much finished, but it's his best wave. There's no doubt about that.
And
second, he's so up for grabs in this heat because it's anyone's game. I think they need another wave though. Like, it's 2 minutes remaining. There's no one is in safe territory yet. Timmy Chalmers with that 5-point ride probably looking the safest. It's a pretty critical ride, Jess.
Yeah, it's pretty much a nothingness kind of wave. He's really generated it, and smooth, like crisp surfing for me. I think, like you said, that could have left the question mark there for the judges of the completion of that last manoeuvre.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Here's Ashton. He's caught behind, but this wave might have a bit more promise to it. Yeah, this wave's looking set up nicely, I reckon, for him. He gets a couple of nice bounces off the white water, and it doubles up again. He's going to ride this one. This will be his final wave. He's not going to have time to either paddle back or that, but, you know, it doesn't need much. Ashton, oh, my gosh, he needed a 1.84.
Oh, surely.
Now, Byron moved into second place, but Ashton now with that 1.84, you know he got that. He's going to be into second place here.
Back down to that minute, like we've seen all morning. Rabbit.
There he goes.
1 minute on the clock. Byron needs 2.04. Zach now needing 3.6 with second priority. Timmy still in the lead with that solid opening score, that 5-point ride, like you said, ever reliable in that position.
Oh, look, second place. Look at these guys, their lowest scores. Ashton, 2.87. Byron, a 1. Zach, a 2.43. That's where the critical part. They need a backup score, and none of them need more than a 4. The maximum score there, Zach Hedeman needing a 3.6. But time is the enemy for all those guys. Timmy Chalmers at 5 has served him well.
Geez, 20 seconds on the clock. I can hear people screaming in the background. I reckon it's some of the support crew for these guys and just willing them to have another opportunity.
Yeah. Well, there's also a surfer coming up, Mitch James, in the next seat, their pride of Kingscliff. That could be
that could be the cheers. Oh, look at this, as the clock just counts down against them. No more opportunities on the board for the guys, so...
Oh, this is really hard. This is tough out here. When you look at that scoreboard there, and you look at what they're counting as their top 2 rides, this is tough, a tough day at the office.
Let's wait for the official call from the last results of heat number 10 right now in the order. Heat number 11 kicking off here. It is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Plenty more live action coming up. We'll be here calling all the shots from Kingscliff Beach right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
And welcome back. I am down on the beach thanks to Harvey Norman, our partner. They have gift cards for the Grommies. We have a scavenger hunt happening. And how many kids are going to walk away with a gift card? It is all happening here at Kingscliff thanks to Harvey Norman. We've got 9 $100 gift cards. I don't know where they are. Do you know where they are? So the Grommies trying to get the inside tip. It is wild scenes down here at Kingscliff. You can see all the nippers having a go. And well, thanks to Harvey Norman, the scavenger hunt is happening. Throw back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Britt. Wow, scenes down there with the nippers, that they won't last long. As we see Mitch James here, opening ride, just a 1.6. And stacked heat. Max Carney in the red, Joel Kerr in the blue, and Noah Andrew in the white. Those 3 surfers yet to open up their accounts.
Well, you know, Mitch James certainly served the Kingscliff Club well over the years, and it just, you know, maybe time to celebrate some of the, you know, we're at Kingscliff. I mean, there's been so many great surfers produced at this beach, going back to, you know, like, look at the, I think Ray Gleave to me is one of the finest exponents of longboarding that I've ever seen. You know, to me, really one of the greats of all time. You know, and then his nephew, Trevor Gleave, a great surfer. Yep. Albie Ross.
Yep.
What about Shane Bevan, former world junior champion, Dean Bevan,
Turbo Bevan,
and you know, and then there's a young girl went to Kingscliff High School. Her name was Stephanie Gilmore.
Can you believe it?
Yeah. I went to Tweed River High with her dad, Jeff Gilmore. There's Max Carney. Max is a pretty seasoned competitor.
Yeah, he knows how to find some green face, old Maxie.
Yeah.
Never looks stressed. I'm pretty happy with that start there, old Carnegie.
Yeah.
Max Carnage, as he's known to the boys.
No, he's a classic, Max. He's always just a great character. Always had a good spirit about him.
Yeah, he is. He's a great young lad. He's from the Tugun area, in the Snapper Board Riders, and yeah, he'd be pretty happy to find himself on a right-hand point, I reckon, Bugs.
Yeah, you know, you grow up on the Gold Coast as a goofy footer, you're going to have a good backing in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know he's got a lot of people tuning in at home. No doubt up at the Flug Mansion there in Tugun. 100 flatmates. I don't think Max is actually paying rent at that residence, but he spends a lot of time there.
That's how you work it.
Yeah, working the system.
And look at this, that was Joel Kerr took a quick in and out wave there. Trouble with the in and out wave is that you get yourself out of position pretty quickly.
But yeah, like you mentioned, Kingscliff got plenty of talent. Micah Marguson, controversially living in Cabarita, but a proud member of the Kingscliff Board Riders. And then how could you go past Dane Henry taking out your award, I believe, Bugs, at the ABB?
Yeah,
the Rising Star Award there for the best junior, the Wayne Robert Bartholomew Trophy. Great one to have your name on.
Yeah, classic, mate. And Dane's, the new shining star from Kingscliff.
Yeah, I think we might have a chat with the last heat winner. Who we got down there?
Thank you, Stace. I am here with the Tweed Coast local, Tim Chalmers. He is a wild card for this event, thanks to Cabarita Board Riders. How are you going, Timmy?
Feeling pretty good after that one. I came in with pretty low expectations, so to get a little win was pretty cool.
And you've got the hometown support. What does that mean to have everyone behind you here at Kingscliff?
Yeah, it's fun. I was getting heckled along the beach. I think they were getting stuck into me more than supporting me, so that kept me grounded. It was good.
That's always good. They always like that little extra fire under your feet. And I know that you're a teacher. I've grown up like in this area, so I know you pretty well, but you got to work tomorrow. What happens if you get through?
That's the incentive. Well, I think I've got to get through one more heat, and then the boss has given me the okay to have a day off, so pretty stoked. I've got to get one more.
Well, one more and all the students might be tuning in tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. They did last year. They saw me catch one wave in 25 minutes, so I've got to redeem myself this year, do a bit better.
Well, Timmy Chalmers, the local, he will redeem himself, I'm sure. It's great to have you here, Timmy. Back to you, crew in the booth.
Thanks, Brett. Thanks, Tim. Mr. Chalmers got a good ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's usually the kids looking for that extra day off. They got it through, but now it's the teacher. And what a good incentive to get a day off work.
Yeah.
The boss going, yeah, okay, you got to get through a few heats.
Yeah, one for the school. Mitchy James there dealing with the backwash really well. It's a hard wave to surf, but he's making it look easy.
Yeah, this is a well-surfed wave. It'll put him right up there.
Timmy Chalmers did fantastic up at the Usher Cup. He's on fire.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that he grows a foot taller when he puts the club colours on.
Mitchy James singing out for the O2 there on the runaround.
Yeah, that was a good wave by Mitch. He's going to go into first place with that one. So he just overtook Maxi Carney. 617. That's a keeper, Stace.
I could be completely tripping, but I think Mitch James is a high school teacher as well.
I thought so too.
The boys leading by example, do as I say and as I do. They're on fire.
Oh, we're going to see an athletic attempt here from Max Carney on the run around, a casual lifeguard up at the Gold Coast City Council. And
yeah, well, he's got to do the run, swim, run to qualify every year. So this is right up Max's alley. He's
been waiting for this all summer, just to show everyone how quick he is across the sand. Good swimmer.
Now, he was looking to better a 2.10. Dare say he did that on that wave. I don't know if it'll be a keeper at the end of the heat, though, but it's not a bad wave to just have in your kit right now. Nice snap there. So it's definitely better than a 2.0, I'd say, Stace.
Yeah, he's got a couple of completions on the board with about 11 minutes on the clock, and he'll get back out the back.
3.5 for Maxi.
There you go, I'm pretty happy to hear that.
Joel Kerr is pretty quiet so far. Nothing in the ledger that's going to threaten the top two. And, gosh.
And Noah Andrew, yeah, he's got priority. He is in this heat. I think we had a heat earlier today where
we had a no-show.
We had a no-show, yeah, which is, yeah, interesting. There's a lot of people trying to get into this event, so I'm surprised that there was not a wild card, an alternate, sort of just sniffing around the beach marshal, waiting for someone to not show up, because it's a pretty big deal to get into these events. You know, you sort of have to have somewhat of a ranking to get in, and if you find yourself on the alternates list, I'd be down here for sure.
You'd really think so, because you just never know. You know, young Sylvester.
Yeah.
He's a great young surfer. He was a no-show. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, hopefully he's all right.
Yeah.
Might have got the New South Wales time mixed up, maybe. Coming from Tugan.
Well, that can happen. That can happen. But hopefully he's not injured or ill. It was just a missed time.
We saw Nathan Hedge last year at the Snapper Challenger event. He waited around all day on day one. Heartbreakingly didn't get in, but he's coming in red hot to this year's season. He wants a guaranteed berth, so we'll see the Hog coming up in later rounds, no doubt.
Yeah, I was having a coffee with him one morning. He was arming and ahhing about going to Bolito, but he would have been in the same situation. Will I get in, or am I going to spend a whole lot of money to go to South Africa and sit on the sidelines? Tough call when you're that one spot out.
So tough, really tough.
Not many breaks come up in those Challenger series. Not many no-shows.
Nah. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back very shortly with Heat 11, round 128.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Stace Galbraith in the booth alongside Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, you've been catching any Laura Enever's action in Hawaii this year?
Oh my God.
Absolute loony bins.
Absolutely mind-blowing. Himalayas. talk about a gnarly paddling wave. That is a big couple of football fields. Those waves those massive sets do not come through in the same spot every time. That was incredible what she did.
Not quite Himalayas, but a fantastic wave nonetheless if you can find some green face. Mitchy James, I thought he was on a little grower there, but not to be.
No, it's not quite hit. Here we see Joel Kerr. Joel, he needs something here, Stace. He needs a good finisher here. And he's way down the beach. But that'll be his best effort. That'll get him in the heat. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, ideally you want to grab your better score first if you can, like Mitchy James has done. But if you kind of max
or Joel, you'd take the 3 at this point and try and get yourself back out the back to get the bigger score. I know Max is in the lead at the moment, but it is Mitch James who's in the box seat. He has a 6.17 and just a small score to fill in there. So I do feel at this point it's probably looking like it'll be a battle between Max and Joel. Noah is just sort of looking a little bit lost at sea at the moment. The 6, just under 7 minutes remaining.
Is there a white out there?
Oh, is that him, like, out
It
wide?
looks like a white. But what's he doing so far wide when he's got 0 on the scorecard?
Yeah.
That's just really baffled me.
He really needs to get going pretty soon.
Yeah, there he is. That's true. He's out there. This is it's a terrible state of affairs to be down to the 6-minute mark and not have a wave. And even now, look, he's duck diving a wide one. So this is really tough conditions, Stace. Look at that. The northerly has just come in, turned more northeast now, I think.
Yeah.
Hates it. I mean, the point breaks just don't like this wind.
They don't love it, no, not at all. And even worse, they don't like anything with a bit of west in it either. So it's like it's kind of gone from it's definitely gotten better, but it's still not the most favourable wind. Obviously, we'd love it out of the south, but
probably probably straight northerly, huh?
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's still the ribs in it from the nor'wester this morning.
Totally. Yeah, it's a pretty unfavourable wind. It's so frustrating because you can see the swell lines coming in. You can see the banks there. It's just a little bit of havoc with that wind. And I think we'll probably see pretty similar conditions like this for the rest of the week. But like you say, maybe perhaps once that rib from the west disappears and it is just an honest onshore right-hand point, it could be a little more fun to surf. But at the moment, we're still seeing that kind of mix up from the wind earlier in the day. And then late last night, I think it was blowing northwest all night. So, yeah, a bit of a cross-up at the moment.
I've still got a sneaking suspicion they're going to move this event back to Cabarita.
Yeah, I think they will. I think that
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday looking pretty solid.
Pretty fun.
Good.
Yeah,
pretty good. Nice wind, good swell direction.
Yep.
Give it time to really even itself out. So tomorrow we're looking at more easterly wind, which is definitely not as bad as this.
It's not. No, it'll
it's
make
from
it
the
fun.
back.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll get some cleaner faces, maybe not the first wave of the set, but the later waves of the set. We're approaching the high tide now.
And we're almost approaching the point in the heat where Noah Andrew is going to have to do this on one wave, which is a pretty daunting task.
It's a really disappointing thing to be in a heat, and you nearly see his head going down right now because the task is becoming, as you said, it's nearly going beyond the 2-wave equation.
It's really hard not to get sort of thinking, oh, wow, that's not going to make the next wave be very rideable.
Like a 2-foot backwash just hit him.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, man, this is like really, really trying conditions, but often you can, here we go. Mitchie James.
He's cutting through this like...
No one knows this way better than him.
No, that was well put together. Oh, well done.
Yeah. That's solidified. You called it that Mitch James was still a danger to Max Carney for first place.
Yeah, he's really put that heat to bed with that wave. That was well done. You won't see him rushing around to get back out there.
No, he'll be on recess. Clean looking wave though.
Oh wow! So he made that look fun.
Well, Noah Andrew would have just absolutely loved to have been on that wave. He was wide of that takeoff. For what reason, I just don't know. He's holding on a priority. With 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining, it's a nearly hopeless situation. Because you look at Max Carney's, he's upped his score to 8.17, the combined score. We're looking at, we haven't seen an excellent score today, and here he is, Max Carney again. He can put this to bed now.
Yeah, I don't know how much that'll do to improve, but yeah, like you said, even if it does marginally or even not at all, 8.17 on one wave is going to be real tricky.
But Joel Kerr is still in this heat. He needs Well, he's going to need a pretty good score. He only needs a 5.44. There's that 8.17 for Noah. That's a tough ask. We have not seen, to my knowledge, an excellent score today.
I don't think so. No, I can't recall one.
7.17 Elliot Piera.
Oh, right, yeah.
7.17 there. That was a beautiful ride.
And the next sort of best heat I can think of is probably the one we're watching right now with Mitch James. 6.83 and a 6.17. That's a really healthy total.
Gee, see, there you go. I mean, you come in and there's one of the competitors got a 6.83. He's got like a 13-point total. And one surfer has not got...
It can happen where maybe the surfers are injured. I was talking to Marlon Harrison the other day, and he has, unfortunately, a broken ankle that he's recovering from. But there are moments in events like this, because the points, there's so much points on offer, even just paddling out and getting some points might be the case. I'm not too sure. Or it could be a case of just being out of rhythm with the ocean. But yeah, sometimes, like I learned earlier, the young fella snapped his leash on his first wave and he's surfing without a leggy. And yeah, sometimes you don't pick up on all the storylines from the booth. But yeah, I hope it's nothing too sinister, and it's just a matter of being out of position. It happens to all of us.
Yeah, that's true. But Maxie he's looking to improve his score on this one, though, Dace, and this one could really put it away. He's a little bit more to work on. He's looking to better a 3.5. He'll go close.
Yeah, I think so. It's something around that range. Just trying to make it a bit harder for Joel if he can put his requirement up into that sort of 6 range. Like we said, we haven't seen too many of them today. 25 seconds on the clock. Carnage would have to be feeling pretty stoked.
Yeah, and Joel Kerr is looking to try to have one last gasp effort. He needs a wave in the next 12 seconds. If it's not now, it's not going to happen. He's in the blue singlet. There's Noah Andrews still out there with priority. It's been a long time since we've seen a double donut.
Yeah. No, I had a look at that one, but not interested.
What is he going to do to get an 8.17?
Oh, have to probably see some fins, but that'll be it. That's heat over. Mitchy James convincingly taking that one out. Local boy, be pretty happy with himself there.
Oh, and there's Noah. He paddled for a wave and missed it.
Wow.
That's just one of those ones that got away on him.
Yep, sometimes you have those ones.
You know what? You can come to the beach on those ones and laugh at it.
You just got to laugh those ones off.
You can't do anything about it.
On to the next one. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back very shortly.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Heat number 12 has only just started. Some scores to get in from that last heat that Mitchell James took that one out pretty convincingly. Out in the water at the moment, Bugs. We got Tommy Whitpain, Riley Munro, Larson Schlokter. Apologies if I got that pronunciation wrong. And Samuel Besegna. Another cracking heat. Couple of youngsters in this one from the Gold Coast region. Larson representing the USA, so I'm going to learn a little bit about him today. Stacey Galbraith alongside 1978 world champ Wayne Robert Bartholomew. How are you, Bugs?
Good, Stace. Yeah, good to be here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro and back in the saddle. Another, qualifying series, the Aussie leg. It's always exciting.
Waves looking fun out the window here.
Yeah. It's a tough day out there. That last heat, you couldn't imagine a heat. What a contrast. You've got one surfer getting a 13-point total, another surfer getting a 0-point total.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky one today. I think a lot of competitors will try to get going as early as they can. Even something in that 3 to 4 point range just to put something on the board, I feel like would bode pretty well, and then try and figure out how you build the rest of the heat out from there. The last heat, Mitchell James opened up with a 6.17, so he's absolutely cheering. So we see Tommy Whitpain up and riding there. Good to see Tommy back in the water. He's recovering from a pretty horrific injury. I think he broke his femur.
Wow.
Which is, massive injury. Riley Munro here up and riding behind. Nice turn out of the top there. Really sharp turn. And looks like he'll get a couple little turns off the end to finish. But yeah, Tommy had a long recovery, probably a year on the sideline, and then he's representing Burleigh last weekend at the ABB, and yeah, it was good to see him. Yeah, just out in the water, and he was, I guess, no real surprise to see him ripping. It was cool to see.
That's great to see him come back from such a horrific break early in your career. Riley, that's a great snap there, and there's a young surfer from Snapper.
Nearly went all the way this year, didn't he?
Yeah. He was right in that finals Club Open Championship, the Wayne Dean Perpetual Trophy. He was right there.
Not a bad bloke to lose to when I checked the results.
No, a guy called Joel Parkinson happens to be a world champion.
I think we're going to throw down to an interview with Mitchy James. You'd be pretty happy with that last one?
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Mitch, nice heat win for you there. One of the most convincing ones we've seen this morning. Tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, so hard. I watched a couple of the juniors yesterday. A couple of the Kingy boys surfed, and it looked so fun. There was runners, there was no current, and then we got up this morning and it was howling northerly and sweepy and hard work.
And you're a local guy here. I mean, you're pretty tapped into the conditions. You surf for the Board Riders Club here at Kingscliff. How did you find that first wave in comparison to the conditions this morning that you got?
Oh, I was actually a little bit wobbly and nervous. I haven't surfed a QS in probably 4 years now, so that was fun. I was actually stood up and nosedived first wave, so I was kind of, oh no, hopefully this isn't just a remake, but no, it was good. It was fun. It was hard, but standard.
And you're one of the local teachers here in the area as well. What is it like to go out of the classroom and put the jersey back on for a QS 5000?
Yeah, it's hard to kind of get your head into it, but it's it's good. It's always fun to surf at home, and not far to come. I can kind of go home and have something to eat and have a sleep probably, but yeah, no, it's good.
Beautiful. I'm sure there's plenty of people tuning in, supporting you, your family, and the rest of your students. You want to have a little shout out to them? Another heat win under your belt.
Yeah, shout out to everyone, all the Kingy crew watching, all my family and friends, and yeah, hopefully the waves get a bit better later.
Thanks, guys. Mitch James, moving on through.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, Mitchy James frothing. He's, he said it was tough, but he made it look easy. That was really convincing heat there from young Mitchell, and good way to get it done. As we see Samuel up and riding here, nice backhand turn, and able to get a second one in there to finish. We saw Riley Munro open up with a 4.33. I'd say the majority of that score would have come from that first turn. It's really nice direct hit in the pocket there. And just a couple of small scores for Tommy Whitpain. And Larson opened up with a 2.5 in the white. So Munro with the best of it so far.
Yeah. There's a run around.
All smiles at the 15-minute mark. You'd hoping you'd probably only want to do one of them per heat, save the legs. But with that tide coming in, Britt made a really good call earlier. It sort of makes it a bit more of a paddle on the way out, whereas the tide's low, you can almost sort of jump in behind the bank and you're out the back again. But yeah, at the moment, full athletic prowess on display for all our competitors.
Yeah, you've got to keep paddling at Kingy, that's for sure, even on this high tide. We must be getting pretty close to the fullness of the tide now, Stace.
Yeah, I think we are high tide around midday, so
Yeah, 11:30 local time here. I don't think we're too far off. You can see the importance of being a strong paddler. Like Riley Munro's 40 kilos, dripping wet, and he looks like he's having a hard time there, but he started well behind Tommy Whitpain. And although Tommy's got priority, the judges must have got their line up and they've given him priority. Riley's actually powered past him 20, 30 metres and continuing to sort of break away.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's... I guess one thing that all these point break grommets around here they possess is just lots of paddle stamina. They can go for days.
Yeah, that's right. You're surfing against the current at Kira, Burleigh, most places, snapper on a south swell, kingy on any swell.
Yeah. Yeah. Pound for pound, kingy wins, I think.
Oh, he wins big time.
Yeah.
I mean, on a 2 foot day here, you got a raging rip.
Yeah, it's
this is where you come to either work on your paddling technique and your stamina, or you just go home with nothing.
Nothing to talk about, and a bit of frustration. Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, if you could kind of open up your heats with some sort of mid-range score, you've got to sort of spend the rest of the time looking for that nail in the coffin wave, as opposed to, the flip side of that. A lot of the surfers spending most of the time just looking for anything they can deal with, and in the last sort of dying minutes, we'll see that breakout score. But yeah, I feel like if you're Riley at the moment, you must be feeling pretty good about your situation.
Yeah, kind of, grommets, it's water off a duck's back in so many ways. But, it is a different scene, though, don't you think, Stace, where you're in a heat, it's a 20-minute heat, you absolutely do not rest, you do not stop, and it's a different mindset. How often do you train in a situation like that? Like a 20-minute heat's easy like a 1 hour free surf, easy.
Oh, easy, yeah, for sure. And the other thing, too, that's sort of really difficult to train Tommy up and riding that beautiful first turn. Keeps the second one together, and Riley behind. He's got the big glide in. Nice carving turn to get through that foam. Combos it up, lovely. Oh, just a little complacent there coming out of that turn. There's it shot him into the wave, but that didn't really disappear once the wave got up and riding, and he knows that that's a big opportunity there for Riley to let slip through his fingers there, but he's got plenty of time on the clock. He'll get back out there.
But also, in context to the heat, it looks like he banked a few points here first.
For sure.
This
nice
first turn here, bang, he gets it, and... but I guess they'll be going, he doesn't surf out of it.
I would say so. Maybe at a pro junior level or a lower level comp, they might be friendly, but not at this level.
That's a good turn. He just battles with this thing. This is just an arm wrestle.
They're both pretty similar. Like, they made the turn, but they're not like really locked onto their boards.
No.
So we'll see how harsh the judges will be there. And with full credit to them, they deserve to be harsh, because ultimately these kids, if they're doing these events, you got to be expected to be judged at the highest level of critique, and you really need to be looking pretty solid on your boards to get the maximum points.
Now, well, in a super, super low scoring heat, the Riley Munro wave, he's got a couple of points out of that.
Yeah, he has. He's done well.
He banked that first turn, that's why.
Yeah.
So you would think that was on its way to being maybe a 5-5.
For sure. It looked like there was more points on offer down the line there. So yeah, nevertheless though, he'd be pretty happy to hear that running back around.
I know.
4-3-3 and 3-1. Not huge scores, but in the context of this heat and today, really, that's it's up to him now to go out the back and find really one more solid wave, and he can find himself pretty happily in first.
Yeah, that 4-3-3 start was good. That 3-1-0, well, he would have had a 4-3-3 and at least a 5.
Yeah.
At least a 5.
Yeah.
So, we'll see if that one has a telling effect at the end, but we're halfway through the heat and another mega low-scoring affair.
It's, certainly makes it interesting to watch. It'd be terrible for the parents tuning in. Stressful.
Oh, so stressful when you're watching. You just want it to happen.
Yeah.
Now,
Samuel's got some down the line speed.
Yeah, there's a better looking wave. This one's lined up for him pretty good. He's making this one pay. And he'll get one more in. Yes, he does. Will he surf out of it? No, but he definitely got his best ride there. That one allowed him a bit more open face. he's got time to do the run around. He's still splashing the water.
Yeah, the youngsters haven't felt a bit of trouble. They're finding their feet at the end section. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with the rest of the action. Heat number 12 coming right up.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We've got 8 minutes remaining in heat number 12 with a round of 128. Riley Munro out in the lead ahead of Samuel Basigna at the moment. Surfers in red and white chasing scores, but only small scores. Bugs were talking about training earlier, and sometimes it can be difficult to replicate certain situations. And, you know, with a 20-minute heat, the one thing that's so important is your start. And in conditions like this, one mistake, it's harsh to say it, but it can cost you the whole heat. You can make or break it in that one decision that you make. And, you know, it's certainly something that I know these youngsters, that's why they're getting their reps in with these big events, you know. No better place to practice that. As we see Riley Munro, I like what he's thinking. This wave might get green. He's found the green face. Nice snap out of the lip there. He's looking really locked in on his board. Crazy amount of speed. Beautiful carving turn there. Wow. And a nice finish. That's some really confident surfing there from Riley Munro.
That was a great ride. That's his best for sure.
It's probably one of the most direct waves I've seen all day. He looked like he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He was a little deeper in the foam, but having that knowledge of how to surf these point breaks so well, he could see down the line it was going to back off for him, and although he didn't have the big starting manoeuvre, once that wave slowed up, it certainly let him get some great turns in. He'd be feeling pretty happy about that. And then Tommy Whitpain here, Bugs.
Yeah, there's Tommy Whitpain. This wave here, oh, he looking like it was going to work out pretty good for him. This wave of Riley, he comes from behind the water and he saw something down the line. That first snap was great. Look at the speed the young guy's keeping. Carves his way. And then a great finishing wave here. Finishes with a bit of a flurry. That'll be, I think, the best wave of the heat.
For sure. And I think, you know, to dip inside Riley's heat, he kind of blew that last one. And to see him bounce back and put that wave together, that would have to feel so good, because he knew after he had the wave before where he fell that it was, you know, was that the end of his heat right there? Well, are you going to get another chance? You just don't know. So to see him get that opportunity to execute like that, he'd have to be feeling really good about himself. Really, really good stuff there from young Riley.
Yeah, he's going to get a really good score here.
Tommy Whitpain. He, you know, similar situation to Riley. He had a wave go begging earlier. He'll look to finish this one a bit cleaner as he does. Hard wave to finish that last wave of Tommy's, though, isn't it, Bugs? When you've got that much speed going into a section like that, it's incredibly hard to stay on your board.
Yeah, I thought that second wave of Tommy would have scored better than a 2.7, though. I thought that was... He tried to squeeze that last turn in and came unstuck. Oh, well, he didn't complete it. I feel they kind of penalised him for that.
Yeah, definitely. It's sort of, as I mentioned earlier, with the completions and nod and even dissecting waves. Like these judges that are sitting up here today, headed up by Ty Connigan, they're judging challenges and CTs, and you know, Ben Dunn and a host of other crew up there. That, you know, Tori Gilkinson, she's the head judge of the Longboard World Tour, as well as judging a lot of shortboard events. You know, there isn't any room for, I guess, friendliness in the scoring, which I think is a good thing. These Groms, they will learn the hard way in these bigger events, but it will set them up for, you know, their careers from this point. So, yeah.
This is his wave here that he seemed like he got a fair bit done on this one. No, that's that last ride. That was a good ride.
Yeah, that's a 407.
So that got him in a second, Stace.
And Larson here, nice opening carve. And another one. And just didn't get the steep section to finish, but had a couple turns before that wave went flat.
Yeah, that
second run around.
That was still his best effort.
Loving life.
Oh, wow. This is a big effort by Larson. Welcome to Australia. I mean, this is the run surf. It's a different. It is a different fitness.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you're paddling. Your legs are burning after 6 or 8 turns. Then the run. Then more paddling. It's definitely an Ironman sort of quality to competing here. As I said, a 20-minute heat is like at least a 60-minute free surf.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, I think one way you can train to surf a 20-minute heat is to go out and surf your local beachy and surf without a leggy.
Yeah.
Try and do some swimming.
But, one thing for sure in this regional series, it's pretty much guaranteed that you're going to get one day in the window like this.
Oh, for sure.
You're going to either get a 2-foot day or you're going to get an onshore day. It is going to happen in the window.
Definitely, yeah, for sure. Yeah, particularly, obviously, it can even happen on the CT, like you train for all different types of conditions, but, you are going to get that high tide heat, like you say, or the onshore day or anything like that. So you do have to be prepared for everything. You can't just roll in thinking that you're going to get the conditions that we put on the postcard.
Yeah, well, Riley Munro sitting pretty there. That 6.33 really sits well with him. He's in first place. He's broken into the double digits. And the second place, definitely up for grabs.
Yeah, so apart from the 4.07 there for Tommy, it's not a whole lot to talk about from the other surfers. Have we got Kingy as a left through our window here? Looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, it's nice to have that view at the back, though.
Here we go, Samuel. Big opportunity here. Unfortunately, 3 foot of wave, 2 foot off backwash. Riley Munro off the end.
Riley has just got this wave on lock. Very, very good heat management, surfing beyond his years, that's for sure. And he looks at his watch and he's going, well, you know what? I think he's pretty right.
Yeah, he's done a really good job there. Really well managed heat. I don't think we'll see him get on the trot for the runaround. He had a pretty tight one in the junior the other day. Lost on the buzz. So those feelings would have to be creeping back in. Am I going to survive? Am I going to make it through? I think from our position here, he's looking pretty good. But from his position on the shore, he'd no doubt be pretty nervous about the situation. But he surfed a really, really good heat. And he's, it's the other surfers now that need to pull something out of the bag, and time and pressure and opportunity are funny things. I don't know that they will get those chances just from what we've seen so far.
Well, Riley just improved his position. He had a 5.3, a 5.23, went from 10.66 to 11.56, nearly bettered his position by a whole point. A critical ride here. Stace, will he get over this next section? No.
That was a cracking first turn. Probably Samuel's best turn of the heat, I would say.
Yes.
Unfortunately, just couldn't get down that double up. He doesn't need a hell of a lot to get into second.
No.
But the strength of that one turn alone definitely would have caught the judge's attention. I mean, if I was him, I would have been fighting tooth and nail to get down that double up. When you've got such a strong start like that, anything you can do after is going to,
bang.
Oh, fantastic turn. He sort of, he just picked the wrong line.
Yeah,
so I'm really curious to see the scores there.
He nearly needed to do that turn, come into the water, cut back and get over that double up very early on.
Yeah. Fortunately for Tommy Whitpain, he has actually improved his situation just marginally. He improved his lowest score by about half a point. So that actually put Samuel's requirement up a bit higher. Prior to that, it was only a mid-3, but at the moment now he'd be chasing a 4.0 as we see Tommy at the back. Nice turn. I don't know if he had a turn before that.
So he would have.
That'll be that heat over. So we are still waiting for scores here to come in.
Yeah, big. There's E for effort. There was a big effort all round. Riley Munro pretty much dominated the heat. Improved. He built and built, and he got that 6.33, and then brought it home with a 5.23. Well done to the young guy.
Yeah, stoked for Riley. We'll get him for a chat later.
And I don't believe, we're still just waiting for that one score of Samuel, but I don't know if it'll be enough. But it was a cracking turn for him. But like you say, Bugs, he really needed to get down that double up.
And another way for Tommy Whitpain.
We are going to take a quick break. We will be back with the scores to finish out that heat, and heat number 13 coming right up.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, the #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We are well and truly into the action at the moment. Heat number 13 in the water here. Kingscliff Beach, New South Wales. Beautiful part of the Tweed Coast. And round number 1 kicked off this morning. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the commentary booth by local ripper, ex-QS competitor, ex-Team Australia, Paralympic surf coach, Brittany Nicol. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Trish.
How's that for a segue?
Thanks for the intro.
Yeah, no worries.
I think you forget to mention that I actually represented Australia with you. So, you know, you well accomplished yourself.
Don't remember it. You probably beat me.
QS for a long time. Travelled with you a lot on the juniors.
It's good to be calling the action too, you know, isn't it? Just, I mean, there's nothing better. I know you feel the same. We just love watching surfing, such big fans of surfing, and to have the WSL bring this Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro right here lets us soak up things like this. Here's the opening wave from Matty Boyle.
Surfer in blue, frothy section, really hard to keep those fins engaged, but he made the most of it. Drifted the fins on that last turn and manages to ride out. He's got his feet on the board, Jess.
Yeah, I like his intention as well. There's a lot of energy in the first 3 minutes for him, and he's already got that 4.33. So straight up, nice early, little bit of momentum, kicking himself off. He's in the blue Russia course, and Adrian Tarko Kovacic in the red, Bronte boy, a lifeguard as well. We've got Finley James, Lee Bar Board Riders representative in the white, and Lukey Hamilton, all the way from Steel City, Newcastle. He's been in the competition jersey heaps, really, really good, solid clubman and surfer, and it's great to see him getting out here and getting a chance at collecting some points, and you never know, all the way through that Challenger Series.
Here goes the Taco.
Yeah, there he goes. You can see a lot of flow, a lot of speed as well, with pretty much nothing part of the wave there for him, but it's going to be his second score on the board, that opening ride. Probably just a throwaway by the end. Just over 16 and a half minutes on the clock. So we've got a nice field, I feel like, these characters and these athletes that are in this heat right here. Such a wide range of surfing experience between all 4 of them. Big range of age as well, but you know, we look at somebody like Luke Hamilton from Newey. He's had a lot of success at club level. He's a really, really solid kind of, I guess the best way I can describe it is like he's got that powerhouse Australian surfing style to him. He kind of reminds me of clubman from our area, and he's just reliable when it comes to the jersey. So I'm excited to see him match it up against these other 3 men in the lineup, Britt.
It will be exciting to watch, Jess, and I think having that local board riders support definitely helps competitors, especially Australia. Like, you know, we have such a strong culture with surfing and having those board riders battles and the local clubs and just having the community that get behind the surfers. And someone like Luke Hamilton, he's been able to tap into that. And I think just being able to be in the water, compete against the best guys at home, and then throw that ratio on, knowing that you've got that support once you're away, it really helps.
Yeah, well, he comes from, you know, a club that also has bred the likes of Morgan Siblick, Jacko Baker, Travi, like Philip Anderson. And while we have a look, there he goes, up and riding with the priority. Just a little throwaway. We're going to cross on down Stacey Galbraith, heat number 12 winner, Stace.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Jess. Riley Munro, gnarly surfing.
Thank you. Yeah, it was so tough out there, but milked a couple and got a few scores. I was pretty happy.
I heard you're doing the 12 till 6 shift at the Oakberry Coolangatta store this afternoon, but if you're making heats, does that mean you get work off?
Yeah, I got called in today, but had to just let them know that I'm surfing in the Oakberry comp, and they were all sweet with it.
Keep making heats, you get the whole week off, eh?
Yeah, hopefully keep making a few heats and won't have to work too many more shifts.
As long as you're getting paid from Oakberry somehow.
Yeah, it's good. Oakberry supporting all the Aussie comps, and yeah, I'm pretty glad to have a job there. Good SI.
Well done, mate. It's good to see. Tell me, you had a bit of a Barry in the junior. Must feel good to put a heat together in the big boy comp.
Yeah, had a bit of a shocker in the junior, but yeah, I was stoked to get another crack at it in the QS, and yeah, stoked to make my first heat. Already done better than I did in the junior.
Is there a different level of pressure you put on yourself for this one? Are you a bit more relaxed in the QS versus the junior?
Yeah, I definitely felt a bit more relaxed in this comp just because I'm still pretty young, and I'm kind of getting to the older end of the juniors now, so I'm putting a bit more pressure on myself in those ones. But yeah, felt pretty relaxed in that heat then, so yeah.
How do you find that in the juniors?
Yeah, not the best. Yeah, I definitely put a bit of pressure on myself just because I'm getting to the end of the age division. I've still got like 3 years in it, but yeah.
Old dog, 3 years left in the juniors, 30 left on the QE. Well done, Riley.
Love it, Stacey. Quality from those grums. There's so many of these young gentlemen like Riley in this heat, particularly Matty Boyle's another one of those guys that's on that transition cusp where they've got the last year or so in juniors and they've decided to make that leap. Like Stacey said, I mean, if things go well for them, they have decades left available to them to surf at this level. But I mean, hopefully for these young guys in the next few years, we'll see them up in that Challenger Series, Britt.
When he mentioned that he was at the tail end of his pro junior career, I thought maybe he had 1 year left, but he's got 3. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, he's a young guy. I love that he works for Oakberry as well. I feel like, you know, it's so hard maybe being a younger competitor, but also being a QS competitor. A lot of these athletes juggle, you know, full-time work with trying to compete, trying to train and prep themselves to travel and do competition and chase their dreams. So for him to have the backing of somebody like Oakberry, I mean, those guys at that company, they know what it's about. They've been behind surfing and supporting Australian surfing and this level of WSL for so long. It's just like, it goes hand in hand. It'd be a very easy call to make to your employer to say, hey, I won. What do you reckon we shift around a couple of those shifts, Sabo? You never know. They could put him down here.
Yeah, just chuck him in the Oakberry van.
Yeah, they could chuck him on site on the van to do his shift as well. Pick up a bit of extra cash in between those heats. Here we go. Finlay James up and riding. Wow, nice. Opening manoeuvres here. You could tell he knows his way around a right-hand style point break. A lot of these guys are so used to this setup of surfing coming from this end of the New South Wales coast. Here we go. Nice finishing manoeuvre. Still going too. Not going to let a single little inch of this go unsurfed. He's going to put some extra meters on those legs. But that's the grind right there. That's the QS style surfing. Finishes right on the sand, and he's got a big run ahead of him now. But he's going to be in a good position after that wave, Britt.
He was on a leg burner of a wave, and well, now he's got to run all the way up the other end of the point. His legs will be on fire by the time he actually hops back in the water.
I know, I like that you broke down for me earlier. It's probably, you know, before when we saw them cutting off halfway through those waves, it's probably a 3-minute, you know, circumnavigating back out the back to the lineup. So now if you add on here, as you can see this span here couple of football fields worth of running for him to do to make it back up to that paddle out spot on the south end of the rip. So he's got probably a good 5-minute endurance session ahead of him midway of this heat.
And fitness certainly coming into play. You mentioned that he's no stranger to a right-hand point break. Well, if he surfs Lennox all the time, he'd be used to banks like this, Jess.
It is. Stick with us. We're just going to a quick break at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Live action after this.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 kicking off day number 1 here at Kingscliff. 9 minutes remaining on the clock in heat number 13. Round of 128 of the men's division. 7:30 kickoff this morning. These guys have been battling it out to find themselves a progressing position into a round of 96 later on this afternoon. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the commentary booth by Brittany Nichols. Britt, you've seen the last 12 heats go down. Highlights so far. It's early days to be calling highlights, but highlights so far of this morning's action.
I think just the true grit and determination of the surfers that might be on that back foot. They've done the run around and then they might have 3 minutes left and they're requiring a score. There was a couple of heats where surfers did actually get through. They needed a score and they got the score. I just feel like just seeing that true Aussie grit and determination has been the highlight for me.
And there's Tarko Kovacic up and riding, representing 2024, I believe. One of those older, more experienced surfers we've got in the draw. He charges at home as well. If you haven't picked up a clip of him, you can find some of his stuff online on his socials, and some of the clips of him charging out Cape Solander and around the different spots in his area are incredible. I mean, he's a lifeguard, so he's obviously an ocean man, and how well is that going to play into his hand in competition today?
I think it's going to be a massive advantage, Jess, just having that ocean knowledge and that awareness and being able to read conditions, knowing that I'm a lifeguard, I do this full time, I'm always on the beach, I can read the ocean, I just got to catch those good waves.
I saw that playing out as well with Mitch James earlier, one of the local Kingy guys. Obviously, he surfs this wave a lot, but he's had one of the highest heat totals of the morning so far, and he's also a former lifeguard, so being able to just read it like you said, I mean, it makes the job so much easier for these guys coming into what you would say. I mean, I know Bugs and Stacey have been calling all morning too, just really challenging, grinding conditions. As a competitor yourself, former competitor and also coach, you're working a lot in the coaching space too. In an opening round of a QS of this level of competition, what are those words that you're saying to these athletes on the beach? What's happening in this opening round at this part of the season?
For me, like, I'm not coaching any of the athletes in the event, but like, I just feel like it's one of those things where you need to be in the prime position. If you're not on the peak and you're not taking off on those good waves, you're not going to allow yourself those scoring opportunities. And a place like Kingscliff, the current has come into play today, so it's quite easy to paddle for a wave, not catch it, and then be drifting down the beach. So I think just capitalising on, if you're going to paddle, you're going to commit, and making sure that you're playing out that priority right as well, Jess. You don't want to find yourself halfway down the beach and you haven't caught a wave.
And we've seen the story play out so many heats already this morning, but getting to this point, this last kind of 5-minute quarter mark of the heat, and there is only 1s and 0.3s or 0.8s of a backup score in everybody's repertoire. It just shows the importance of just picking up, maybe even similar to what Elliot Peralta-Reid was able to do, like pick up that kind of quick first one and then a bigger inside one on his paddle back out. It was just that quick turnover and the momentum has been really able to help these athletes kind of push it through. But at the moment, I mean, Finlay, 5.33, we could say, going on the trend of the last few heats, he's looking good if he can find another wave.
You're spot on the money there, Jess. Most heats, surfers have got through with mid-range 5s being their average. So if you can lock in one of those scores, it puts yourself in a good position, and then you can just build on that and work towards something better. But with conditions the way they've been, people are pocketing those 5s. Surfer in blue up and riding. That is Matt Boyle. Frothy wave.
Yeah, he's got that inside double up though, hasn't he? He's got the opportunity, which is going to allow him just to do a few nice little snaps up into the lip. Small wave, but he's going full pro junior QS grind mode. He is in unison, up and riding behind him. Adrian in the red. Bigger looking wave, down the face, open carve, as we see on the left-hand side of the inset screen. Matty finishing off right on the shore as well. So he's covered some area. He's probably generated a score out of not much. And he's got himself back into that run-around position, just over 4.5 minutes. What's his split on those last 2 rides, Britt?
Just going to revert back for a sec, Jess. 4.5 minutes, and he's going to try and do the runaround. So he's put himself in a tricky position, but you cannot give up. We have the Oakberry replay on screen. That is Matt Boyle in the blue. As we mentioned, really foamy, frothy wave. Just a few open face carves, trying to stay with the pocket until this thing steepens up on the inside. The surfer in blue making the most of it. He may have had the inclination that this might be his last chance as well, knowing that there was not much time on the clock. Whether or not he has enough time to get back out there and catch another wave is another thing. Finlay James answered straight back.
Oh, just burying that nose, Britt. That would have been probably a pretty nice backup too if he's able to ride out of that.
He's already locked in a 5.33, so yeah, if you can just replace that small 1-point ride.
Here we go, Matty. Getting that run on the legs. Look at that tiny little tilt in the chin just tells us too. He's not pushing super hard, but he's probably feeling it. It's a long 20 minutes when you're in the jersey, Britt, and he's got 3.5 minutes. He's in the lead. Here we go. Just having a look quick up, in and out, sorry for him. Luke Hamilton with priority now. He's the man that's going to be asking the questions. Scoreline way open. Once again, last 3 minutes of this heat is going to be it. Can Luke pull the trigger on the right one? Can he generate a score and find himself, you know, up around that 5-6 point mark? Here he goes. Luke up and riding, frothy looking section. He's got to stick with this one as he waits for it to double up, offer him up something. Nice open face ahead of him. Drops to the bottom, up into the lip and times it. Nice surfing, bigger section. You've got to say it's going to challenge the last of Matty Boyle. Only one turn on offer, a bit kind of wobbly and lumpy and bumpy due to the wave. But let's see how that locks in for Luke. What are your thoughts on that one, Britt?
I think it was more critical. Like you mentioned, the frothy takeoff. He was kind of just waiting for it to steepen up, but he made the most of that last section. He really put it up there, got vertical, timed the lip line perfectly, and showed that commitment to the judges. That will be one of the better scores of the heat. But I think there was a ride from Surfer in Red off the back of Matt Boyle's wave as well. I don't know whether the judges have dropped that in yet. He got 2 decent turns in as well.
So perhaps in the last 2 minutes, another one of those situations where first and second get knocked out, and that third and fourth, I mean, moving up over that 8-point ride heat total is not going to be a big ask. I feel like last of Luke's is going to put him probably into first position. Oh, yeah, there you go, straight into first. And then let's see what if Red locks in another wave. Britt, I mean, 5.67 for that last turn for Luke. Like you said, way more critical. He just put it all up there and he risked a lot, and the judges liking it too.
He did. The judges rewarded him a 5.67, and it was a 4 for the Surfer in Red. So Adrian, on that wave in particular, if I can recall back, I just feel like he didn't get critical enough on his last turn. He went for that last section, but decided to do a carve under the lip rather than putting it up and over. If he had have done a similar turn to the Surfer in Green, he would have been rewarded. But still a great score, a 4. But time may be the enemy.
Yeah, with priority, 1 minute on the clock here in heat number 13. Adrian now got to find himself 4.21. There goes the current heat leader from Newcastle, Luke Hamilton. Highest wave score so far, 5.67. He's left it right down to the minute, but he's put himself in such a good position. 45 seconds. He is going to be watching and praying that third and fourth do not find themselves another opportunity.
I'll tell you who would be watching and praying that. Matt Boyle in the blue, who had to do the runaround with 3.5 minutes remaining. He's now been bumped into second position, and third is only looking for a 2.87, Jess, with 30 seconds on the clock.
So one turn for Mr. James out there in the white, and he's back straight into the mix and into the later round today. Similar to, I mean, you could argue for priority as well, 15 seconds. If Adrian can find himself one big section, 4.21 is easily achievable, but with 10 seconds on the clock, will they get another opportunity?
He is looking at the watch on his wrist. It doesn't look like it.
Oh, so you can see body language from the young guy in white, unofficially going to be taking an early exit here, and it looks as if the Newcastle local Luke Hamilton moving on through. Matt Boyle will leave that unofficial and wait for the judges to lock that one up and out as we move on through to heat number 14 of the day. Stick with us at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Plenty more action coming up right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Day number 1 of competition here for QS 5000 World Surf League on the shores here for the Australian leg of this regional qualifier. We are at Kingscliff Beach, a beautiful part of the New South Wales East Coast in the Tweed Coast region, and you can see a battle against nature at the moment. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the commentary booth by none other than 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Rabbit, you were just out on the beach soaking up all that live energy. What are you feeling? What's going on out there? You can see from the screen the amount of nature that's going on.
There is such a challenge going on out here because I think, as Stacey mentioned in the last, you make one little mistake out here, you're going to pay for it so big time. It is such a long paddle, it is such a long run around at the moment. With this higher tide, you know, the rides can be a bit longer, but the run around, you're not really in hard sand, you're nearly in soft sand, and then the paddle out is from kind of a deeper water section now. You don't get to walk out in shallow water even. It can easily be 5 minutes, an easily 5 minute run around paddle back to the lineup, and then the waves are actually moved down kind of more in front of the clubhouse, so even when you paddle back out, you've actually got to paddle back down into the main part of the break. It's really tough.
It's testing on all levels. I heard you and Stacey earlier in the heats likening this 20-minute heat format to almost over an hour of a free surf energy wise. I mean, the intensity at which these guys and these athletes are going to have to perform out here, it's really going to show up their training.
Yeah, and also the whole thing is that, you know, when you've got also just the stress of being in a heat, right? And trying not to make any mistakes and make everything pay. And you kind of, your head's blowing up, everything, like you make a mistake, the paddle out becomes more intense.
Here goes Darcy Phillips. Oh, nice section. This has been a really nice wave choice for him in the red. And he finds some critical surfing on his backhand to open up his account here in heat number 14. He's not done just yet. Nice surfing from him. Point of difference I see already. He just managed that wobble.
He just manhandled that wave. It was incredible. I mean, a lot of guys have come unstuck on that wobble. This is one of the early waves of a set. There's a lot of chop in the face. And Jess, look at the way he goes to town on this wave. He gets some big moves in here. This move right here, bang, under the lip, handled so well and comes straight off the bottom again.
How's he just sticks right on that foam little ball as well and just uses it to get right under it.
12 o'clock. I mean, he never looked like falling. Any one of those situations would have knocked quite a few guys off earlier. The one thing about your backhand, sometimes you can get that pivot going and you're a little bit more solid.
I love that performance from Darcy Phillips. I'm interested to see how it locks into the score line as well in the water against him at the moment. Nicholas Squires, 5.33 in the white jersey. That was his first exchange. Kobe Johnson's out there in the green and Kyan Falvey in the blue jersey. So, I mean, 4 stellar surfers amongst them, but that from Darcy is just a point of difference to me already.
Well, this is actually a really stacked heat. You know, Nick Squires is just a veteran. You know, I mean, the guy knows how to compete. He's dangerous against any surfer. Darcy Phillips, again, like he would have been dangerous in any situation, any heat today. The young Kyan Falvey, he knows this area. He's from the Tweed Coast. This is a great heat.
So we're just over 14 minutes on the clock. Brittany Nicol has heat number 13 winner, I believe, is Luke Hamilton. Britt.
It is Luke Hamilton. Congratulations on the win, Luke. How are you feeling this morning, travelling from Merewether to compete in this event?
I was pretty stoked, and then I got out there and I was just that tired from paddling out with the boys in the rear, and then I actually didn't think I was going to get a chance to get a wave. I got one and did one turn. I was like, I just hope I haven't come all this way to do one turn and then get bounced, so it was good.
No, great to see you got more than one turn out there. You got through and did what you needed to. I know that you are part of Merewether Board Riders Club. What's it mean to have such a prestigious club behind you when you come to events like this?
Oh, it's great. They're just all a bunch of legends, and the level that they push in board comps is so good, and like all our local comps are great, so yeah, it's awesome.
You are an architect. You just told me that you put in a late-minute notice to enter this event. You didn't think you'd get in. Yeah. Do you think work's tuning in now?
I hope so. Hope Bushy and Jimmy are watching. I think they said they were going to, and they said if you get the 2 weeks off, or you better win to make a couple of heats. So yeah, pretty stoked.
So win or don't come home, pretty much. Is there anything else you'd like to say to anyone back home tuning in?
I know my family's watching, so just thanks to them and a few mates at home. And Travi Lynch is tuning in, and thanks to him.
Great to have you in the event. Good luck in the next round. Back to you, crew in the booth.
Thanks, Britt. And yeah, Luke Hamilton, Steel City, Surf City, like Britt and they were talking about. Rabbit, such a prestigious history from that place.
No, it sure does. Merewether's just produced so many great surfers over the decades. I mean, you know, going all the way back to the Matara contest that I used to go down to, you know, guys like Roger Clements, Steve Butterworth, Colin Smith, you know, amazing. Peter McCabe, Jimmy McCabe, these are the just, and then obviously on to Mark Richards, and then, you know, Matty Hoy, Simon Law, Luke Egan, it's just endless.
At the moment, that score dropping in for Darcy, 6.50. Rabbit, that's like the difference at the moment between getting through these rounds with 12 minutes on the clock. He takes the lead with a single score, and Squiz in the water in the white with that 5.33 backup. So Kyan and Kobe looking for some scores at the moment. Priority in favour of the man in blue from, Kyan.
Yeah, well, I think we've still got a wave to go in there yet, but Darcy Phillips at 6.5, that's solid. That's just good, solid surfing. Nick Squires, here he is again. He's already got that 5.33, comes unstuck on that one. He won't be happy with that.
I've seen that a fair bit this morning as well, just that anticipation of the down the line. Here goes Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe. And see, sometimes I think on the forehand, it's even more difficult in these conditions, and it is tough out there. The right wave, though, is actually more improved on this higher tide. You get the right wave and you can get a score like Darcy Phillips. even though, you know, he made that happen. He actually manufactured that score. As we see Nick Squires on the replay here. He gets a few points in here before he comes unstuck too, Jess.
Yeah. It was really shaping up to be a nice score. I feel like he's still gonna be able to bank that one. There's a replay, like you were saying, Rabbit. It's just, you know, it's maybe arguably harder on the forehand. We saw on that previous ride with Darcy, him just being able to sit right in the bottom of that trough of the wave and just kind of wait on the little bit of foam and just be able to just quickly attack like a little snake strike, just bang bang on the backhand. And
that's right.
It looks somewhat more manageable. There's a score for last Squiz.
Yeah, because Squiz's last wave, you know, a 3, 6, 7, and it was on his way to a 5. I feel in that way for sure. So that one is sort of pegged him back a bit. But I feel on your backhand, you know, you don't have to go and do that deep backhand bottom turn. You can just really pivot and just put your board straight up and then whip it round, and that's where you've got the advantage with these choppy conditions, I feel.
And interesting too for Squiz, I mean, if he's able to make it on through and somehow he's going to meet up at some point in the draw with his son, I'd love to see that battle. I mean, you have a son competing as well. Let's have a look at the replay though. Last of Darcy's.
Yeah. Just a quick double, you know, there's a pretty soft second turn. He won't get much for that one, but with a 6.5, he gets a bit of a back up there, 2.03. Still keeps him in second place, and he's got something on the board to back up that beautiful 6.5. Yeah, no, it's Nicholas, you know, Nick Squires is, that's amazing that his son's going to, he's also somewhere in this draw.
Challenge him for that alpha spot. For the best surfer in the family, while we wait to see the next exchange. Just over 9 minutes on the clock here in heat number 14. Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro will be back with live action right after this break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back and good afternoon. Sunday afternoon here at Kingscliff Beach. We are here for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro and up and riding. Kyle Falvey, nice big over the roof floater, looking light and confident on the board, looking for the double up as well. Weird little cross bump and section, so he's going to put his chin down to the stringer and make that run around as well. 7.5 minutes, he's got some work to do, Rabbit.
Yeah, he's a bit behind the 8 ball with time-wise, but at least he's got a wave under the belt now. And, you know, there's a lot of, I guess, well, see, Darcy's coming second, and he's only got that 2.03, but he's got that really good. There's Kyan. That's a nice turn there. Nice sort of set. You just need to finish on this wave to really get it up there in that 5+ range, I feel. Because Darcy, that 6.5 really sits well in his ledger because he's sitting in second place and he's only got a 2 to go with it.
Yeah, and with Nick Squires out in the lead, we were just talking about, you know, the future of the draw, potentially meeting up with his son Mannix later on. But when I looked down the list, you were just pointing out a hot heat that's coming up later on in this round. The last heat of round of 128 looking really good. And when I look forward, I also see, of course, your son Jagger Bartholomew seeded into that round of 64 up against Alistair Reginardo and a couple of the other progressions from this morning. So it doesn't get easier from this point for all of these athletes. If they're progressing through, they're going to meet the likes of some of the best surfers in the world that are just happily waiting in that round 64 for these guys to push on through.
Oh, yeah, the round of 64 is solid every surfer in there is just, as you said, world class, and there's some really, really great matchups right across the board. Incredible.
Yeah, when I look at these names as well, like it won't be a far stretch or too far into the future where we're seeing these guys on the championship tour, and that we're just watching them push for those world titles. I know when we look at names like Sheldon Simkus and Jagger, like I said, and Joel Vaughan and even Billy Stearman, those guys, I can imagine all those guys on the tour at some point in the near future.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's incredible. Kaius King, the defending champions in there. Kalani Ball, I mean, what a great... Mikey McDonough, fresh off the Challenger Series. It's absolutely amazing. Solly Bailey, it's awesome. It's just an awesome lineup.
It just gives us so much credit back here to this regional part of the tour and to Australia, and what each states and when you break it down, what each board riders club puts into their local surfers and the level of competition they get met with, I feel like just pushes them so far into that world tour performance. So 5 minutes on the clock. Nick Squires in the lead and holding first priority. Now, I mean, they didn't nickname him the Bulldog for nothing, Rabbit.
Oh.
He is ferocious with that position.
Oh, he really is. I mean, he won't give it up easily either. He'll just hang on like a bulldog.
Yeah.
And you'd expect him. He wouldn't have been stoked to get that 3.67. He fell on that one section towards the end. He didn't get that finishing turn in, but the 5.33 sits well for him. Because Kian, he needs a 5.64, 7.53 required. Like, these are pretty solid scores to have to get, with Nick Squires sitting out there with priority. And Darcy is sitting out there. He's only got that 2 to better. He only needs a 2.5 to go to the lead. So first and second at this stage looking pretty solid.
Yeah, and like you said, with Squiz, I mean, he has so many heat experiences under his belt. I remember watching him surf for Australia multiple times, and he surfed over in China at that at one of the Cup events, and he just has so many situations like this where he's come out on top and he's willed it to happen, and he's grinded through this kind of conditions to make himself into that QS warrior that we believe him to be.
They're all great attributes to have. For a competitor.
So just over 3.5 minutes on the clock here. Day number 1, heat number 14 in the water. Nick Squires from Scarborough, the south coast, with priority and the lead at this point. Darcy Phillips close in second, but once again, it's going to be a tale of the last 3 minutes. Kyan and Kobe just kind of medium range scores, bigger than what we've seen throughout the rest of the morning, both needing Kyan's above a 5, and Kobe probably, I think it was around about a 7 point something to get himself into progression. So they're going to need to find themselves the best waves of the heat at this point under priority.
Yeah, it was, Nick and Darcy really got away to good solid starts here. 5.33 for Nick, 6.5 for Darcy. That's made a big difference. And Darcy now, he only needed 2.5. He got a 2.77, moved into the lead. So that makes it just a bit more difficult.
You can kind of appreciate too how difficult it must be, because when I think about these surfers, if you see them out at your home beach lineups, they're kind of the guys that make even the junkiest of surf look really good and really fun. So if they're battling and they're struggling to find themselves those 2s and 3s back up, it must be hard. The everyday local beach surfer probably would just get washed away on that current right there, and these guys are just full ball at it, trying to find that score.
Yeah, you rarely find tougher conditions than this. You've got a current that you can only see the current by the way how hard they have to paddle to even stay in the same spot. If you paddle for a wave and miss it, you're out of lineup. So in the last heat, surfers were 150 metres apart towards the end of the heat, and you get to a certain point where you don't have time for the run around. Here's a left. You saw a little bit of this in the last heat. A couple of guys going left. And this is just to back up anything. Now, I think Nick actually utilised his priority on that one. So that's how desperate things are.
Yeah, look, as well, he looks kind of maybe like trying to hear the situation. I think it'd be hard to hear the beach announcers as well with that howling kind of onshore. It'd be blowing all that sound away. It'd be tricky to hear what's going on.
I was surprised to see him go on that one. You know, holding down priority, only a minute, there was like a minute 40 left on the clock then. His competitors really in desperate need of a wave, and he was kind of in control of the lineup. So he loses that control now.
And Kyan right there on screen with priority, just under a minute on the clock, needs a 6.10. He's going to have to hunt down the opportunity. And I'm going to say maybe 2 good sections, at least one really critical section, and you have that, you know, at least 4 points available in it. And then he's going to have that finishing manoeuvre. Him and Kobe need to hunt down the opportunity to overtake Nick and Darcy at this point, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, as we see Darcy coming in now on what will be his last wave. I'd say he's definitely safely through. It's really up to Kayan. He's the best opportunity. Cody, you know, you say it quickly, he needs an 8. Well, I haven't seen an 8-point ride today. These conditions just don't make it possible.
No, it's a tough ask at 10 seconds to go.
And I think we've got a ride here. Here's Kayan, but he's in and out. So that'll be... Oh, here's Nick Squires. Of course he got another wave.
There he goes, opening up, looking a little bit more
Nick.
Free. Yeah, a little bit more Nick. Oh, there's the big opportunity Kobe was looking for towards the end, but perhaps a little too late for him. So let's wait for the official results from the judges there in heat number 14.
Looks pretty cut and dried to me.
So Darcy Phillips, Nick Squires, possibly moving on through.
Yes.
Heat number 15 coming up very shortly. Round of 128 here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. And stick with us, plenty more live action coming up this afternoon.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 for the regional competitors here in the Australasia region. My name is Stace Galbraith, joined by my side, 1978 world champ Wayne Bartholomew. Bugs, still an Ironman. I had a few heats off. Pants have gone, boardies have come on. It's boiling out there.
Yeah.
It's a cracking day, and here we have Big Sue Ellen, Brent Savage. Oh, wow, finished that Savvy. He knows the importance of finishing a ride there. He's been watching intently down there, and his head's been on a swivel. Where do I sit? Where do I paddle out? And great start there for young Savvy. And then behind, Taichi Hagita. Man, these Japanese competitors. Oh, my God, make that. Oh, my God, that was sick. And then behind,
Matt Roble.
Ratty Mobile, Matt Roble from the Black Rocks Board Riders.
Yeah.
Quicksilver actually sponsored that club, and he doesn't have his board shorts on, so he will be getting reprimanded. That's okay.
But they could be his lucky boardies.
They could be his lucky boardies, that's right. He's surfing good.
They could be his pyjamas.
And Savvy, another one, the dad.
Or is this a replay of his first one? Yeah, it is. Replay of his first one.
Don't get too excited.
Wow, sick one.
It's a good opening exchange though, because I think we just hark back to that point you made before. We are seeing if there's one mistake made, you're nearly out of the tournament. It is that gnarly.
Yeah. So as we see there, Taichi, Brent and Maddie all getting starts there. Interestingly enough, which I would have to agree with, Taichi got the best of that situation, even with the fall. He'd have made that last turn.
It was a 6.
Bloody ripping. Great surfing.
And Arch Whiteman too. Now he's another great surfer.
He wants to join the party.
Yeah, he's backing in so good. This is a decent looking little wave from the aerial view anyway. No chop on the face from the air.
No, that's right. That wave looks amazing. He's getting some good work done.
Yeah. Oh, he needs one more. Yeah. Good work, but not that big.
It looked flat from the drone. I'm not too excited to see the front on angle.
The big signature move wasn't there. But now what you do see with this high tide, they come to the beach. There's not that soft sand. I mean, there is soft sand because of the high tide. It's not easy running, and you've got to go way up the beach. Then you've got to actually paddle out. Yeah, you can see it's flat, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a series of flat turns, nicely surfed. He was just looking for that one sort of vertical backhand pivot. Didn't really happen.
No, not this time around, and he's a long way down. That's a big run around.
It's a big run around.
Welcome to Kingy.
No, it really is, because not only do you have to paddle from way up the beach, but in actual fact, then you've actually got to paddle down because it's shifted down in front of the surf club more than, on the lower tide there was that peak. There he is. So you can see it's not the hard sand. There's a little bit of soft sand happening there.
And a leggy trip not too far away if he doesn't grab a hold of that cord.
Oh yeah, that's always one for the camera.
The old Taj Burrow, carry the board in the opposite arm.
Yeah.
We're going to throw down to an interview with the last winner. I'm not too sure who took that one out. Who we got down there?
I wasn't sure either, but it is Mr. Darcy Phillips from Stratty. How you feeling, Darcy?
Feel good. Good to have a win. Haven't been in the comp for a while, so good to get a win.
Yeah, tell us more about that. I know that you haven't been in a comp for a while. It was a bit of a blast from the past with you and Billy Keane. Have you two made a pact to do some comps again and make a comeback?
Yeah, we thought we'd just do the local ones because he's just from Coffs. I'm from Kieran out these days. But yeah, just doing the Burleigh and the Cabarita one, or Kingscliff now. But yeah, just do a couple of comps, see how we go.
Does it feel good to have the Rashi on again after so many years away?
Yeah, it feels good. It feels different, but it's good. Yeah, bit of stress in my life, but yeah, something different. Enjoying it, especially when you're winning.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling when you're winning. Hey, the conditions are pretty tricky out there. The wind's picked up, the tide started to move in a bit, the current is so strong. Can you talk us through how you assessed those conditions and adapted to what was in front of you today?
I just watched the heat before and I just seen them get washed right down the beach, so I just walked up as far as I could. And when I got out there, I was the furthest one out, so I just tried my best to get one up the top and then go from there, because it's a bit of a washing machine, like you said, once you're out there. So, I don't know, try your best and see how you go.
Is there anything that you'd like to say to the crew on North Stratty? I know you don't live there anymore, but I'm sure they're all tuning in.
Oh, thanks for watching if they're tuning in, and hopefully there's some waves over there with the swell. All the best.
Great to have Darcy back in the Rashi. I'm sure he'll be put on an exciting show later on today. Thanks for tuning in. Back to you, crew in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. Great interview there with Darcy, and g'day to the whole Phillips family. Kurt, his brother, no doubt, tuning in intently. Good lad, Darcy. He kind of had that, and you know this, Bugs, when we were younger, good friends with the Deans, and he'd come down and... which was kind of controversial at the time, but he would surf a few snapper board riders heats. But it was just the club we had, like we had the best juniors in the country, and these other crew would come around and just dip their toes in and see what it was all about. And Darcy was one of them, and I think that was, got some great childhood memories with Darcy between here and North Stratty. He's a lovely fella.
Yeah, and I was just thinking before, they're talking about maybe there's a pretty good happening up at Point Lookout today.
No good waves up there. Yeah, pretty average. I heard the barges booked.
There's high tide, there's wind. There mightn't be too many people watching.
No, that's right, yeah.
The Specs were watching this morning, though. We know that.
Yeah, definitely.
And, big shout out to them. What a classic, iconic family.
so 12 to go on this one. I think I saw a few of the crew trying to paddle their way back out.
Oh, it's so tough. I was down there before and going, oh my gosh. I mean, it's nearly, there is definitely a no man's land situation out here where it's just too far. You're too far gone to do the run and paddle back out. It could easily be 5 or 6 minutes.
Yep.
And then you're down there nearly maybe having to get a cut-off left.
Yeah, I think we saw Nick Squires try and wrangle one in that last heat, but it's definitely the right's got the more scoring potential, but there's some of these heats that just at some point you just take anything and try and, manufacture something. So, yeah, Arch, as you can see there, he did the run around. This is where it sort of gets a bit unfortunate. He's actually up the top in 4th priority, and as the paddlers up who have the high priority get to him, he'll be in a pretty tricky situation here. He probably would like to try and keep a bit of space between him and Green, just so that if a wave does come, he can actually kind of sneak underneath him.
Yeah, see, this morning that worked out a lot easier because, you do the run around, you get to the top, and generally people would be in motion. But now, only you really got to pick the eyes out of the set. So all 3 of these guys have got priority ahead and of Arch, and that's a difficult situation because he cannot be assured that they're not just going to swipe that wave straight off him.
Well, we've got a bit of a lull in the action. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Don't go away.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Got another, I would call it nail-biting heat on our hands here, Bugs. We haven't seen huge scores all day, but certainly very competitive, these matchups. It's the Japanese surfer in the lead at the moment, ahead of the local boy Brent Savage, Arch Whiteman and Blackrock surfer Matty Roble, chasing scores, albeit very small ones.
Yeah, there's another good heat, and I'll just draw your attention to this next heat, the last heat in round of 128. It's absolute smoker. Zeb Stokes, Darcy Littlechild, Brent Dorrington, Joshua Churwell. Wow.
Cracker. Oh, up and riding. Oh, I just want to see this guy surf more waves.
Yeah.
Great style.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually been on the waves to really pretty much put this heat away.
Oh, ask and you shall receive. He's on the double up.
Yeah, he's got some big moves.
Oh, it's just those little ones like that you kind of just have to make, even though that turn probably didn't feel so great and you wanted to just get out of there. You know, maybe if you were filming a video part, that's okay, but in a heat, like getting a 3.5 there would have been gold. And he's going to end up with a 1 because he didn't ride out of it properly.
And he's going to find himself in no man's land because that's going to be, he got 2 half waves.
He'll be booking a lane down at the Bowls Club.
Oh, no, that's a long way down the beach.
Long way down.
And you'll still see a bit of action here. Looks like Brent Savage is going to get one. There's a promising looking wave, Stace.
Nice first turn set up there from Savvy. And he's done well to get that one in there. He was looking pretty cash, but yeah, he did well to get 3 turns there. And yeah, great effort just to stay on his feet and score some points. 7.5 to go.
He'll go to first.
Brent will not be stoked about this run around. He has not been training at his desk.
Okay. But he's in a good position now because I'd say that's his best ride.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure.
Yep.
And he's going to have now he's going to have a 4.33 to back it up. This turn here, nice setup turn. I like this is the money turn. Bang. Interesting where they go with this.
Yeah, it's a nice wave, well put together.
sort of doesn't really have any relevance to today's situation. However, speaking of no man's land, the last time there was waves at Kirra, Brent and I were, God knows where, halfway to Balinga.
Oh, yeah.
Thinking, okay, we better get one in here. I went the first wave of the set, absolute burger. Turned around, and you know how sometimes down there these waves just mystically appear out of nowhere and just fold onto the bank?
Yep.
Brent got one of the best waves I've ever seen with my own eyeballs, but we were so far down. I don't reckon anyone else even photographed it or filmed it or anything. Maybe someone flying over in a plane saw it, I don't know. But it was one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever seen. Brent is just a world-class surfer, and yeah, it's stoked to see him thrown on the Rashi here because it's scary down there. And he just, he had it on a string. He made it look like Nias or something.
We went for decades with no one taking photographs of like 10-second barrels, thinking Kirra would be there forever.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever really seen it get anywhere close to some of that old vision that you guys have had.
Yeah, there wasn't that much footage of it. It's unbelievable.
You talk about the groove in the wave there, Bugs.
The groove.
How do you describe that for anyone that maybe hasn't had the chance to surf it?
Well, it's a groove in the wave where it just goes below sea level, and Kirra used to be so hollow that you literally, many waves, you could not come off the bottom of the wave, or you were going straight up over. There was no face to do any turns on. It was just a barrel, and it's a certain angle between the big groin and the little groin. It's inside the reef it's probably about 30 metres inside that first reef, and that's the line of the angle. Now it's got a bit of an elbow. You still get some great days out there, but you don't have that groove's not there.
Not much of a groove here at the moment as that tide's filling in, but nevertheless, still like what we mentioned this morning, all the competitors will get their chances and everyone's going to ride a couple of waves. It's one thing about scrapping through a heat, it's worse when you don't get the opportunities at all. So with 5 minutes on the clock here, it's going to be game time to see who can really figure out the jigsaw puzzle on this one. Brent Savage in a really commanding position of 5, 6, 7 on his last wave, and Taichi's in a really good position there in second. He's got the best score out of the chasing pack there, so he'll be looking just to finish another wave and hopefully put a bit of pressure on these other guys.
I still think Arch Whiteman's a real shot if he can pluck one here, because he's moved up into second priority. He's battled away and had to wait for the other guys to pick a couple off. Matt Roble has got priority. He's not out of it either. He's got a 3:17, so second place is well and truly up for grabs. Brent Savage, I think, put a little bit of seemingly a bit of a lock on it, but we saw in a heat earlier where, I'm not sure it was, but he went from first to third in the last exchange. Two guys got 5s and 6s.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of those things where because the scores are so low, there hasn't been a lot of those big scores, but like we mentioned, everyone has the ability to be able to get those scores. It's just a matter of finding the clean bit of water out there, which, to be fair, I thought would get a bit better with the high tide, but it still seems really challenging.
Oh, it's really challenging.
Thought we might see a few more double ups like Brent's last wave, but they're there. They're just not as plentiful as what I would have thought. Just under 3.5 minutes now, and pretty much getting down to that one wave equation. Around the 5-minute mark, you could probably find one and ride one and get back out, but anything less than that, you're really looking, you got one more roll of the dice.
And that's where we're coming down to. We're really coming down to one roll of the dice here. You can see, why the guys would be changing their mindset now to looking for that one gem, like trying to find that diamond in the rough.
See now, Brent's just made his way back out the back there. He's just to the right of screen.
We see Arch Whiteman just a little bit in from them. Matt Roble's got priority. Arch Whiteman's second priority. They are hoping for a set in the next 2.5 minutes now.
That's the hard thing, isn't it? Like where Matt's sitting, probably a better spot to actually catch a wave, but being that far in, you probably got to paddle twice as hard.
Oh, well, that's right. I mean, see, where he is now, the rip is fierce. You can't really see it. You can kind of see a lot of water moving there. No one's just sitting. Everyone's paddling the entire time. you know, it might be, when you think about the head exploding with the stress of the heat, it might be an hour and a half surf in its way.
Yeah. It's gone from 3 to 1 to 5 to 1. It's it's nothing worse than feeling like you're just off the spot. And I feel like today you definitely have that feeling when you're, especially chasing such small scores. Like these guys in second and third need 2s.
Oh, that's incredible.
And normally I think you would probably forecast yourself that you'd need more. Like if I was second's got a higher score than me, I'm probably going to need more. But there's every chance that Taichi might not improve, and that's the number that you will actually need. As we see Matty here, gets his chance. The wave looks pretty clean.
Yeah, he's gone wider than everyone else, and this wave has worked out for him. That's really unfortunate for him, but he is the guy that I think's a danger man.
Here's your boy, Archie, called it, Bugs.
Yeah.
This wave looks like it might steepen up on the inside. Nice tag to finish. Will he get one more? Get a couple more. He's just come unstuck there, but he'll need a huge score.
He'll get the required score, but now it's well, let's see if the Japanese surfer can get one more in, because he's got himself in a dangerous position. He should have put this heat away.
Yeah, definitely. If he had just completed that one turn earlier, I think he would probably have put it out of reach for Arch. Arch got a 5.07 there.
Yeah,
so
he's in. He's through to second at this point with 40 seconds remaining. Now the pressure's really on. We see some really paddling, a lot of intent. Here's a little peeler. It's got something to it. And it is... Oh, no, this is...
Taichi needs a 4.25.
Oh, this way, he needs a bit more. Oh, does he get more in? No, he comes unstuck again.
My God.
Oh, this is... He's really thrown this heat away.
That was great surfing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and he knows it. He needed to ride out of that last turn. Savvy on a bit of a victory lap here. He'll be feeling pretty good about himself. The local realtor.
Yeah.
Laying it on rail there. He might have missed a few open overs to surf this heat, so I'm glad he made it worth his while. He's done real well there.
Yeah, that is a victory lap for sure. Arch Whiteman looks like he's got a grip on second place. We'll see what that last wave is for the Japanese surfer.
A couple of nice turns. I just don't know. If I'm fair, Arch's 5.07. Like, I don't know if that was in the same sort of realm as Savvy's 5.67. So I don't know if the judges might overcompensate here for Taichi's score. I don't think Green will get it, but when the judges go back in these situations and they watch all 4 waves between the competitors that are juggling for this position, sometimes they can make those adjustments, and some sort of have sort of disagree. But at the end of the day, as long as they're getting the right surfer through, that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter so much about the actual number that you see on the screen there. It's just about comparing the rides. But Taichi left a lot of points on the wave there at the end, and Arch did really well to finish his waves. So. Wow, really close though. A 4.13 for Taichi, which is not a real surprise there. He had a couple of nice turns before he fell, but he gets the score 100% if he rides out of it. So, close one there, but you called it, Bugs. Well done to Arch Whiteman sneaking through there. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with the last heat of the round, 128. It's an absolute cracker. Don't go away.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Engaging into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Stace Galbraith joined by Britt Nicol. Britt, we saw a little trailer there for the area. You spent a bit of time up at Fruit World in your time here?
Honestly, I haven't, no. It is a beautiful spot. I had a year 10 formal there once.
Oh, that's enough. Yeah, that counts. 100% it counts. Yeah,
Mum and Dad actually got married there.
Did they?
They did.
Classic. Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. I think you can do a tour up there. I don't know if they advertise that, but if you're friendly enough to the staff, they might take you for a tour of the grounds. You see up and in and out. That's Joshy Sherwell from the Sunshine Coast. G'day to Robbie if you're tuning in. It's been a cracker day down here at Kingy so far. A bit more of an Ironman at times than a surf comp, but it's all part of it. But enough waves on offer here for the competitors to show us what they got. And we got Darcy Littlechild in and out of there. He burnt his legs out this morning out at South Stradbroke Island, so it's going to be interesting to see how much he's got left in the tank. Yeah, so only one hit out at Tropical Fruit World. Interesting. What about the Tumbalgum pub?
Yeah, I have been there a few times.
Yeah, nice. Yep, good part of the world.
Beautiful spot on the water there.
Yep. Yeah, and no doubt you've been up and down every stretch of coastline that exists along here. You got a personal favourite spot, Britt?
Oh, look, home is, I spent majority of my years at Cabarita Headland, so I'd be silly to say it's not there. Just that, that feeling of being home and being surrounded by a place that you've grown up, I think is pretty special with the headland there. And if you're out there for an early sunrise, it's pretty beautiful to look at.
Yeah, definitely. It is a beautiful part of the world. Jess, standing by down there with local realtor Brent Savage. Has he sold anything today?
Thanks, guys. Brent, you were just checking that you did get through. You didn't even know what was going on out there.
Couldn't hear anything, didn't wear a watch. I was doing my run around and one of the boys were like, come in, you got 2 scores. I'm like, there's 7 minutes. But I was struggling on the run around.
I mean, you're a local dad, you surf for Cabbar, your daughters are watching as well, and you're a real estate agent. How does it feel to be competing on this level of competition?
Oh, look, it's so fun. I mean, I did it for years when I was younger, so for me, it just gets some old juices flowing and it's exciting in that way. But it's, it's a lot to manage, and I'm sure the girls are watching. So hey, Rainey, hey, June, if you girls are watching. And,
And they must be proud. I mean, seeing you go through, looking for the next round, is there anything that you're going to do differently to everyday life for this type of QS competition?
I'm just trying to conserve some energy. I'm not the image of fitness at the moment. So for me, it's just having little surfs and just trying to stay relaxed. It's funny, you put the rashy back on and all the nerves come back. And I've got nothing to lose. I'm just here to have some fun. So really, I just want to put on a performance, and that's it, yeah.
And anyone booked in for house inspections or even some viewings might have to push them back a couple of days?
Yeah, there's a couple of appointments tomorrow I might have to push back.
Beautiful. Well, good luck moving on through. It's great to see you back in the jersey and nice surfing from you.
Cheers, thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
On your Savvy. You would have had a few surfs out Cabba Point with Savvy?
I have, yeah. We grew up around the same area, as you know, Stace. Great human.
Yeah, he's a good lad. But yeah, it's funny, like you'd know all too well, you have a bit of time off and you chuck the jersey back on, the nerves don't disappear, do they?
They don't at all. You think they have, and then all of a sudden you put the watch on, you put the rashy on, and you go to check in, and it's like, oh my God, what am I doing? Where am I at? But I feel like someone like Brent Savage never really loses it.
Nah, yeah, he's quality surfer. Darcy's found a sick little, random double up here. Big left smash to start, and he's ended up going right. That was cool as. Just waiting for the little double up on the inside here. And that'll be, might be about all she wrote for any real scoring potential on this wave. But luckily enough, it's the little things that matter. And this one's going to take him all the way to the sand, which means he has to do a little less paddling than a few of his other competitors had to do in the last heat. So that'll put him straight on the beach for this pretty solid run around. Midget Magic, Brent Dorrington out the back. Unmistakable style there. He's found a big lump of water. He'd be hoping that this one doubles up on the inside.
world-class axe, Brent Dorrington. Beautiful snap there on the inside. He's trying his hardest to find any kind of vertical face in this wave. He's done really well there, and a big finish. And someone who would not want to be doing this run around more than anyone is probably Brent. So best of luck, midget.
He links this one all the way through.
Save your legs, bruv. Stop turning.
He is going to be exhausted.
And like you mentioned earlier, it was a great call, but that high tide coming in, you're not just jumping out the back and getting straight out the back. You're running across the soft sand for 300-400 metres, and then you got to probably paddle 200. So yeah, it's boys are earning their crust today. Nice wave here, Britt.
That is Darcy Littlechild. Like the fade back, got a backhand Rio in there. Or linking this one through. Just a bit of a foam tap there. Just driving through those legs, calves around that section. It's the stall. Really impressive there, just waiting and waiting and waiting, holding his composure. I feel like it might have been a bit of a strategy, knowing that he did have the runaround coming up. Brent Dorrington out the back. This is just like an average day at snapper for him.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably the time he surfs the most out there when it's on shore. It certainly cuts the crowd in half. So he'd be used to the lump and bump. Lovely turn there. Oh, he's looking strong. Get it, Brent. Yeah, as you can see, that's a real proper paddle out to get back out the back.
There's so much water in there now, Stace. It just about hit high tide. I think it was a 1 o'clock high tide. About 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, with the boys doing runarounds this early in the heat, no doubt they're probably going to do another one later on. They've left the two sunny coasters out the back, Josh Sherwell and Zeb Stokes. Zeb had a great run in the Pro Junior over the weekend. I think he finished equal 7th, which is not a bad way to start the year. Obviously, he would have been stoked to make the final and even take it out, but over the course of a season, if you're getting semis and finals, you know, it's going to do a great work to get you in that kind of position to qualify for the World Juniors, which is what they're all trying to be a part of. So, yeah, it was cool. Did you get to watch much of the Juniors? Or?
I was here, Stace. I was on beach commentary both
epic.
days.
So you saw the whole lot. Walk me through it. I was following
everything.
the scores online. It was hotly contested.
It was. There was one heat in particular. I don't know whether it was the quarter 1 or 2 of the men's, and the 4 surfers in it on paper, it could have been a final. You had like Jolt Vaughan, Jarvis Earl, I can't remember
maybe
the 2
Harley?
others. Yeah, Harley was in it, and there was one other surfer, but looking at it on paper, I'm like, this is a final, not a quarter.
Totally. Yeah, I think it might have been Harley's first Pro Junior, and he made the final. So yeah, great weekend for all. And yeah, hopefully they can bring that energy into this main event. As we have Zeb here, he's going to try and get across this lump. Looks like he might have some clean face on the other side of it if he can get there. He's a big, strong kid. He's found a good bit of steep face here. Nice turn out of the top. For a junior, he's got plenty of power. And he found a really nice wave there. That was well done. He's going to opt to paddle back out. You see those long limbs getting to work. Does a bit of casual lifeguarding up on the Sunshine Coast, so we spend plenty of time on the clubby board on his lunch breaks, I reckon. Can be a bit of social suicide as a surfer, but I back the clubby board. Great fun to paddle. They paddle fast and you can catch any wave on them. So yeah, it's not all, won't be doing any snaps or Rios on them, but yeah, good to keep the paddle fitness up. We're going to take a quick break here while we've got some surfers doing runarounds and paddle backs. We'll be back very shortly.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. 8 minutes remaining in the last heat of the round here at 128. We will be going into the round of 96. Only a full draw card here today, and no crazy high scores, but certainly some nail-biting heats. It'd be a terrible day to be a parent or a fan of one of these surfers watching on. Nerves are plenty.
Certainly plenty of nerves there. 8 minutes remaining.
20 minutes can go by really quickly. It's, all you're hoping is that you get, at least a handful of opportunities. I think the surfers that have been, progressing today are the ones that manage to find that opportunity within the first couple of minutes and manage to get a score on the board that they can then build off. This heat so far, we've sort of seen 3 of the surfers get a start. Joshy Sherwell still looking to open up. Big, strong natural footer from the Sunshine Coast. He'll make light work of some open face once he finds it, but finding it at the moment is half the riddle. It's a 4-5 for Breno Dorrington to open up with a 4-4-3 for Darcy Littlechild. And Zeb Stokes opened up with a 3-9-3. So those 3 surfers, pretty much next exchange wins out of them. All really tightly matched there. But Josh Sherwell, we were talking about it earlier, Britt. It's one of those things where if you get under a certain amount of time on the clock, you can't really think to get 2 waves. As the runaround sort of at this stage in the day takes too long. So I think if you're Joshy Sherwell, you're probably thinking about rolling the dice, even on a mediocre score, just so that you have 2 in your scoreline. We can see Zeb Stokes there sort of gesturing priority. But here we go, Joshy Sherwell up and riding. Nice first turn, wraps back for a second. This wave has got a fair bit of lump and bump in it. He's faded back to try and get some sort of steep face. Kind of looks like he's surfing the Munich River wave at the moment. Big inside. He just sort of missed time to finish there. There were some points on the board. I can't blame him though. That wave looked really tricky to surf. And he certainly did his best to get that board up there. And I think to paddle's probably the right call. With this amount of time in the heat, I don't know that you would get the whole way back round. He might be better off here being in, 4th priority and trying to sneak one off the end, Brit.
I agree with you on that one, Stace. He carves into the pocket, the Oakberry replay, and again, it's another carving section. Really bumpy through the wave face. As he works this one all the way through. You just see him just trying to maintain that low centre of gravity and just couldn't quite finish. A little late to that section. It's a really tricky one, Stace, too. You can work your way through out the back and you get those kind of fatter and flatter sections and you kind of work your way through the middle. And then as soon as you get to the inside, it's like it just steepens up and it's a shallow sandbank.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's you have to have your, like you saw there, you got to have your weight corrected on your board. Like you said, it's super hard to go from like those carving manoeuvres into something like with a real vertical face and a pretty like dramatic end. So the timing's critical today, and with that extra bit of lump and bump in the swell, the ocean isn't very forgiving today, is it?
No, and well, that's Mother Nature on screen. You can actually see how strong that current is. It is just like a treadmill for paddling. A couple of surfers catching waves, and they have opted for the paddle back out, knowing that they probably wouldn't have had enough time to make their way in and sprint up the beach. It is a game of fitness here today, Stace.
Interesting, as you see, sort of where the surfers are on the bank. With Darcy Littlechild in the blue, he's probably 30, 40 metres further out than Zeb and Breno. It looked like Brent's first wave did come from a little bit further out. So an interesting situation there for him to be in. The unfortunate thing for him, and this is where it sort of gets hard if you're the priority judge, where is the takeoff spot? And when the multiple peaks pop up, it can become quite difficult because in a situation like this, Darcy, although he has the inside, he would have to give way to Brent, who has the higher priority there, even though he's further inside. You can see Darcy's sort of yielding that position now, which I think is a smarter option to do. You don't really want to be inside someone with priority. It's pretty much only going to end one way. As we see Zeb now. Zeb needs to sort of jump up above Breno's best score here if he wants to be a chance of getting through this heat. I would probably go out on a limb and say this will be his last opportunity. And he's going to need to make the most of it as he gets somewhat caught behind there. He had a couple of manoeuvres and probably enough to take him into the lead. But because he has the lowest of those opening scores, the boys behind him, they won't really need much to overtake him. So we'll see how this plays out. He's got a 3.93 and a 3.13 at this stage. Oh, my bad. Darcy's actually got 2 waves there, so Zeb's done all right there. He does actually have a bit of a jump there on Darcy. But, of course, Breno sitting behind him there with a 4.5. Only needs a 2.56 to get into the lead.
Late takeoff in the whitewash. He did well to get through that section, Stace. Just here, didn't quite time it, and then the wave just ran off way too quickly before he hit that eject button. You can see the chop in the wave face. But just doing well just to even keep those fins engaged and board on rail. Beautiful slow motion Oakberry replay. Surfer in red. He did take the lead. He's in first place.
That 3.13 could prove to be genius as his clock counts down. He's a long way down there. You'd nearly have him just about out of the contest area. Here we go. Darcy up and riding. So Breno has opted not to take this wave off him. Mustn't have seen too much in it himself. Darcy with a couple of cutties there. Only needs a 1.58 to go above Breno. He'd need a bit more if he wants to jump into the lead, but he'd have to be thinking go to the lead because Breno, like we said, he doesn't need much. Interesting to see where that score lands. He would need about a 4.1 to lead, which that won't be it. He got a 2.13. So Brent Dorrington out the back needs a 0.56. And the only thing that I can think of is the only way Brent doesn't get through this heat is if he can't hear the beach announcer, which can happen in this strong wind.
We just had Brent Savage in that last post-heat interview mentioned that he couldn't hear a thing until he was doing the runaround.
Yep.
The chances are it's the same situation for Breno, but he's paddling with a bit of intensity. Opting not to take off.
The Grom has poached one off the end. He'd really hoped to belt one here just for himself. He should be pretty fine to get through the heat. That's a nice turn and a nice big finish. So, oh, he likes it. Oh, don't make me get out the calculator for the claim jar. There will be hundreds of dollars in there once this score drops. Great surfing nonetheless, though, from young Zeb Stokes.
Interesting to note, Brent Dorrington had priority and let Surfer in red go.
Oh my God, Breno.
And it looks like he's lost priority because there's no symbol next to his name on screen with 20 seconds on the clock. Breno, he's only looking for a 0.56. Surely he can get the number. This is hard to watch, Stace.
Okay, I think we're not too sure if White actually stood up or he just paddled for a wave. He only needs a 0.56 to get through. So, judging by his reaction there, Midget Magic is, yeah, there it is, a 0.2. Not enough.
Oh my God.
Zeb Stokes 733 on the last score. That is $167 in the claim jar. Thank you very much, Zeb. Britt, it was great to call a couple of heaps with you. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Round of 96 coming up next.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
A very good afternoon to you here live from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, situated right in the beautiful sunshine here at Kings Cliff on the New South Wales Tweed Coast. There's Jackson Dorian straight off to a live start here in heat number 1, round of 96. The Hawaiian flying down the line here at Kings Cliff. Nice, jammed, high and tight in the pocket and up and over the roof to finish off his opening ride here in the second round of the men's division, the QS 5000.
Yeah.
Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Rabbit, so much has gone on this morning already and we're straight into round of 96.
Yeah, that was a great little ride by Jackson there, a little rock and roll finish, and with his 25-minute heat, he got off to a flyer, and now he'll do the Aussie run around.
Yeah, here's the replay here.
Yeah, a bit of backwash to deal with. He handles it really well, but he knows he's just waiting for this wave to really set up and come off the bottom. Nice little snap there, and a little rock and roll finish here. That'll go into his scorecard straight away. It's a 4-point ride. We've seen a lot of heats where a 4-point ride has been a good backup score, and yeah, he's stoked. He's just here to get a bit of experience.
Yeah,
and,
he's got a bit of fanfare as well, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, no, Jackson's got a great social media following, and you know, a lot of young Aussies have been following this kid for a while. So have I. I mean, he's an exciting young surfer.
I liked the post-heat interview from Elliot for to read before, where he was kind of, you know, offering up the challenge to Jackson. He said, "Oh, I know you can do backflips in the pool, but here we go. We're out on the beach break. Let's bring it on now." I like that kind of rivalry between the guys.
Yeah, that's pretty classic. I mean, yeah, there's been some great footage of Jackson in the pool doing some wild stuff.
Yeah, he's that full next generation, isn't he?
Yeah.
There goes Dom Thomas.
Yeah, Dom Thomas just in and out of that one, not quite getting over the ledge. Again, he's going to put himself in a pretty precarious position. Going to be not too bad, not too far out of the lineup though. Ben Spence.
Yeah, he's looking fast, isn't he?
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, that's nice. He held on to that one really well.
That's some of the more live surfing that I've seen in those tricky little sections.
Yep.
From that guy. I'm pretty sure he hails from WA. He's known for his acting. Played that part in that film make of the Tim Winton book, Breath or Breathe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was it was a great role he played.
We're looking really alive out there. Here goes Cooper Puttergill.
Yeah, I mean, the waves right now just look a little bit better, don't they? There's nothing easy about the conditions, but the wave faces themselves with, you know, I think it was like a 1 o'clock high tide, so we're probably right there. And it's still that big, you know, one thing we saw, Jackson was able to actually get a whitewater all the way through over the gutter and to the beach. So that helped him out. He didn't have to paddle in. He's doing the run around. The other guys have decided to paddle back out. So now we're down to just under 20 minutes. So now we're down to like a normal 20-minute heat. Already some kind of keeper scores, I think, are in the ledger of at least 3 of those 4 guys.
Yeah, agreed. And with the start of the new round, of course, we've got seeded surfers coming into play in round of 96 here at the QS 5000. It's heat number 1, so both Jackson and Cooper having to surf earlier this morning in round of 128, and it's just an extra 5 minutes put on the board for this round of 96. The contest directors and you know, all of the people involved in making those calls deeming they need that extra 5 minutes for the opportunity, and I think a great decision considering what we've been speaking about all morning, Rabbit, and that run around, chewing into time.
Well, that's right. Well, I mean, you know, it's only right. I mean, it's a QS 5000, the round of 96, the seeded surfers coming into play in that round of 128. They were all unseeded surfers. So they got the 20-minute heats. Yeah. And now we move into 25, and I think that's a fair call.
So we're just over 18 and a half minutes on the clock. Ben Spence, the 4.40, has him in the lead, and just a couple of small scores. 4-point ride for Jackson Dorian, but in third position. It's early days here. Heat number 1 of the second round today. I believe we're going through to heat number 8, round of 96.
That's my understanding. Yeah. So it's like it's 1.5 rounds, 24 heats for the day. That's a fair day, and it's a tough one today. You'd be thinking that perhaps this is the worst wind we're going to get in the entire 5 days, the entire 7 days when you take the Pro Junior into account. So tough day to have a heat today. Tough day to have 2 heats. But I don't think it's a disadvantage, because having that early heat gives you a bit of an understanding of how this wave is actually functioning on the bank with the wind. And sometimes when you've been sitting there all day and you haven't had a surf, like Don Thomas, for example, he's a seated surfer, and it's taking him a little while to get going.
17 and a half, or just over, on the clock as we throw down to the sidelines. Heat number 16, winner from round of 128 with Stacey.
Thanks, Jess. Zeb, nice boardies.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Hard going out there?
Yeah, it's real tricky, eh? Like, you can tell from the beach that there's a lot of wobble in it, but when you get out there, like, you can really tell it's real tricky. Like, hard to know where you're sitting, and every wave just has that little side wobble in it. Yeah, it's really hard.
And hard to know what position you're in.
Yeah, well, yeah, I couldn't even hear out there, so yeah, I was just sort of going with it. I thought I needed a score. Like, I think I must have been in the lead at the time, but I was just looking for another wave because I knew I didn't have much.
Have you heard of Kelly Slater's claim rule?
No, I haven't.
Every decimal point under a $9's $1. So do you know how much you owe to the claim jar?
Well, I must owe like about $2, I think.
167.
There you go.
And well supported, obviously a lot of backing. You got a press hat?
No, I do. It's back over that way, but forgot it.
Lucky you're not standing next to your team manager. Back to you guys in the booth.
Ooh, tough day in the office for Zeb there, Rabbit.
Yeah, he got the 3rd degree.
He did, didn't he? I mean, that's what it takes at this level. This is the transition period for these athletes. They're moving into the professional ranks, and they're coming from that Pro Juniors, and everything's on point. And I mean, you look at the Challenger Series, notably, it's such a big jump from the QS in ways of, media training and all those little opportunities that show they're the well-rounded package now of the 2023 athlete professional surfer.
Yeah, if you've got a sticker on your board, there's definitely eyes watching you.
And if they're not watching you, standing next to you, interviewing you, it's great. It's been great to hear Stace's insight as well. I feel like he's one of the most tapped-in men to surfing. He froths harder than I've seen most people froth. Maybe bar you. I feel like you get pretty frothy in the chair, but he's just so on the ball with who's surfing, clips, different bits of info on people's equipment and stuff.
There's no one he actually doesn't know something about. That's the thing with Stace. He knows these guys. Some of the ones that are a bit new to me that I haven't heard them. He knows all about them.
Yep.
Knows what they do for in between the events, whether they're actually doing a trade or some sort of vocation, and he just brings that out, and it's really cool.
It's like those, he kind of reminds me of those American, baseball scouts or whatever, that they go to all those, AAA games and all those games that lead into the pro ball careers, and they just asterisk these performers that are in this, maybe the QS 5000 range qualifiers, or even the QS 1000s that we're coming up to, in Burleigh, and they just go, hang on, they might not win every heat, but they go, this guy's got something here, this guy's got something here, and
that's right. Yeah, he sees a lot of potential, and that's the other thing. Yeah, and he sees a lot of free surfing, sees a lot of clips, knows what they've got in their bag of tricks, so to speak, and a very tuned in guy.
How often, Rabbit, is it for you that you're sitting at home or surfing at home and you see someone you haven't really seen much of, and they might not be right then the best surfer in the water, but they've got that little bit of flair?
I often do that at Snapper. I'll just watch a guy and I'll say to someone, I said, who is that kid?
Yeah.
I mean, he just lit that wave up.
Yeah, and what a place to do it to. Like I said, all eyes, especially up this end of the New South Wales coast, up the Tweed region and further north. It's like such a hub of the surf industry here in Australia.
It really is. It really is a hub, and the Tweed Coast has, produced so many great surfers over generations. I was talking to Stacey earlier today. Just Kingscliff Beach alone. Stephanie Gilmore went to school here. Her dad I went to school with her dad at Tweed River High before I went to Miami High, and this area always had great surfers. Then we go to Albie Ross and Trevor Gleave and Shane Bevan and Dean Bevan and Ray Gleave, one of the best longboarders ever in history, and so many more. And now we've got Mitch James and some of the young guys coming through the club. Dane Henry. It's just it's a very rich area, and then of course Cabarita too. All these little nooks and crannies down the coast are home to some very talented surfers.
And what's the rivalry like around this part of the coast? If people are viewing in and perhaps they're following surfers and they're from places that don't get around this area of the Tweed much, is there much rivalry between the local beaches here?
Well, I think a friendly rivalry. There's definitely disembarkation lines between, say Kingscliff and Cabarita, Fingal, Hastings, Pottsville, Blackrock. But it's I think a little less intense than it, say, is on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it does have that vibe about down here, doesn't it? And I was even, soaking up a bit of the local action car park yesterday on Sunset. I saw so many older local fishermen turning up with these big old beach reels, and it's just such a beautiful, pristine bit of the coast. There's so many things to enjoy here ocean-wise.
Yeah, I spent a lot of my school holidays when I was a little kid here. My grandmother, Nana Wellesby, lived right on the beach here at Kingscliff, and the house is still there. And my sisters and I used to spend our school holidays at Kingscliff. There's incredibly good memories for me, and finding big cowrie shells on the beach, and down the river there was always adventures down by that river. It's just I've got a soft spot for Kingscliff though, for sure.
And it seems a lot of people do. I feel like we're staying at the North Star Holiday Resort, and everywhere around it coming up the coast towards here was just booked out. As soon as you got up north towards this Pottsville and Tweed area, it's just every caravan park yesterday was just full to the brim.
Oh yeah, the caravan parks, the Tweed caravan parks. What an ideal holiday. A lot of people choose to live in them permanently. It's just that great lifestyle. There's all these creeks, and there's river fishing, there's beach fishing, there's surfing, there's all kinds of manner of ocean activity going on. And it's just gorgeous and pristine. You've got to hand it to the New South Wales government. They've got such a good policy with foreshore development. You just don't see those high rises on the beach all the way down. You think about from here to Ngari, it's just so good, how they've done it. And you've got to salute them for that.
So just over 10 minutes on the clock here. Heat number 1 of the second round of the men's round of 96 at the moment. Ben Spence in the lead with the 4.40. Cooper Pottergill sitting in second position. Jackson Dorian and Dom Thomas have some work to do.
Yeah, it's got really quiet. It started in a bit of a flurry within the first 5 minutes. Jackson, Ben, they all got waves. Now it's just it's really tightened up.
It has, and I loved seeing, I know it probably wasn't the greatest moment for Cooper earlier this morning when he had that first experience with the post-heat interview. I think probably took him by shock to be winning this morning, and he was focused on getting through that first round heat, but to see him be able to regain composure and get himself into this heat now sitting in second position, I'd love to see what he can bring performance-wise. Stick with us. 9.5 minutes on the clock here. Heat number 1, round 2 of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 running all the way to the 16th of February this week. We are in day number 1. Round of 96, the second round for today of the men's competition. Heat number 1 in the water, 8 minutes on the clock. And it is Ben Spence out in the lead in the red jersey. Rabbit, big morning of surfing already, you know, consumed and processed. And now we're straight into a round of 96. We're seeing this bar jump perhaps performance-wise for these young men and these probably some pretty established athletes in surfing.
Yeah, well, the bar will be raised. I mean, we've got the seeded surfers. They've earned their rights to have this seeding through consistent performances last season, through the Australian regional qualifying leg. But, you know, we've got some of these guys coming through the round at 128. We've got some veterans like Nick Squires, and, I mean, we saw just Brent Dorrington just miss out on another heat. But then young guys like Jackson Dorian, it's a real, you know, real mix. And it makes it exciting because you know, even a seeded surfer, you've got to be on your toes. It's a challenge for everyone, and the real challenge has been thrown up by the ocean.
Yeah, that's one of the best things I feel about competition, especially when it's done in its natural environment here in the ocean at the beach, is that unpredictable nature of heat surfing. With 25 minutes on the clock now, Rabbit, with that extra 5 minutes, how do you find that playing into the advantage of maybe some of the younger grums? Actually, let's get back to that very shortly because we've got Stace Galebraith waiting on the sidelines. Stace.
Jess, it's Oakberry hour. Thankfully, Oakberry are on board at every event this year through the Australian leg. I'm pretty stoked about that. Jack, what did you get, mate?
I got the classic with banana, strawberry, honey toasted oats, coconut chai pudding and chai seeds.
Delicious. Bit on there. Was that hard to make?
No, it's pretty simple once you get the hang of it.
Simple, delicious, perfect for a boiling hot day. I'm about to have my 5th one. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks, Stace and Jack and team at Oakberry. Yeah, it is pretty perfect. Goes hand in hand with surfing, really. One of those Oakberry acai bowls.
Yeah, it really is. They're so delicious. But getting back to your point before that, you know, that extra 5 minutes of heat, this heat did have 45 seconds left. It was a 20-minute heat. It's been a very poor heat as far as opportunity. They've needed every minute of this, but it's still probably going to come down to one wave. Don Thomas just got another wave there. There's his first surf out there. He looks like all at sea to me. He hasn't been able to find any rhythm whatsoever. And, you know, probably his wave selection has let him down. He's got caught behind a few sections, didn't get over the lip on another one.
Yeah. It's like what you were saying, like that waiting around all morning.
Yeah.
Watching everybody surf their first round and having to wait to take the line up.
Yeah, I think having a little bit of momentum after on a difficult day like this, having that early morning heat, I think it's certainly not a disadvantage.
Here goes Cooper Puttergill. One of the guys has made it through this morning. Smooth, open face carve. There's a lot of spray, looks light up and over that weird foamy section, but kind of generates a score on the board for himself. He's going to do well to replace that 1.5.
Yeah, he'll definitely consolidate the second spot. It's not going to be a big score, but it's definitely going to improve on that 1.5. It should improve on the 2.5 too. So he's going to put himself in a slightly better position, but, you know, Jackson Dorian, he got that first wave in about the first 3 minutes of the heat, and he's been paddling ever since. You know, he's a strong paddler, but nothing has actually come his way. I don't believe he's actually, you know, tried to go for waves that weren't there. It's just that this has been a heat where it's been devoid of quality waves.
And there you see last score for Cooper as well, 2.53, I believe, dropping in, so taking him to first. Such a small heat total for these guys with 4 minutes on the clock. There you see Jackson and Ben just paddling for probably the last 18 minutes straight for Jackson at least.
Well, look at it. I mean, Ben Spence needs a 1 to go to first. Jackson Dorian needs a 1.808. He hasn't got a second wave. He basically needs a 2-point ride, 1.5 we'll see him in a second. So this is really coming down to it now. 3 minutes 35 seconds. It's going to be one wave. Don Thomas is not out of this. He needs a 4. He's had these ones.
Yep.
If he can get himself a 5-point ride, he's going to look pretty solid. And here we go. Here's Jackson up and riding. Here's his second wave. He's been pretty selective. This one he wants it to pay off, and it's looking pretty good, Jess.
Yeah, sharp. One manoeuvre, but that's all it offered, and I think he just capitalised on that. He's going to go, I dare say, straight into first on the strength of that.
Yeah, and then he'll be kind of wide of everyone with 3 minutes to go. There is some opportunity wide. He didn't go super far up the beach, down the beach. So he still might find himself in an opportunistic situation as we see another one. Don Thomas just taking off on another kind of close-out wave. He hasn't been able to actually identify the waves that are giving him the scoring potential.
Yeah, here goes Ben Spence.
Yeah,
nice looking section there.
Yeah, promising looking wave for Ben. And catches it, just buries that rail up to the stringer. That would have been a booming score. Oh, and here's another wave. Bit of a shaky one, but still getting a little bit of work done. I don't think there's anything more on offer here, and he's going to be going, well, there's not time for the run around. Those sort of ones you bail out as soon as there's too much whitewater around, because I think he's going, okay, now he's deciding to paddle back out.
Yeah, you can see that decision making, can't you, from the Frenchman's local. Here's the replay of Jackson Dorian. What did you like about this one?
Oh, I just like how he sets it up down the line. He's only going to get one manoeuvre in, but it's a pretty major one. You know, for what's offering out there, that was a slick move. It'll get him into the top 2, that's for sure. I'd say first, yes. It's a 2.73. Now, that's how radical this heat is. A 2.73 ride gets Jackson Dorian into first place, and Ben Spence now comes into first with a 2 point. I guess is that a 4.4?
Yeah, 4.4.
Yeah.
And 2.57 back up. Yeah, I guess the question is for Dom Thomas and Cooper Puttergill now, just over 1 minute. I mean, Dom, he's a Novocastrian. He's a young guy making that transition from the juniors as well. I saw him. He's got the red P's on, the Burton Toyota FJ2, so he's cruising around his style. You know, he's been explosive across junior series for us in Australia for years. And he's got priority, and this is the time with 1 minute, a 5.73. He's going to have to find and bank the best way of the heat. Yeah. And you were talking about it earlier with Stace as well. How hard is that to surf beyond the requirement?
Oh, it's really difficult. I mean, obviously, he needs something going his way, and as does Cooper. Puttergill, he doesn't need a big score. He needs a 3.87. Say quickly, he needs a 4-point ride, but their 4-point rides are not easy to come by out there.
And there is Dom Thomas sitting with first priority, 26 seconds on the clock. What's the move here?
Oh, like he's just paddling around in circles, it looks like. I mean, he's just had a bit of a shocker, I'd say. He could still pull it out, but he needs something very special to happen in the next 12 seconds.
Here we go. He needs to pull the trigger here with 10 seconds remaining. At the moment, Ben Spence and Jackson Dorian.
No, there's nothing there for him.
Looking like moving on through. You can see him just the motor going, but a little too late, perhaps, for the young man in blue.
Oh, that's what you call everything going wrong in a heat. And he knows that it's just, you know, there's sometimes just not much you can do about it when the ocean turns on you.
That's it, so.
Yeah, but, you know, 50% advancement. And, yeah, so young Jackson Dorian is through 2 heats today in very trying conditions.
It looks like Ben Spence as well going to be moving on through to stay alive in the competition. Stick with us. Heat number 2, a round of 96 coming up here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to study, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. A very big thank you to the Department of Regional New South Wales to have us here in the beautiful Tweed Shire on the coast at Kingscliff today. Good afternoon. If you have just joined us, myself, Jess Grimwood, with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and we are straight into heat number 2, round of 96.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a doozy. Elliot Parada-Reid was definitely in the top 3 standouts from the round of 128 earlier this morning. And he's up against the seeded surfers, Kobe Clennis, Alex McGuffin, and Cale Enfield also coming through this morning's round 1.
Yeah, what a character he is as well, isn't he? One of the funniest guys you can find around a contest site. We see Kobe. He's a standout from Longreef, Northern Beaches, local, surf for Longreef. So I'm sure that whole club is, tuned in online and backing their star Kobe, because he's just got that unique style, and he's got that thing. I feel like we're going to see him in the future on the Challenger Series as well. Yeah,
he's got a lot of go in him. He really puts a big effort in. He paddles hard. He surfs hard. We've been watching him since he was a micro-grom.
Mm-hmm. He does a lot of work too, doesn't he, behind the scenes? He's just really focused, quite a humble guy around the contests. I mean, he's grown up in surfing royalty as well. His dad's such a good surfer, Steve, and obviously, like I said, just from that Longreef area, there's been so many superstars coming out of that hub on the Northern Beaches for professional surfing. Yeah, sure has. It's a talent-rich little nook on the Northern Peninsula. Have a look here. Hopefully some more opportunity available for these guys in this heat number 2. 25 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Cale just over the back of that lump and bump. Yeah, we saw a little bit of that happening in the last heat, and that just sort of takes him out of the priority rotation in the worst possible way. So these are the little mistakes, little missteps that can really cost you. See, we're already down to the 20-minute mark, and really nothing of substance on the scoreboard. Yeah, the guys have got an afternoon full of work ahead of them. It's definitely not been a cruisy road through to this round of 96, and it's not going to be from here on in. I mean, there's seeded surfers all the way through the 3rd round in the men's division, so these guys are just going to have to battle it, tooth and nail every step of the way. Every minute counts here. Yeah, it's a battle. Elliot and Cale came through this morning, so they already had one battle and successfully negotiated that tricky first round. And again, out there today, they're welcome back to the current at Kingscliff, and it looks... See, Jess, as that cyclone, as it moves south of us, the swell changes and it will get more of a southeast swell, and Kingscliff just picks up the current quicker than anyone. As soon as it goes, like we nearly had a reverse rip happening here a couple of days ago. When that swell was east-northeast, reverse rip at Kingscliff, very rare. As soon as it goes southeast, massive current. The never-ending treadmill of King. And I mean, there's a fair current a lot of the time at Cabra as well. So these guys probably well aware, if we move sites during the week and we adjust and be mobile for the conditions, that they're going to be up against it. There's a lot that goes into, I think, recovery now, especially for these young athletes. Yeah, Cabra will be just as tricky, if not a bit more, in one respect, is that from what I saw the bank there, it's not a really good run-around bank. You nearly have to do the run-around, you climb in rocks, you're climbing over headlands, Yeah, you almost have to come up the stairs, don't you?
Yeah.
On that north side of Cubba and run back
And
around.
that's a long way. You know, it's a long way. I mean, that could be 7 minutes to get back to the takeoff zone. So, you know, you've got to really decide on whether you surf a wave all the way to the death, you know, or whether you get your points in, then get out there and get a second wave. So it'll be interesting to see how surfers play that strategy.
Safe to say they'll be earning their spots if they're able to qualify for that end of season Challenger Series step up. I love seeing the new names coming across the new format. I think it's just fast-tracked. It's made it really enjoyable to watch because you have that opportunity for all those new and even older talents just to come back and just cause absolute havoc with those CT surfers that step back into the Challenger Series as well.
Yeah, you're really stepping into the cauldron these days.
Look at that. That's a nice looking wave, but just going underneath everybody. Yeah. Look at that inside of the bank there.
Yeah, if you had a deep takeoff position, you could have come around that section. See, that's the thing about the current. Sometimes it's just out of reach. You can see the ones that actually hug the bank, but they're deeper. They're hugging the bank. There's no shoulder to chip in on.
Here we go. Is there an opportunity here? Up and riding. Alex McGuffin.
One big turn for Alex. Mistimed it, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just didn't hit it clean.
So first priority sitting with the Kiwi in the white. Still nothing of substance on the board.
Nothing
17
at all.
minutes.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's an even game. Like, everyone's on zero. We've had 8 minutes and nothing is posted that is going to qualify you for the next round. And Elliott, of course, in that last match, I mean, he was throwing fives away. He had a 7.17 and a 6 point something.
Yeah.
You know, this morning, and we thought that was tricky. This is way trickier.
So we're just under 17 minutes on the clock. We do have heat number 1's winner down there on the sidelines.
I do have the winner of that last heat, Ben Spence. He's travelled all the way from Western Australia just to compete this week here at Kingscliff. How was the trip over, Ben?
I actually do live in Tweed now, so I forgot to mention that. But the trip over a year ago was good. But I'm living in Tweed Heads now, so I'm enjoying it slowly. Getting into this lifestyle, it's a bit busier and a bit more going on, but get used to it as a young fella.
So you made the trek across a year ago. Can I ask what sparked the interest to move over to the East Coast?
More to do with comps, and I don't know, just when you grow up in a little town, it's not that little, but it's pretty little. When you grow up in a little town, you want to kind of see what's out there. So I would like to do a lot of travel in my life, so just from different places. So just getting out, and there's a lot of comps over here, which you don't have to buy the flight over and stuff. So yeah.
Great to have you here in Tweed as a base. I know that you won the Margaret River Trials last year. What would it mean for you to get that spot again this year, but then also compete in QS events like this to one day solidify your spot on that World Tour full time?
What would it mean to get an event again? I'd like to get an event again just to because I believe I can compete with the best. So. Well, obviously that was not a very good example the last heat, but yeah, I believe over time I'll get there. So it's just another opportunity to surf with the best, and it helps you kind of get comfort in that kind of environment, and then you come back to here and it's a little more easygoing. But yeah, just to compete with the best.
Well, one day you will be the best, and it's great to have you here at Kingscliff. Going into, say, tomorrow, if you happen to compete tomorrow, is there anything that you're going to change regarding your strategy, your boards leading in?
We'll see how it goes on the day, but I don't think the boards are feeling good. So haven't got some boards from Board Culture, so shout out Board Culture. But no, not really. I'll just see what happens on the day. Didn't really have a strategy then. Might need to sharpen that up a bit, but we'll see what happens.
That's okay. You did exactly what you could in trying conditions, and you've made it through the next round, and that's the main thing. So great to have you here, Ben Spence, and well done on winning your heat. Back to you, crew in the booth.
Thanks, Britt. Thank you, Ben. Yeah. How's that? The Western Australians, Rabbit, they're so much talent over there, and pretty raw and rugged humans as well.
I love that interview. It was just so honest, and so it was humble, but it was honest, and it was It was really funny, actually. It was a great interview. I loved it.
He comes from good, the guys that he would have grown up competing with regionally over there in WA for their, regional titles, state titles over there. Guys like Jacob Wilcox.
Oh, wow.
And, the talent that comes out of that place is, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ben, really take it on full time and push like he's saying he wants to.
Oh, imagine how much surfing he's done with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like WA is kind of like that. It's like cold water Indo to me. Those waves, the quality they have, the barrels.
Even wilder. Just raw, wild slabs, everything you can imagine. That's what you got Jack Robinson. Then along comes Jacob Wilcox. I mean, the talent level is unbelievable, and they know how to surf heavy waves. They know how to surf reefs and slabs and beach breaks too. Big waves, gosh, there's so much big surf hits over there.
So we're just under 13 minutes. We'll take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Live action coming up here for heat number 2 right after this.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, the #1 lifestyle destination.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. Running all the way to the end of the week here. We are currently at Kingscliff, round of 96 of the men in the water, heat number 2. Just under 11 and a half minutes on the clock. Myself, Jess Grimwood, with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Here's a replay here of Alex McGuffin. Oh,
finally.
Yeah, here we go.
Finally, we got a wave better than a 1.
That's it. This is going to be the turning point here for this young man. A bit of a setup snap under the lip, but this is the money.
Yeah, I love this turn here.
Oh.
Wow, full throttle. And he surfs out of it so well. It looks so, you know what, he just looks solid on that one. He's doing the run around. At least he's got a very decent score under his belt now.
Yeah, that's a really nice number. This just past the halfway point here in heat number 2 and just, wakes you up again. Even as a spectator, we've just seen a few just 1s and 2s going past, and the moment somebody draws off the bottom like that and sends that board into the lip, everyone's on alert.
Yeah, and here goes Kobe Clemens now. He's trying to answer back. And he gets that. It's just a one-turner. Now, what's he going to do? No, he's going to stay down there because he didn't go too far. So this is a smart move. I would stick out there too and just, oh, hang on, Bugs.
I thought I was on your train there, right there, Rabbit. I thought he was just going to swing around and try and pick another one up.
It's hard to tell in here where they're at, When you get out there and you check it out, you go, oh, wow, right, he's up near the Bowls Club.
Yeah, they're so far north, aren't they? I know,
Yeah.
when we walk out after the heat finish, it does take them still maybe another 8 or 9 minutes to walk back up the beach.
Now, Elliot Parada-Reid has really gone quiet. He came out firing in that first round this morning, and he hasn't really been able to stitch one together here of meaningful, real substance. His surfing is, he's a brilliant surfer.
It's like you were saying as well, it's almost a trap being stuck paddling against that outside current, and you have to know when to pull the trigger and shimmy on into this bank on the inside and give yourself up to the current to be able to be in that position.
I mean, look at Elliot. He's got a 2 and a 1. That's 617 for Alex. That really puts him in the box seat right now.
Beautiful surfing, like pretty much one turn. A bit of a setup under lip carve and that one cracker of a backhand snap.
Yeah.
That's the value in that 617.
Yeah, that's the criteria. The judges love it when you put it together with speed, full throttle, full commitment, and you know, he came out of that not a shaky part in that whole episode.
So there he is with priority at the moment, the young man in the green, Cale Anfield. Needs just a 2.94.
Okay, now let's see. Did a 4.17 for Kobe Clements on that one wave.
Ooh, here we go. Cale up and riding, first turn. Whoa, almost loses the fins in that second slide, but gets a third. He's looking sharp and smaller wave, but...
Will we keep going with it? Or he's all the way through the shore break? Well, I think he banked some points before that. He'll do the run around now for sure. That's a guarantee because he's right on the shore break. That's opened this heat right up. Where is Elliott? Because, you know, he doesn't have priority next to his name, but so I'm thinking, are we waiting for a score that we haven't seen? You know, we usually, you know, if you've been sitting out there for a long time, you're going to have some level of priority.
Let's wait to see what the last score locks in. For Cale Enfield, 4.44 required. Probably 3 turns. Whoa, just under. 3.77 moves him into third position now.
Wow.
Bugs.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, Kobe, you know, got a 4.17 for 1 turn, and Cale did. They were kind of softish turns, and so this is the criteria we're under here. The judges want to see real commitment. You know, to just smashing the lip and just giving it everything you got. Elliott's, you know, weird. He's in the number 2 position here to this wave here. It's a good wave. It's a pretty decent score. I thought this turn here was pretty cool. Like he did a little bit of a tail waft, but yeah, he needed a little bit more, didn't he?
Yeah, it was. He really had to manufacture that score. Nice bottom turn, but small wave.
Really deep bottom turn, wasn't it?
He gets a little bit out of control here, I felt.
Yeah.
Loses a bit of control, so just keeping that score line under that 4-point ride.
He just needed a real pocket. He's got a great backing, and he just had a nice pocket there where he could just really jam it.
I feel like we can see right now Elliott sitting on that southern side of the screen there in the white jersey. Second priority to the man in blue. Alex very close behind him on the heels.
Yeah, well, Alex has got himself out in the lineup pretty quickly. Does a quick run around, quick paddle out. One of the better executed combinations right there, but they're paddling hard to stay in position. But Elliott, he'd be feeling the heat right now because here comes Kobe Clements, and Kobe's got one already. And this is the beauty about coming from the inside. You get these ones that hug the bank, and they don't show anything on the outside. Those other guys couldn't even look at this wave.
Yeah, and that's going to be a keeper for Kobe. Look at it already, the amount of work done. Just
absolutely.
Just like kind of standard surfing for him, probably on his scale, but he's got that work done and got the back up, and he's chosen no run around. 5 minutes left. He's back out there, going to try and pick up a big critical section to really expose his performance.
Well, he'll go into first place on the strength of that. I'm just amazed that Elliott hasn't been able to get into this heat. He was like the absolute standout this morning.
I wonder, did he get washed in, or did he reset himself?
How did he lose priority?
Yeah, maybe chose one of those sets and went down and had to reset himself and do the full paddle around and run around again to get back into position for priority judges.
See, right now, if he can get a wave in the next sort of 30 seconds, he's still got time for 2.
Oof.
And there we go, Alex. He's looking to get back into number 1 position here. And does he get around this section? He does.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just a little maybe off timing there the whole way along. I mean, the wave's hard to surf. There's the cross wave. Did you think, Rabbit, just a little bit?
Well, he needs a 2.27. I feel he got that. He got a 2.4.
Yeah, 2.40 straight back into first.
But that's handy right now because you'd rather be in first place just a bit because you're really looking to not come third. So that was a pretty handy little leapfrog there over Kobe. He needed 2.27, got a 2.4.
So just under 4 minutes on the clock. Round of 96 in the water. It is Alex McGuffin, here he goes, replay for Alex's 2 scoring rides.
He got it right there.
Yeah. 2.40 for that combination. I guess that money, like you said, right in the middle. There's Elliott with priority. Just over 3 minutes, a 2.17 and a 1 point ride in his bank. He needs a 6.27 to put himself into the next round, round of 64.
Well, he elected not to go that wave that Alex got. He knows the situation he's in. It's one of those dire situations where he needs a bomb. He needs one of those waves that we've seen in a couple of the heats before. The last heat we saw a few. This heat has been devoid of them. The last heat didn't get going till more than halfway through, the same as this one. It's been a very low-scoring heat so far, but you know, you'd think that Kobe Clements, he paddled out and just got he snaffled that wave on the inside of those guys. That could be really handy for him right now. Kale, not out of it. He only needs a 4.67. But we've been all eyes on Elliott Pereira Reid, because, I mean, he is such a, he is the gun surfer in this heat.
I'd love to see him get the opportunity to open up that rail game as well.
That's what I just like to see them all get an opportunity. It's just unreal when you see a heat and they all have a crack and you go, okay, now we can just duke it out, see who wins.
Yeah, there's nothing better than watching that exchange, the turn for turn, and the matchups of rail versus backhand versus the aerial manoeuvres that we saw early this morning. We saw one of the other guys that's coming up later on in this round, Mr. Conway. A little air reverse from him earlier on in the opening round today. So there has been the opportunity at times in certain heats, but just not equally across the board for everyone, as we see. With priority struggling at the moment, looking for an opportunity. He needs a wave to come a 7 or better. Okay. He's going to be surfing up towards a 7.
He's paddling out now with a bit of intent. He's having a bit of a look at this kind. Okay, this is it. No, this one's backed off. But is this part of a set? Or what's happening here?
Oh, the Kingscliff left-hander.
Yeah, the old kingy left. She's come alive for Alex. And he just sort of dribbles off the side of that one. But at least he's in first place with a minute to go.
Oh.
He got splattered at the end, but he's in second place. But where is the other two? Okay, here we go. No, that's no good for Elliott. Elliott's just at odds out there. It's just one of those heats that's got a weigh on him, and he seems like something happened earlier on because he lost priority, and he looks like he's lost it again. No, he's got priority now, but it's a real mystery what happened mid-heat here to Elliott. I don't know where he went.
How's he throwing the shackers to the surf gods there, just saying thank you very much. There's 30 seconds though, there's still that chance.
Yeah, with him there is. I mean, gosh, he just needs a wave.
He really does.
Where's Kale? He must be somewhere in the vicinity too.
You're just wishing, aren't you? You're just hoping and putting the wave in front of Elliott for somebody like him. To see him perform in the last 5 seconds would be incredible. It looks like it's not going to happen here.
No, it's not going to happen for Kale or Elliott.
Oh.
Who's this?
That's Kale.
Oh, wow, the old left-hander let him down. And there's Elliott. Oh, well. Yeah, it's sad to see him go out without really being able to fire a shot.
Yeah, it's a real tough way to swallow pill for round of 96 here, but it was Alex McGuffin.
Yeah, and Kobe Clements.
Looking like they're moving on through the round of 64 here for the men at the World Surf League's QS 5000 Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll be back with heat number 3 in the water right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Good afternoon, it's Sunday afternoon here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro WSL's QS 5000 event for the Australia-Oceanic region. We are here live from Kingscliff on the Tweed Coast of New South Wales. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth with Brittany Nicholl, local lady, ex-Australian surf team representative, and great fan of the sport as well, Britt. Good afternoon, welcome back into the booth.
Thank you for having me, Jess. Every time you
pleasure.
forget to mention that you were also in that Australian team with me.
No, it's a long time ago, but at the moment, in the water, heat number 3, round of 96 of the men. It's been tough slogging so far at the start of this round. We just saw Elliot Peralta-Reid from New Zealand go down, and here we go, fellow New Zealand competitor Corbin Hutchins up and riding in the white. Looking to get a quick start. I'm sure learnt so much off watching that last heat. It's just really, the momentum has to be in favour for these guys to get through at this level of competition and at Kingscliff today.
It is so tricky out there, Jess. I've been watching from the beach, and front on it looks even worse than what it is on screen. It's super hard for the competitors to actually pick those good ones now. It's becoming a lot more few and far between, and if you're not in that right position, you're going to miss that opportunity with the way that the current is. You just get swept way past the peak.
Nice. This guy's has impressed me since the start this morning. Hard to collect a lot of information on him. He's a bit of a private man on the socials, but Kieran Conway threw down this really easy, lazy frontside reverse early. It's a nice score, and he just seems to be unfazed by the situation of being here at such a big contest and just ready to surf. He looks like he surfs these conditions a lot.
It's probably a good thing, Jess, not having much info on socials. I feel like a lot of people these days, just in general, not just athletes or competitors, they kind of show everything. They show their highlights, they show where they're at or what they're doing. And I guess guys like Conway in the green, he can kind of fly under the radar and then show up for an event and just go, bam, yep, I'm here. This is what I'm made of. And nobody kind of has any idea of who he is.
He kind of has been getting left alone as well. I mean, the spread in the lineup helps. There he is on screen right there. Kieran Conway, impressive this morning. He's already off to a really, really good start. He would have won almost the last few heats on this score alone. 5.77 to open up, or maybe it was a 4.6. I think he might have had a 1.1 to open up this heat. So at the moment, he's out in the lead. There you go, 4.67 and a 1.1. 25-minute heats, of course, in round of 96. Daniel Farr in the water as well in the red, also from New Zealand. And a local lad, Julang Slab, in the blue.
He is part of the Jurakai around this local area, so great to have the surfer in blue in this heat. He absolutely rips too, Jess. I don't know if you had a look at him on socials. Some epic clips going down.
Yeah, it's so good to be able to see what they're up to, like you said recently. So, but with 20 minutes, on the clock here in heat number 3, we've got Stacey on the sidelines with last heat's heat winner, Stace.
Alex, well done, mate. That was a tough heat out there.
Thank you.
yeah, it was really tough out there. Yeah, just so happy to get through.
We're just talking about how good the surface and the quality of the waves are in West Australia. What's it like adjusting to the East Coast?
Oh, it's difficult. Been here for 2 weeks and still adjusting, but yeah, hopefully find my groove in the next couple heats because yeah, the wave should be fun tomorrow.
Just takes one on a day like today, doesn't it?
That's it. It just takes one. I honestly didn't think I was going to get through that one, but yeah, stoked to come in the air that I got through.
You missed a crucial board riders yesterday for the Margaret River board riders end of year total. Are you going to be able to claw that back over there?
Yeah, we'll see how we go. I might miss a couple because I'm over here for a while, but yeah, it's good to see them getting some waves and ripping up karates. I think Finn Cox won, so well done, Finn.
Thanks, mate. Great surfing today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
Thanks, Stacey. Have a look at this replay right here, Britt. Nice big open face carve, and how about this for dynamic? Projected out, beautiful frontside air reverse for Corbin Hutchins. Where's that going on the scoreline? I'll put you on the spot right here.
Well, I don't even have to be on the spot because it just came through in front of me. It was a 7 for the surfer in white. So Corbin Hutchins takes an early lead with 18.5 minutes on the clock. One of the better waves, or I guess not necessarily the better waves, it was better surfed. But Corbin making the most of that opportunity, having that section in front of him. And he got a little hung up at the end there, but managed to ride out of it cleanly. So doing the run around the surfer in white, sitting in first place.
Yeah, I think he's spot on. It was just a different approach to what we've seen. The guys have just been trying to hold on with toenails. Here goes Daniel Farr. Up and riding. This guy had a lot of experience as well. He's competed for New Zealand. Here he goes, looking for a big section, looking alive, these guys, both Corbin and Daniel. Just being able to find just a bit more flow, I feel like, in this lineup here this afternoon. And that's going to be a good score on the board. He's got a little bit more to give on the inside, and he's looking light and he's looking loose. Transitioning to that left, nice little backhand slash, and he will land right on that dry sand, ready for his Ironman segment of today's competition, Britt.
That wave just kept giving. Just when you thought it had tapered off, just managed to keep running along that bank. And then, like you said, that last turn faded back left. The surfer in red. We'll wait and see where that score goes. His fellow Kiwi competitor locked in a 7.
I reckon it might come under that. I think it wasn't as explosive or as electric as Corbin's 7, but he's still got a fair bit of work done. I think he's probably going to take second position. I'll throw myself under the bus there and put that. Have a look at the replay. Tell me what you think.
This is the Oakberry replay. Bit of a flat and fat section to begin with. He's really just trying to manage himself over those bumps. You can just see a little bit of a backtail stall there, waiting for this thing to steepen up, projects in front of it, and he manages to get this last little bonus at the end here. Right there, putting it up and over the surfer in red. It's a great read on such a tricky wave. And instead of pulling off, he just continued to ride this one all the way through and gets this little bonus inside section. Making the most of that one, stepping off on the sand. He'll do the runaround. It was a 4.4, Jess.
Ooh, just under Kieran Conway's 4.67. So still going to be putting him in a good position. There's Kieran, you can see on screen, beautiful crystal clear water up here on the Tweed Coast Sunday afternoon, and it's very hot as well. You should see how many people are enjoying the beach and the water temperature up here. It's one of the best things about this part of the coast, Britt.
There is no place you'd rather be right now. It is about 34 degrees outside, so it is pretty warm. However, we are in paradise on screen there. It is crystal clear. Beautiful part of the world. You can walk down the end of the street, jump in Coogin Creek. It's high tide, it'd be perfect for it right now.
And the man on screen with second priority, 4.67 for, it's pretty much a single front hand turn there. So you can see when you compare it, I know you would be doing a lot of this stuff, working with different athletes and surfers and teams. You were involved with the Australian Paralympic team coaching, but when you're looking at comparison to score lines, how do you break that down during your heat? Daniel would have heard his 4.4, knowing the work that he's done. How does he readjust to find himself something a little more towards that 7-point range?
It really comes down to those finer points of difference. I feel like with events like this, it is at the top level. Everybody can surf. Everybody can surf a good wave well, but it comes down to who can surf a bad wave well. And I think just those minor adjustments, make the difference there, Jess. Corbin Hutchings, he just had a different read. He seen a section, and instead of keeping the board in the water, he put it up over there and got progressive, and we haven't really watched much of that today so far.
Yeah, I have to agree for sure. Yeah, just such a different approach to it, similar to Kieran's opening rides as well. And there you see young local guy Geelong on screen with first priority. So can he find himself the opportunity, something like Corbin had, just one section and that explosiveness that he can bring to the screen and to the performance? I don't think I've heard anyone say that before, what you said, Britt, but it comes down to who can surf a bad wave well a lot of the time in the QS, and it's who can generate that opportunity. How important is it for these guys coming into a competition like this midway through our regional qualifying season to be in peak performance mode and be in top condition for waves like this?
A lot of them, I feel, expect it, being the QS, but there's so much downtime over that Christmas, New Year, tail end of the year period where if they're not putting in that extra training, it doesn't just come down to surfing these days. You've got nutrition, you've got physical performance, you've got mental performance, you've got psychologists, well-being. Like, there's so many different things that factor into a surfer. It's not just surfing. And I feel like if people are just focusing on surfing, they're missing out on that whole picture. So coming into events like this, when it is tricky, I feel like there is that expectation, but they're more than capable of performing if they've done the work.
Gone are the days where you just used to rock up at contests, hey, and there would be no talk. I know, you know, Rabbit speaks about it a lot, the nature of the tour back in the day. It was just surf, 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 surf. And I mean, of course, I feel like there's no better training for surfing than surfing, but if someone said anything about having a nutritionist on site with them, or a strength and conditioning coach on site with them, probably would have been laughed off the contest. But now it's a regular, even, you know, for some of these pro juniors, you would have seen that working in the industry for so long.
It is, and it does come down to that whole picture. Like, it has shifted, and the whole I guess industry in that way has made that shift for the better. You know, like you said, there's no better way of getting better at surfing than spending that time in the water. But if you've got competitors who are also fueling themselves right throughout a day, like you look at this, these guys, 2 of them have already surfed today. There's a paddle out, there's a run around, there's another paddle out, and if they're doing that over and over again, it's one thing to spend that time in the water, but if they haven't got the nutrition and they're not fueling their body properly and they're not allowing that opportunity, you know, things like their mental strategy can go out the window because they're not fueling themselves. So I feel like there's a bigger picture there. And that's also where those point of difference do make, you know, a difference for those surfers.
What about the younger guys that we've seen in the draw so far? I mean, we're moving into, if they can make it through round of 96, round of 64 at this level of competition is where we get into the money. And it's so important for a lot of these guys that do self-fund. As we have a look, Daniel Farr up and riding. Let's put the handbrake on that conversation and watch what he can do here. Puts the back foot down to stall, looking to line up this inside section, trying to read the lumps and bumps, and can't manage anything else other than the down the face carve. He really needs something critical here. Nicer time last turn, and I think he's done well to get something out of that, because that was probably one of the hardest reads across that bank as it ran and didn't quite hit properly the inside. I'd love to see a replay of that and hear your technical breakdown of what was going on there, because I felt like I was on the edge of the seat for it the whole time. He's about to do something massive and he just had to keep kind of backing off because the wave didn't allow it.
I agree with you, Jess. He stalled for quite a while. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and get tubed or whether he's just stalling to then generate speed to take to the air. But yeah, we have the surfer on screen making his way in, about to do the sprint up the beach with just over 10 minutes on the clock. Wait and see where that score goes. He's only looking for a 1.38 to advance at this stage. It's safe to say he's got that.
Yeah, he's going into progression at this point with that, but it's not going to keep him safe. Let's have a look. This is the replay.
He carves back around that first section. Just there, you could really see the stall and just had to manage the wobble. Tried to get that bottom turn in, but had to cut it short to carve down the face. Still a nice turn, but I really don't think it was what he was hoping for. Got the steeper section at the end.
quick look back and rode out.
There's like 3 separate waves going on there at one point. I felt like he was, you know, looking down the front of him, but it puts him into the lead. Britt, 3.93.
There it is, a 3.93. So the judges kind of deeming that there wasn't anything too critical about that wave. I don't think it was necessarily the surfer on the wave. I think that wave in general was just super hard to read. And conditions are changing here at Kingscliff. The tide has come in, which I thought would have hit that bank a bit better, and they are getting those inside connections, but with more water, it seems to be they've got those fat and flat faces, but the side wash, the bump, is just so tricky to manage, Jess.
Yeah, so Kieran and Zhulung now have some work to do, particularly in the blue slab with Priority. He's got the choice of the next thing that comes through the lineup, and he's going to have to make it count at this point. Corbin asking for a situation update. How important would it be at this point as well to be able to score your own rides when you can't hear in conditions like this in the afternoons, Britt? How important it would be to understand your own standings without the beach announcer. Let's take a little break while you think about that. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro will be back with live action and all the insight from Brittany Nichols very shortly.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, good afternoon, welcome back. Heat number 3 in the water, round of 96. We are down at the 7-minute mark here. Corbin Hutchings in the lead over Daniel Farr. Kieran and Zhulung have some work to do. Kingscliff live right there on your screen. Beautiful afternoon. Brittany Nichol in the booth offering up some of the best analysis and obviously local tapped in knowledge of this area. Britt, look at the distance these two have between each other. Both have work to do. Blue has priority.
They do, plenty of work to do. There's just under 7 minutes remaining, and the local in the blue still yet to take off on a wave. But if we look at the requirement, it's an 8.33 to advance right now. That is 2 scores. He doesn't need an 8.33. He just needs to break that down into 2 waves. However, he's the type of surfer who can get an 8.33 with his eyes closed, yes.
Yeah, if he goes to something electric and you know, that aerial game or just that different approach that we saw Corbin use at the very start, that scale's right there for him. It's been set. You know, 1 turn and a frontside reverse from Corbin. It's a 7-point ride. Have a look. Up and riding here. Goes again. I believe that's live action as well. That's another frontside reverse for the guy in white. Here he goes with priority. Nice little knock knee style too. From the young guy, I believe he's going to need a bit more opportunity as well at this 5-minute mark. He gets a little on the inside, smooth surfing. Kind of that Ando style, that really nice, relaxed Ando style, but he's going to need something more critical. Let's wait to see what that first score locks in for Lars's slab. And here's the replay. Ooh, priority flex.
So he knew he had to go. Carved into the pocket. Really bowly section, but just the timing was quite difficult with that one. I didn't think he was going to make the second turn, but he kind of just popped up out of nowhere. He remains with this one, just kind of taps it. You can see his body language just kind of fade a bit just throughout this one. The energy a little lost. The surfer in blue trying to make the most of it. It'll be interesting here. He's got 5 minutes on the clock. He's going to have to do the runaround
on screen. It's locked in as a 2.67, so he's now looking for a 5.66. He would be able to hear that with the beach announcers.
Yeah, it might seem more achievable now too. I mean, a 5.66 in these conditions. Corbin just got one frontside reverse on a pretty weird kind of frothy section, and he's got a 5.5. So when you put it in comparison, Britt, what does he need to do to find himself up towards that almost 6-point range?
He just needs to find one section, Jess, and just put it up there and get progressive. I think this heat in particular has shown that the judges are rewarding that above the lip surfing. And I think all day there's been a lot of board in the water, open face carve, wraparounds, carve down. So Corbin has kind of put that little point of difference touch on this heat.
Oh, look at this bigger looking wave for Daniel. There's that smooth, big, extended wing wraps that we've seen from this guy. Couple of turns, needs an 8.1. It's not going to be that for him, but it may replace the score. 3.93, what do you reckon?
I like the first wrap. He really opened up through his body, and the torque was there, and he hit the rebound perfectly.
And he's straight back into the lineup as well.
And there you go, hasn't had to do the runaround.
Yeah, it's probably a smart move with 3.5 minutes. I mean, Geelong's going to be pushing it to be able to make it back out, but I think that, kind of like Kobe Clements, he might be able to sneak into one of those inside ones on the bank and not get lost in the ever treadmill out here.
Do you think too, Jess, the surfer in red, he saw himself in a position where he could get back into the lineup, and knowing that the competitor in the green is in third place, at this stage with the surfer in blue doing that runaround, green is that competitor that's going to take over. I think that was a strategy where he's like, I'm just going to go sit nice and close to you and remind you that I'm here.
Yeah, good pickup. I didn't even consider that. I was just fully on the individual train there of what he might be thinking, but I think he's spot on. He's picked that up. He's obviously a very intelligent heat surfer. He's had a lot of heats under his belt as well, and he knows he needs to keep Kieran off anything. He's sitting in third position, Conway, in the green, needing 3.66. It's going to be one turn for him. He's already got that 4.67. Here's the replay of Last of Red.
Scratches into this one. Good speed generation on takeoff. Wraps around into the pocket. And again, this Oakberry replay, just a tricky section, opts out of there. So smart choice there, smart surfing from the surfer in red to make that choice not to do the runaround and get back into the lineup and sit next to the competitor in green. While surfer in green has priority, Jess, he does have right of way to anything that comes through. I think it's just important for that surfer in red just to kind of sit close and maybe force green into something he might not want.
Oh, here we go. Current heat leader, Corbin. Really nice looking heat total. He finds himself on another double up and nice and tight in the pocket. Able to release a little bit more, perhaps, than the other surfers have been to so far in this heat. He just looks really relaxed, and I think the pressure's off him. He knows that 7-point ride and 5.5, and then he's probably got almost better than every other wave that's locked in as well. So his third wave that's going to come in just there is going to be another good score. He's done the work already. He got into that different perspective, like you were saying. With just over 1 minute on the clock, he's looking pretty safe, and the question's going to be asked of Conway and Slab.
Not long remaining. That is the heat leader on screen. Oakberry replay, that is Corbin Hutchings in the white. Not much to start with, but it really starts to steepen up here, Jess. Drives hard off the bottom, straight up under the lip, and puts it up there for the last, just lays into that last turn. A 6.23, so there you go. Judges really liking that progressive style there from Corbin Hutchings.
Yeah, he's just been able to risk a little bit more, hasn't he? He's just seemed to be willing to put it on the line. Even right there, Britt lays into it. The difficulty of that manoeuvre in these conditions.
Conway up and riding. This is make or break. He goes big. Can he stick it? He's still there. Does he ride out? Unfortunately not, but he gave it all he had, Jess.
That was it. Massive alley-oop for Conway. I thought he had it right at the end there. I think he did too. 10 seconds on the clock. That was the opportunity, I think, for him. 3.66. I mean, they've been rewarded, like you said, Britt, for that above the lip approach. Nice free looking alley-oop, but just can't ride out of it. So it looks as though Corbin Hutchings and Daniel Farr are going to be moving on through, unfortunately, for Conway and Slab. Just lost in the Kingscliff Current. Let's have a look at the replay too. So close. What do you think of this?
I just love the intent. He had the right idea.
So unfortunately bumped off right at the end there. There's the last of Daniel Farr as well, and unofficially it looks like those guys are moving on through to the round of 64. Straight into the money here for the QS 5000, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Heat number 4, round of 96 coming up right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Welcome back. If you have been following all day, day number 1 action, we are into round 96, the second round for the men. Heat number 4 in the water. Ty Coolis, Spencer Kay, Logan Speck and Luke Brumby out there battling it out at Kingscliff. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Good afternoon. Rabbit, look at this replay, straight into it.
Yeah, there's Luke Brumby. There's a really good-looking wave for Luke. There are some better-looking waves out there. It's tough work. You've got to be right on the spot when they come through. He's just on the back of this double up there, but he made this one pay all the way with a 6.67.
Straight off to a flying start for him. That's one of the better ways. The biggest turn that I've seen probably today for competition.
Yeah, well, actually, that was his second wave, so he's got a 9.17, so that must have been... that's incredible. How quickly he got a wave. I saw him paddle out, and he was in a really good position. He paddled out, and he stayed as deep up the bank as he possibly could, which is a really smart move because this current is stronger than it even was 2 hours ago, especially with the outrunning tide now. It's going to be, there's water coming out of the river. It's just, this is going to get so hectic out here with the paddle.
And he had a similar approach, didn't he? Earlier on in the round of 128, he took out a few of the bigger names in the draw, and he was able just to find that momentum just underneath everyone, just able to snavel it up. 21 minutes on the clock, straight into the lead. And it is an afternoon full of surfing action here, QS 5000, and these guys 1 round away from the money round, a round of 64, where the top seeds will come into play and those big points.
And there's Luke Brumby now doing the run around. He's had a flying start. That 6.67 backed it up with whatever it adds up to a 9. Not that much, but not bad. But certainly incredibly good timing.
Geez, he's punching through that run there, isn't he?
Yeah, this is he's got to go way up the beach now because you've got this outgoing tide, you've got extra current, The swell's turned a bit more southeast. There's water coming out of the river. It is mayhem.
And you're frothing. You've been on the edge of your seat, I think, all day, Rabbit. See, the moment I saw you get into the booth this morning,
You could
I
tell.
knew, yeah, I could tell you were frothing.
Yeah, there's a bit coming out the side of the mouth.
20 minutes on the clock. And there's Ty Coulis and Spence Kay in the lineup on the Kingscliff treadmill. Those traps, those shoulders tonight, they're going to be needing some deep recovery after today's competition. And I imagine a free surf as well this morning out here.
Yeah, well, especially the guys that came through round at 128. You know, we saw Logan Speck come through, Luke Brumby. You know, he's backed it up. He's got some momentum. We have seen a couple of surfers in this round of 96 that their first surf, they've been out of sorts. They, you know, I'll tell you what, it's a little different when you're in the water, when you're sitting on the beach watching it. When you're out there, you can easily lose your bearings, because as soon as you know, we saw in that heat a couple of heats ago when Kobe Clemens went running around, and as he paddled out, he came across and just got one of those little ones that hugged the bank. The other guys who were priority couldn't get to it. Ended up being a telling wave.
Yeah, and I think he was so clever to do that, and I feel like Luke might have done that in his opening heat this morning, and he's done the same thing. He's just been able to push himself into that inside position and find these waves that it's so easy to see from us, or from our position here, those opportunities that go unridden, and that snavel through underneath these guys that are just stuck paddling. There's Luke right there making that push back out after the big long beach run.
Yeah, big effort. He's already had the 2 waves. He's looking to improve on that lower score at the 6.67. He's going to really augur well in his, as he posts that with the judges, and he's really the only one that's got any good work done. The rest are paddling and holding ground. They're just holding ground, and it's still without priority for those 3. And it is an inside situation. It is considered a right-hand point break at this point, even though we have seen the odd mystical left coming through.
The mystical Kingscliff left, yeah.
That's been a bit of a more desperation move than a plan A strategy.
True. You know what else I've been thinking about as well, seeing these post-heat interviews for the winners? A lot of them seemingly already on the back foot of energy-wise. I mean, the waves have been so good over the last few weeks, especially up in this Tweed Coast area. Even, I think it was Taj Turner, he was heat-stroked from yesterday's surfing efforts. These guys spending, 3 sessions perhaps in the water over the last few days. It's tough to say no when the waves are pumping up here.
It's very hard for a young surfer to stay out of the water and pace themselves and keep their energy. It's just like surf, 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 and then you get a situation at Kingscliff where you need to have been in Ironman recovery mode.
Absolutely. So just under 17 minutes on the clock. Stacey Galbraith down there on the sidelines with heat number 3 winner Stace.
That's right. Thanks, Jess. I'm here with Corbin Hutchins. Ticket. Hard work out there, mate, but you made it look fun.
Yeah, it was definitely hard work. The heat before, one with a 4 and a turn, I was just looking at it going, positive thoughts. Said I was just going to empty the gas tank and just give it everything because I'm not going to surf again.
And you did that in 1 wave?
Yeah, that freed me up, actually. That felt nice. You can barely hear, but I heard 7 running along the beach. I was like, okay, but then started kind of stressing again because I was like, you need to back up your scores, but got it done.
You've been going hard in the preparation. How's the chassis feeling?
Chassis feels elite. It got me through that one, actually. Felt actually pretty decent on the 2 runarounds.
A lot of support here for you in the hometown of the Gold Coast, mate. Any particular shout-outs? Maybe the boys at the Vlug Mansion?
Vlug Mansion, the Ultimate Golf Boys. Everyone tuning in. Yeah, cheers.
On your Corbo. Well done, brother.
Thank you, Stace, and thank you, Bugs, for having me on the coast again, mate. Great to see you.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've had to bring the big gun in early because it's been a big day. We've been holding the fort here. We've done a lot of heats, and the current out there's been some current in here too, Ronnie.
Oh, mate, it's been on. I've got to send a big shout out to the entire production team for covering Vaughan and I through the opening day of competition. the reason we're late, we had our mum's 70th last
Yes.
night. And, yeah, Mum sent it in a big way.
Oh. That's so good.
I
That's
got to bed reasonably early. Vaughan doesn't know how to check out, though, so he's inbound. But we're looking forward to a big week.
He hasn't driven to Bells, has he?
Well, I don't know which way he turned, but we were 4 hours down the coast, but
I love it.
No, it was magic, and it looks like the swells turned up for us, Bugs, which is fantastic. Obviously, some challenging conditions out there at the moment, though, mate.
Yeah, the cyclone Gabrielle, when it went past us, it took that wind with it as it does, and we've got this weird onshore day. This one onshore day. It's been a tough one, really, for the competitors, but you know, they're making the most of it out here at Kingscliff Beach. But you know, we're promising good things. You know, it's looking pretty good. Particularly Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tomorrow, a bit of easterly in the wind, but that'll be a lot better than these conditions.
Man, absolute bonus, though, for the Kingscliff locals and all the Groms to get down here on a Sunday and check out qualifying series level surfing. That all these competitors are really on the start of their journey to maybe crack the elite ranks one day. It's always fun to, you know, get eyes on all these competitors, some of them for the first time, and just see where the level is at here in Oz.
Well, that's right. Well, look, we're into the seeded round now. That round of 128 this morning, Ty Sorella said, look, let them all in. You know, so we've had some veterans in there like Nick Squire surfing up a storm. We've got the young grommets in there that were in the Pro Junior. They're all a mishmash of talent. And through the two of the guys in this heat, Luke Brumby, Logan Speck, came through this morning. And, you know, the guys this morning, some of them had some pretty good momentum, you know. Some of the guys dipping their toes in the seated surfers have gone, wow, this is gnarly when you get out the back of Kingscliff. Where's that pine tree I had this morning in the surf club, and, you know.
Well, you're a well-travelled surfer, but a Gold Coaster through and through. And, you know, we're on the Tweed coast now. How many times have you surfed Kingscliff in your life?
Oh, no, I've surfed it a bit, but definitely not as much as I've surfed up the coast. But yeah, I've come down. I used to spend my school holidays. My nana lived right on the beach here at Kingscliff, so I got a history in my early days. But yeah, true. It's like when Kira was breaking, you'd probably won't go to Kingy today.
Yeah, well, it's fun, you know, but it is, as you said, a big challenge for those competitors because they're out there with no real markers. Most of them are probably surfing here at Kingscliff, maybe for the first time.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is going to bring a whole different challenge to what is already a tricky lineup out there.
No, that's right. I mean, you know, Kingscliff is renowned for its current, you know. As soon as you get a bit of southeast in the swell, southern swell, oh my God, the current is so fierce. It's a major, you know, factor in the whole wave. That's why we're seeing the run around today. We're seeing guys trying to get waves that hug the bank. Then you get the wide ones, a few opportunistic chip-ins. It's all happening here, Ronnie, but these are tough conditions.
Bugs, mate, I'll tell you after the event finishes up today what you missed out on last night.
Oh, wow.
But tell me what I missed out on this morning, because obviously there's been some good performances already.
Yeah, there has been. Well, Luke Brumby is one of the surfers. Logan Speck in this heat this morning were unbelievable. You know, Corbin Hutchins in the last heat, he came through this morning as well. So a lot of these guys coming through have had an incredible momentum. You know, we saw Elliot Pirata Reed this morning dominated. He was the standout surfer in my books. Didn't get through the last heat.
No.
Yeah, I know. He couldn't find a wave.
Oh, it can happen in surf like this. And some international competitors as well.
Oh,
I saw in the draw.
Yeah, look, Jackson Dorian is here, the young guy from Hawaii. He surfed 2 heats. He's got through both of them. He's on fire. And, you know, we're yet to see him on like a really good wave, but he's got some game, that kid.
That's so cool. You know, back in the day when the Australasian junior circuit was kind of considered the ultimate place to come and get yourself tour ready, international competitors were coming out here and doing the Australian junior circuit. So I think Jackson's probably thinking, you know, this is a good opportunity to go up against a really tough competitive field and see how I fare.
And also, you know, his mum was saying that there's very few qualifiers in Hawaii, you know. There's last year there was one.
Yeah.
You know, there was one at Pipe, and that was it. If you had one bad heat, you're out. You didn't get a chance to So he's coming out here to get some heat time, to get that Connors jersey on. He knows, you know, Australia in the summer, our regional series, so competitive. So this is a good move for the young guy.
Yeah, we're lucky, aren't we? We really do have a strong qualifying series run of events coming up. It's going to be great to see. You know, the Tweed Coast Pros starting to collect a bit of history now and some prestige to it. It's had some unbelievable champions, Ethan Ewing, Callum Robson, and then you look at Surfest. I mean, there's one of the longest running surf events in the world, and it's part of the QS schedule, so it's going to be great to watch.
Yeah, well, these two events, Surfest and Tweed, they book in a really powerful regional series. And you know, you think about Callum Robson. He won this. He came from the clouds, won this 2 years ago, went on, qualified through the Challenger Series, and now has really cemented his place in the CT. And then last year, well, Caius King won this event. He had that back injury. It really took him out. He wasn't able to really fulfill his commitments that he'd made to the Challenger Series. But Caius is back. He's in good shape. He's fit.
He's ready to go. He's amping. Just on 9 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We've got Heat 4, the round of 96 unfolding at the moment, and the man with priority out there, Luke Brumby, hanging on to a lead, a pretty narrow one at this stage, but you're going to see that in conditions like this, scrappy heats, close numbers, and really anyone can make the move into those top two qualifying positions at any stage, as long as there's a little bit of time on the clock.
Yeah, and that's how it's been, Ronnie. I mean, sometimes we've seen a real flurry in the last 2 minutes of heats because, in quite a few heats, the second score has been a low one. So they've been easy to get knocked off. We've seen guys go from first to third and vice versa.
Yeah, it always makes it kind of intense coming down to the wire. I mean, we've just witnessed it at the first Championship Tour event of the year when the conditions get marginal. Usually, with just the tiniest amount of time on the clock, you can turn a heat. Generally, you're not getting yourself comboed, and that big individual single high-scoring ride might just pull you out of trouble, even if you're back in fourth.
Yeah, and that keeps it, pretty exciting for every single person in the heat. No one's safe and no one's out. But we have kind of seen one pattern that we've seen today is one guy seems to have taken it by the short and curlies and dominated the heat kind of thing, and really, got off. It's just getting off that flying start. I mean, now we're at the 25-minute heats. Before it was 20-minute heats, and you know what they're like. You miss that first exchange, you're already in trouble.
I like this stage of a young campaigner's journey because generally your ambition is much higher than your expectation for quality surf. So they're all engaged in what it's going to take to win here. They don't have any kind of mental scar tissue about having to, grind it out in average conditions and favouring all-time surf, because it's kind of reserved. You might get your lucky event days, but those classic days are kind of reserved for those world-class locations.
Yeah.
And on the qualifying series, more often than not, you don't get it. So everyone's in this. Everyone's mentally right in the zone.
I was saying to Stacey earlier on, at each and every one of these regional qualifiers, you'll get a day like this. You'll either get a day where it's raging on shore, or you'll get a 2-foot day within the window. You know, you've got to manoeuvre through those ones.
And we say that, you know, you've got to slay your dragon days to get to those princess moments or prince moments. Yeah. But no, it's, you know, it's something that these competitors are really aware of, and you know, we're not in that position yet where it's head-to-head. There's a little... It just feels, you know, like your percentage is higher at qualifying to get through a heat when you've got 2 spots to chase down. You can adapt to go for second position if you can't get that leader. And tactically, there's a couple more moves you can play.
That's exactly right. I mean, you know, you can definitely pull Plan B out right here, you know, within that last 5 minutes, and this heat right now. You know, just Luke Brumby's got that 6.67 that just sort of slightly sets him apart, and everyone else is looking for that one wave that's going to, you know, slot him basically into second place at this point.
White's looking to make that move now.
Yeah,
as
well,
you can see, it's all throwaways for him up until this point. So he needs to really motor fight the. You know, when you're a kid at the supermarket, you're running up the escalator as it's coming down.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what paddling out at Kingscliff is like.
Oh, it so is. You know, the escalator is moving against you all the way. And if you stop, you're going all the way back down again. And then Mum's waiting for you with the strap. But I mean, like Logan here, he had a good heat this morning. He needed this wave just to get back in there. This is not that great a ride, but I tell you what, it puts him in the frame. And I think he'll paddle back out. I don't think he'll do the run around.
Well, let's see what we can get from our man in blue here. He's already got a 4-point right. There's a solid turn. You just have to capitalise on those steeper sections when you get that opportunity. Yeah, and he's done well with that one.
Oh, well, not only does that solidify second place, that may very well move him into the lead. That was a pretty sharp ride. He got a couple of. He didn't get the finish, but the good work through the middle of that ride.
Yeah, just you know, when he saw that section stood up, he got off the bottom so swiftly and made that section count for something. So waiting on the numbers to come through. And here it is, 6.1, and it does move him up into the lead. Here it is on the replay, Bugs.
I like the way he came back onto the bank. He was smart enough, and this wave, he's hit a groove right here. That's the money turn there, Ronnie. It doesn't finish off well, but you know, it's a 6-1, and that's a powerful score to put in his ledger right now. Just this 1-2 combo right here. I love this turn. Snaps it out the lip.
Yeah, really solid. You know, just such a gift to connect with a wave that finds that section of the bank and gives you an opportunity for a combination.
So we've really got, you know, a bit of for the first time for a while, we've got a fairly clear cut here between, you know, 2 guys are in that 6-point range. That's huge right now. And the other 2 really looking for a miracle, really, because it's going to come down to one wave.
It's a radical reboot for those surfers that have come off the Challenger Series and missed out on making the mark, getting back into these earlier rounds of a qualifying series event. You know, you're coming in maybe feeling a little disappointed that you didn't go all the way, whereas you've got this young crew that have just been working at their craft, just trying to improve and evolve their performances in time, and they're ready to step up and take it from you.
And in some respects, even the top seeds in this are a bit lucky because, you know, Morgan Siblick and Jacob Wilcox and now Jarvis Earl and that, they're actually in the Challenger Series already. So it's the ones like Sheldon and that just missed out on the wrong side of that cutoff. They're back here. Mike McDonough, Sheldon. Caius, as we said, didn't quite get to have his full go. Kalani Ball, you know, they're just outside the cutoff to, you know, remain in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's oh man, it's brutal. Some big changes to the way competitors qualify now through regional QSs around the different WSL regions, obviously, but it is different in each region too. You touched on it. You know, there's limited events in some areas, so we're kind of lucky in that respect. that you get some opportunities to turn your fortune around if you do have a dud event.
Precisely, yeah. There is a lot of, you think about it even just in you got a Luke Madden and the crew surfing New South Wales. Hats off, because they we'll have this way first. About 5 years ago we had this meeting with a whiteboard, and I kind of called upon them all. Hey, come on, man, lift the game in Australia. All these QS 1000s, they're not going to help the Aussies, And so Luke went out there. There's 2 5s, there's 2 3s, and that's like 16,000 points just amongst those 4 events in New South Wales.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And as you said, it gives everyone a shot to turn their fortunes around or nail it early,
Yeah, there's the end of the heat.
Yeah.
And what a big push from the man in blue. He did very well in the final stages there to lock in that 6.1, get himself the lead. Luke Brumby holds on to that second position. Logan's out, unfortunately, just never really got it going, and Tykulis only the one wave, so it was a difficult one for him. But another heat in the bag, and we've got more coming your way right after this.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Thanks for sticking with us here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and we've just seen the completion of Heat 4, the round of 96, and some strong performances there. But Bugs, we're going to call it for the day. Really tricky conditions out there. One of the hardest days of work I've had in my commentary career, and 18 minutes, I'm going to wrap it for the day.
Oh, I think so, Ronnie. I mean, that is an innings that Bugsy Malone would be proud of.
But you know what? It is going to be a big week. Of course, we come to this contest, well over 100 male competitors that have battled it out today, and we're going to see more of them, obviously, as we look to complete that round of 96.
Well, you look at that next seat, Ben Lawrence and Willis Droomer, Cam McDougall. I mean, we're in for it. This is just awesome. We've had an amazing day, a tough day for the competitors, super challenging. And, we're all licking our lips and going, we're in for a heck of a ride.
Mate, it's about, 33 degrees outside at the moment, but it feels like 40. I hope Oakberry are well stocked this week, because they would have got smashed. We're going to have that stuff just all over our faces the next few days.
This has been one of the hottest days of summer. That's why I've just stayed in the booth pretty much all day.
Oh, perfect, mate. Well, you can see competitors making their way in now. We've got a bit to look forward to, Bugs, over the next few days. Always good. Sometimes the conditions are marginal, but as long as you've got swell, you've got to be happy.
And that's right. And we've got swell. The cyclone Gabrielle, I don't know what it did to Norfolk Island, but it's heading to New Zealand now. And the trailing swell, even though the swell's gone and the wind's gone funky today, the swell there'll be a wave train coming off that thing for the next 3 or 4 days, and that's really cool.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some improvements in the conditions. Maybe a move back to Cabaretta at some point.
Oh yeah, I would say it's the primary location for this event. You'd think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday definitely looking incredible with the winds. Tomorrow we're looking at easterly winds, a heck of a lot better than the winds today, but still not, you wouldn't say offshore, but at least an easterly, it's actually at the back of the wave and the faces are still quite rippable. Today was a tough day. We started out with the dreaded, what they call the Jobo, the berg wind, the devil wind. That cyclone drew like a norwesterly wind. It had the ribs in the face. Then it went to north, and then it just howled on shore. It was a tough day. Some great surfing, but look at it now. It's victory at sea. That's King's Cliff, because what's happening now with that outgoing tide, you've got all the water moving out of the river. You've got, that's just victory at sea out there. This is a good move by the WSL to call it. Well done on the contest director. And, I was saying before, Luke Madden, obviously working in with the World Surf League. There's been a great collaboration here on the Tweed Coast Pro and in New South Wales.
Oh, it's so good to be back in the zone too. I just love that white sand beaches here on the North Coast, the Tweed Coast, and just that. Look at the clarity in the water, just beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful. We've just been loving the drone shots. With the drone shots, it looks like it's not even choppy. You go out there, outside the booth into the real world, and it's horrendous.
Yeah, really challenging. So the call has been made just to give the competitors, I think, a real fair shot at it. Obviously, you do, with the events that have this many competitors, you do have to grind through some tricky conditions at times, but ultimately we want everyone to have the opportunity to ride a couple of excellent waves and really put on a fantastic show here.
I think you're right, because you've got to manage the event over 5 days, men's and women's, and they kind of pretty much did the minimal they could today. They had to get into this second round, but I think it's a wise decision. It finally got to the point where it's just too gnarly out there, to give all 4 competitors a fair shake of it.
Oh, it might be time to get the commentary heat underway. Stace, what do you reckon?
Yeah, good to have a good shake of it, Ron. Spencer, what do you reckon about getting your heat called by one of the absolute greats?
Yeah, it's good to have Ronnie down for one heat. Happy it was mine.
He's had a big day on the tools. Good on you, Ron Dog. Spencer, good to have the boys here cheering on, eh?
Yeah, so good. So sick.
Saw you at Winky lighting it up the other week. Good little pack you've got going on down there. Shame the rest of the crew weren't out there, but that just meant more waves for you.
Yeah, that's right. It's good when it's just me.
What do you make of the QE so far, mate?
Yeah, it's sick. It's such a good reason to travel, so I love it.
That's the spirit. Anything to get out of Victoria, eh?
Yeah, that's it. It's a hole now, so.
Just now, you reckon? Beautiful day up here. Thanks for your time, Spencer.
Good on you, Stace. Good job, Spencer, and really did impress us. Bugs at the end there, just tapping into that wave, getting that nice combo done, and getting himself a victory to progress out of that round of 96.
Yeah, tough. It was a tough heat, and he pulled it out of the bag at the right opportunity to win that heat and move on to the round of 64. Which is the big one, round 3, with all the big seeds come in. Some massive names in Australian surfing and world surfing are coming up, and that young guy there has just earned his spot.
He sure has. Well, look at the beautiful view here. We're going to go enjoy it, Bugs. We're going to get back down here. An early finish today means an early start tomorrow. Why don't you sleep in? Let Vaughan and I take the reins tomorrow morning, and we'll get the round 96 back in the water, hopefully in better conditions. So we'll see you then, 7 a.m.